When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Good afternoon, welcome in everyone. It's Pinnacle Cup 5. It's myself, B-Dog, and I'm here with Hayes, and we've got some banging playoff games for you here. Basically, in the playoffs round 1, we've got OG versus Eyeballers, we've got Ecstatic taking on 0-0 Nation. I'm excited for this one. I don't know about you, Hayes.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, it's an exciting part of the competition, the playoffs, right? This is where it's cutthroat, single elimination bracket, everything on the line. The teams we're going to see today have fought hard to get you through the Swiss stage as well. And the reward, Brandon, is to play against one of the playoff invited teams. The winner of the first matchup we're going to do today is OG versus Eyeballers. They'll play against Astralis. And then afterwards we have Ecstatic against 0-0 Nation. Winner of that plays Bad News Eagles. So it's not the best reward.
No, it's not really, especially for OG Eyeballers that have to go up against Astralis, who I've got as favourites to win the whole thing. So, yeah, that's it's kind of harsh, but at the same time, that's how it goes. We saw some excellent matches yesterday. Eternal Fire really dispatched Aurora quite easily. That was a comfortable 2-0. For Espionage and Los Cagutos, that was interesting. That was Espionage being 15-8 up on their first map. Then that went double overtime and Los Cagutos won. And then Espionage kind of swept them aside for the last 2 maps. So, I mean, things to work on. And then they go up against Furia. So that's hard.
Well, the most beatable they've looked in a while, so if there ever was a time for a Danish team to come along and upset a Brazilian team, this might be it. Eternal Fire versus Monty. Now, that's a spicy quarterfinal matchup that would actually be difficult to call. Eternal Fire, the team that's come through from the Swiss stage, Monty invited, but I'd say that's pretty 50-50. I mean, Eternal Fire are in some great form right now.
Yeah, they really are, and it kind of goes back and forth between that head-to-head. The veto is normally always the same, so that is very exciting. But look, we're looking ahead. Let's look right here. OG versus Eyeballers is our first match to bring you, and I'm excited, right? This should be a really good best of 3. OG, I like the fact that they are playing all of these tournaments. They're gaining experience with their roster, and the Eyeballers, obviously, they've come off the news that Flusher is ready to retire. He's going to hang up the mouse and keyboard. And we've got Heap, who's coming in on a permanent basis.
Yeah, no more lifting of the mouse. Now hanging the whole thing up is Mr. Flusher. But yeah, we do get a look at OG. Now, I've actually got to cast these guys a couple times since they've made the changes. I'm not too high on them just yet. I'm still a little bit skeptical, still to be sold. It's still fairly early days, and they've brought in a completely new team altogether, players from different parts banding together. So it's going to take quite a lot of time for them to actually start to get something going. I think there's potential. I just think, the one common consensus is the potential lack of star power, the lack of firepower kind of thing. Regali has to be at his best every single game. Sometimes he's been a bit inconsistent. Fascia, we need to see that ecstatic level out of him once again, and I think it's taking some time. Keto's impressed me. Keto's individual level is looking good. His rifling is in a really good place right now. He's having a lot of impact. I think he's probably been my favorite part of this roster so far.
Yeah, look, I really like the fact that Keto's got a lot more flexibility. I think Regali obviously is that star player that you look to. You kind of get a little bit concerned whether it's going to be a similar story for OG. Is their AWPer going to outperform their riflers? But taking a look at Eyeballers, it's worth noting, by the way, both of these teams won 3-1 in the group stage to get here. It's JW, Sapek, Shine, Pepsel, and Heap is the new guy, as we've mentioned. Heap used to also play for Dignitas, if I'm not mistaken. He's young. He's still got a lot of playing time here, and the fact he can develop under the leaderboard and the kind of the leadership of JW, I think that's really good. And I've just got in my ear that we can actually see the Swiss rankings, and I think that'd be really good to kind of have a little look over to see the journey that both of these teams got to kind of come here. This is fantastic, by the way. We get a real good visual representation of what happened. It's Nine Pandas that beat Eyeballers in that opening round 1, and since then, well, Eyeballers haven't really looked back.
Yeah, Eyeballers with a very successful campaign in their Swiss stage. Yeah, nice graphic heads just to break everything down, digestible format. You can get an idea of how things unfolded, the advanced teams, eliminated teams. I like this. I think this is a nice way to break down a very complex Swiss stage, right, where there's so much going on. It's difficult to sort of summarize everything into one graphic. So yeah, shout out to Pinnacle for making that happen. Let's jump back to the rosters here. We can focus in on this game though. Had a look at OG. We jumped into Eyeballers. We can talk a little bit more about Eyeballers. I think just in terms of, we don't have to bring the roster up, I suppose, but just talking about Heap, and as you said, he was in Dignitas before. Now he's getting a shot at a team once again, and he's widely been recognized as one of the strongest riflers from the Swedish region in recent times, right? So it's really exciting to see him in the mix once again.
Ooh. Vito coming through, and Eyeballers go for Inferno. And I guess that's because they've got a lot more reps on it, and they probably thought that OG would go in towards Mirage, and that's exactly what we're seeing. OG love a Mirage pick. It makes a lot of sense, but the way I'm seeing this lean is probably towards Overpass. No, okay, OG ban that one out, and we go to Ancient. If it goes the distance, I think OG should be the favourites coming in anyway, but this veto actually really favours the Eyeballers. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, Eyeballers love they've got a pretty deep map pool in general, do Eyeballers, right? They kind of just play everything outside of Nuke for the most part, so they're very comfortable on every map that's going to feature here in the series. As for OG, I've seen them on Ancient. Ancient looks decent. Inferno, I can't recall if I've actually seen them on Inferno yet. I do feel like that's going to be a pretty good map for them in general, though. Even though it's picked by Eyeballers, I think, with Nexa at the helm and the players that they have, I think they'll have a pretty decent Inferno. Will OG. Mirage, their map pick. Yeah, something that they've looked to, I think, play a couple of times since they've made the changes. You can see it's actually been played, I think, 3, 4, maybe even up to 5 times since they've made the roster changes. So Mirage is their staple.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this Inferno and their recent results. They recently played in the CCT online finals where they beat Saw. They lost in double overtime to Aurora, but they beat VP on this map. So there's definitely potential there, and there's definitely ideas that Nexa wants to implement in. I think that, look, they're going to be starting on the CT side, which means we get Regali warmed up, we get him involved early, and that is the key difference for me, because in this head-to-head, I feel like Regali wins out over JW all day long, and the fact that JW is limited on the T side of Inferno, doesn't really have access to that AWP as much as he'd want to. I feel like this feels pretty comfortable for OG so long as everyone's arriving on the server. That's what I've been really lacking when I'm watching this OG side. It kind of feels like there's some players that will have a really good game and then others kind of drift apart, and it goes from map to map and it's a little bit inconsistent. Yeah, sure, that's because of the teething troubles of this roster, but we kind of just need an even playing field here for OG and all their members to really step up.
Yeah, that's the problem with OG, is that there's no room for one of their players not to pitch up because they don't have a core of 2 or 3 players who are all recognized and established stars and have immense amounts of firepower. That is the issue. Everybody has to pitch up for them to be successful, and that's not a reliable factor. Consistency is hard to come by, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, tier 1.5, tier 2. It's brutal, man. It's kind of seen as like 2 week windows in terms of teams form, right? It's just chopping and changing so regularly. Something else that we haven't really got to speak much about yet is obviously with Flush's departure, he was previously calling for Eyeballers, if I'm not mistaken. He was the IGL for the team. Shine has since taken over that mantle. I don't know if Shine was doing it towards the end of the time with Eyeballers when, Flush would have had an inclination that this was the case for a while, that he was going to retire. So he probably let his teammates know, a couple weeks back and try to give them some forewarning so it wouldn't just be a bomb dropped on them. Shine taking over that mantle. Interesting to see a new Swedish player stepping into an IGL role.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I feel like Shine was doing a lot of the secondary calling anyway for this team, and I remember the discussions when Pepsor first came into the lineup, not this player break but the one previous, and it kind of felt like Eyeballers were becoming a really developed team. It felt like they were the finished product and Pepsor was the glue that kind of held them all together. And now we might get this honeymoon period with Heap as well, because we definitely got that for Pepsor. I wonder if that's going to be the same for the Eyeballers. I wonder if we're going to have this sort of honeymoon period where they go through, they start winning best of threes. The issue I've got is looking at recent results. They've lost their last 3 best of threes against competition that is, in my opinion, worse than OG. Losses to Los Kagutos, losses to 9 Pandas, and a loss to Sampi, but Sampi have been performing exceptional at the moment.
Yeah, Sampi are in some great form right now. That's for sure got themselves to a final of another competition recently. But just looking at Heap's form, I mean, he's played now a couple matches for Eyeballers, I think sort of in the range of 8 or 9 matches. It's his first few matches in a while though, right? Before that, his last game was standing in for Fnatic back in 2022 June. So it's been a hot minute since we've actually seen Heap competing.
Yeah, that's gonna worry them as well.
It's been so long.
Yeah,
it's been well over a year, B-Dog.
Yeah, it's been a very long time for Heap, and this is really interesting, right? Because he's only 23 years old, so he's still got a lot of time where he can develop, where he can come into things. I think what's interesting is, look, Heap was the top performer in the Swiss stage for Pinnacle Cup for the Eyeballers on their run to even make it here in the playoffs, right? A 1.28 against Sampi, against the team that we've been speaking about. They won against Aurora 2-1 fashion. Where was Heap? He was 1.0 rating. He's been consistent for this team, and I feel like that's the biggest storyline we've got. We've got rosters that are new and rosters that are kind of lacking a little bit in confidence and consistency. And it's kind of who arrives on the server here today. What version of OG are we going to get on Inferno, Mirage, and Ancient? And what version of Eyeballers are we going to see on Inferno, Mirage, and Ancient? I think that is the key takeaway. And when it comes to predictions and stuff, I want to say OG. My gut says OG, but Eyeballers has definitely got a surprise or two in store. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, they'll put up a decent fight right now, but surely this is a match that OG are going to win. I mean, they've been looking pretty heavy lately, losing a number of their series as well against the likes of Orcs, Sampi, Saw. It hasn't been great for OG, but this is a match that they have to win just to start to build up a bit of momentum as the team starts to build up some confidence as well. But Brandon, it's been a while. I think we should probably just throw this one to a bit of a break here while we wait for the players to No? Okay, alright, never mind. There's the voices in my head are telling me that it's actually not much longer until we're going to go live here. So that's good to know. We've done a good job of stalling. Brandon, are you ready as the caster? Should we start the game or should we make everybody wait a little bit longer?
I think we can start the game in just a couple of minutes. There's still some points I want to address.
Build up more anticipation.
I think what would be sensible is to kind of look ahead, because look, we've got this one about to take place. But then coming up, we've got Ecstatic taking on 00 Nation. And no, it's not 00 Nation, the Brazilian team. It's 0 Nation, who's now got a new amalgamation from Birth from Sky and the gang. That's Susp, JDC, Searson. Like, that's a really cool roster, and I'm really looking forward to having a little bit of a look ahead in just kind of the development of this, because that's also Nico, who came from OG.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get a look at that 0 Nation roster as well. Just never would have expected that combination of players to come together. It's definitely an interesting band of individuals. I'd love to know who the GM was that built that team, but there's a lot of exciting prospects. I think Susp is... Did you get to see much of Susp? Because I actually got to cast him a couple of times. I think he was... I can't even remember who he was playing for, man. I think he was like standing in for Young Ninjas when I saw him or something like that. And
yeah,
he was banging. He was really, really good. So I'm keen to see him at a higher level with better players around him, experienced individuals as well that can guide him.
Yeah, I think that's the key talking point for Susp, right? The fact that every time he goes into a stand-in role, he performs really well, but he's never really had that break, never really had that opportunity. Well, now he's got one under the organizational banner of 0 Nation, under the leadership of Bird from Sky, who is one of the best in-game leaders, in my opinion, in Tier 2. So the fact that you've got that is really exciting, and Susp is fantastic for his development.
Yeah, absolutely. Is JDC another one of the very exciting prospects in that roster? Somebody who lost his position in Miles, one of the only one of the only players who was a part of Miles NXT not to be a part of that main team, Mr. JDC. And I wouldn't say it's because of his lack of ability. It just clearly doesn't work out with what they, the direction they wanted to go in. JDC, a very capable player, very reliable.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I tell you what, the voices in my head, Hayes, are telling me that we are not actually ready yet. So we're going to go to a break.
Right.
When we come back, guys, I promise you, it's Inferno. It's the first map of this best of 3 between OG and Eyeballers. We'll see you in just a second.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back. We are here and we're going to be jumping into Inferno soon enough. We've just been resolving some technical issues. We want the cameras of the players working so we can see all of their beautiful faces here in the playoffs. I love that about the playoffs, Brandon, that we get to see the players' cams while they're live, while they're in the server. Just adds that extra element, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it really does. And yeah, there we are. It's good that we've got it. We're live, we're here.
Oh,
it's Inferno. Oh, this is great.
It is Inferno. It's Eyeballers map pick. It's the start of the matchup. Winner of this gets themselves into the quarterfinals. And it's just going to be Eyeballers grouping themselves up in Banana for the time being. Got some utility on Pepsaw, Smoke, Double Flash. There's only one player here for the CT side right now. Nex has already been... excuse me, not Nex. It's not Nex, it's Fasher. He's been forced backwards towards the coffins. He doesn't have any util of his own right now. They're just going to run him down. Oof, that's a nice shot.
Any more? Not quite. Flashbang is here in support, but rotations need to be as well. Look at this from OG. Free pushing Banana. Heap taking space towards the ruins. And Pepsaw's going to lock in the plant. I like this out of Fasher. He's playing a lot more passive. He's waiting. He's biding time for his teammates to come over. And Heap just gives him a head. There's any more potentially, but no. JW will trade out, and everyone has rotated him from Banana here in time.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot there from Pepsaw. Oh my goodness, I think that might just be enough to lock in the round, although Fiku still has something to say. He gets to kill himself and Keto, looking to try and work in tandem. Nice position taken up by JW, tucked into the corner, not expected by Fiku. Eyeballers open up by winning the pistol round on their map pick.
Yeah, really, really nice pistol as well, right? Because you're getting the understanding, well, no one's fighting us. Fasher's backed off. That means these rotates must be coming in from Banana. They take the space, they force Fasher out of the angle, and from there, everyone can establish pretty tight-knit crossfires. Eyeballers, they get that one over the line. OG, it just felt like they were slow to react based off the information that Fasher gave them.
Yeah, weren't really able to capitalize on it. He didn't only give them information, he gave them kills as well. Oh, Fiku, just a bit of body damage, and actually, after 4 shots, he'll get the kill. Surprised he was able to stay alive as long as he does there to get that frag. At least elsewhere on the map, there will be a trade to keep the numbers level. I think it feels like OG have been playing quite a lot of online Counter-Strike recently. I feel like they've kind of prioritized that just to get some reps in here, some official reps in as the new team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's really good to kind of see that. It's good that they are getting this experience, their exposure. The more games they play together, ultimately in official environments, the quicker they're going to develop as that 5. It's cool to see that the Eyeballers are all playing together, right? They're all boot camping. You can kind of see just the players in the different chairs, all in the same office background. OG playing out of their rooms. So I wonder how much of a mental advantage that's going to be for the Eyeballers. Pepsaw holding strong, but it's Keto to drop the bomb with the 5-7. Only a number of seconds left. However, you're not anticipating this push back in from Sapek. The A-bomb site is completely unlocked, and Eyeballers can get the plant in.
Yeah, not with a huge amount of time left on the clock either, but the round works out perfectly for them so far. 3 versus 3, got to lock it in the post plant. OG, do they even want to go for the retake here? They don't have a kit. I don't think the retake is feasible. Maybe some extra kills. We all know how difficult, or should I even say notoriously difficult, it is to retake on Inferno. Even numbers. Yeah, might be worth a look in. Kind of feeling it out right now, seeing if there's any easy kills on offer. We'll get them one onto Sapek, but not enough to motivate them to go for the whole round. 2-0. Brandon, something else that I think is really important to speak about when it comes to this Eyeballers team is they hadn't made any roster changes for a very, very long time. You know, we had a couple off seasons, a couple player breaks. They decided to stick with the same set of 5 players throughout that period. You know, Pepsaw was one who joined the most recently, and that was 8 months ago. I feel like Eyeballers' results have kind of started to taper off in the past few months, especially when they failed to qualify for the RMR. So bringing in some new blood might actually be really good for the Eyeballers team here, just to give them a bit of a fresh look, you know, some new ideas, reinvigorate everybody a little bit. I think it might be a good move in that regard as well.
Yeah, potentially, especially if that brings back motivation. He talks about Heap being in and out of teams and not really playing for about a year. So the fact that he's back, you know, he's going to be giving his all to this Swedish squad. Mac-10s, Deagles, the objective Nexa, wants to go around the corner but can't really see anything. The Eyeballers are gearing up for this banana take. It might not be the full commitment if they don't find success here because the bomb is still down T ramp. And whilst all this is going on, and JW gets thrown in with an SMG, Pepsol goes to trade. Heap is working top brackets, but it will be the commitment. And Nexa finds one and even a third right now with the Mac-10. Banana on lock. And for the Eyeballers, they got a reset out A, but there's two players here.
Yeah, and one of those two players is Shine, and he's the tip of the spear right now, trying to open up this A bomb site. Regali, though, has the cross under control with that scout. This is essentially a save round coming through from OG right now. Oh, he trying to dismantle the crossfire, finds the first frag. He's got the bomb on his back as well. HE grenade will do a big chunk of damage. No, actually evaded for the most part. Regali tucks around the corner. 1v2. Heap has been able to get this into a very winnable situation. Fresh smoke in towards Moto is definitely going to be giving him a little bit of room to work with. Oh, Heap. Talk about a way to announce your presence here on the server as the new player.
Yeah, really nicely done. It's the fact that he understands that there's a scout out towards long. How do we limit these options here? Well, isolate the fight on towards mini pit, put a smoke in the face, and hopefully they push through. Probably not anticipating Nexa to be in such close proximity, but he'll take that all day long. Fantastic start for Heap, and Eyeballers keep up this flawless start. Considering that got a little bit expensive, and OG, as mentioned, that was the bonus buy. Now they're back in with everything. They've even got the AWP on Regali.
Yeah. I mean, OG just kind of be kicking themselves a little bit, but they don't have a point on the board right now, courtesy of Nexus. Triple kill with the Mac-10. Eyeballers moving with a bit more pace in this round compared to what we've seen in the first three here on the map so far. Just barreling in towards the safe bomb site. Couple kills coming through for the CT side. That's a great hold coming through from Keto. 3 frags at his hand. And it's only JW left remaining, looking to try and snake his way and cut these players down from the inside out. He will bypass the first. That means Nexus is next potential victim. How does JW navigate this? He's going to go for a knife for sure. No! What? Nexa? What's going on? Okay, I think it's because his teammates pushed through archers. Nexus is like, okay, I guess I don't need to stay here anymore then.
What a hold
JW
from
doesn't
Keto.
get his knife kill.
Yeah, JW never will get his knife kill. He's tried that so many times recently whenever I've watched him, and it just always fails. It's the hesitation. He wanted to try and play trigger discipline. He wanted to see if he could maybe get a bonus kill, but no. And the dollar signs light up in his eyes, and it's completely denied. A fantastic round from the balcony player, and now deep incendiaries halt the Eyeballers at bay from cascading down Banana. It's just pistols.
Well, Brandon, there's a good lesson out there for the kids that are getting into investing. You see, JW could have got that kill with the SMG for free. That would have been an extra $300, right? He would have got the $600 for the kill reward, but no, he wanted the $1,500. JW got greedy, and then he got nothing. No money at all. See, just take your small profits, guys. Small profits are profits.
Stonks.
There we go.
Looks like we're wrapping long here. Have forced Regali back off the AWP at least, and they're going to try and isolate him. They're going to try and run him down. And yeah, he gets away with absolutely nothing. Now that AWP can be thrown over to JW. So I guess, who's the real winner? Potentially still OG, although Nexa gets backstabbed. Hang on a second. This wrap with just pistols is really cascading into something else. They are all low. Look at the HP bars for everyone on Eyeballers. Basher, look, it should be a clear up. It should be, but there's a large quantity of players running him down, and Shine just headshots him anyway.
It should be a clean up. Shine says, just hold the phone for a second there, man. Runs him over. What a round coming through from Eyeballers. How have they made this look so easy? 5 players going to stay alive as well. They've recovered a couple of guns. Oh my goodness. This is a huge blunder for OG.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Nice call, Shine. I like that call.
Yeah.
In the eco round. Something out of the ordinary works out perfectly for Eyeballers. 4-1 straight back to winning ways.
You know, you got a decision there. Once you smoke off Moto and you force the AWP back, you can either try and run him down, or you can push the long smoke and try and overwhelm the players on the bomb site. It's so much smarter to try and overwhelm this AWP because, in theory, he can only shoot his gun once. They even ran through that molly as well. I think that was the unexpected element there for the Eyeballers. That's a fantastic shot from Shine as well, one towards Fasher, who's trying to undo everything, just playing a little headshot angle. It doesn't quite work out. A reinvestment is here, but that was ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, you're right. That was a lot for OG to sustain, who are now going to have to spend all of their money pretty much bar Fiku and a little bit for Regali left over. After they invest here in this next round, it looks like there's going to be some aggression in towards Banana. Oh, Nexa, great kill there onto Sapek, and he's just going to take full control, spam through the smoke. So great to have a player like this on your CT side. Someone who's keen to get their hands dirty. Not like your pretty princess Orpa, right? Who just likes to hold angles, have players peek into him, free frags. Both equally as important, I suppose.
Yeah, see, the thing is, that's a Nexa Classic round for OG. That's him getting support flashed in, and he will die on the hill for his team. But he knows those lineups to perfection. There's always a banana play, and when there's a take involved from OG, it's always Nexa at the front, leading by example. What I will say, though, is this cannot be a consistent theme. We can't have Nexa at the top of the board, because that is not the player who should be a star player. But I'm loving this setup. In case the Eyeballers re-walk into Banana, you have to deal with the different elevations on the same angle. It feels pretty improbable, and the Eyeballers have already called it quits. They're running away.
I suppose that's fair enough. When you look at their money, they're going to be able to afford a full buy in the next round, so might as well just carry the open AK through a little bit of utility as well. Chance to just discuss things. 4-2. This is Eyeballers' map pick, so we're expecting some big things out of them. I mean, you did mention in the pregame, it's a great map pool for them in general. They've picked Mirage in some of their series, and if you go back long enough, they even used to pick Ancient as well. So all 3 maps being played here, very comfortable for the Swedish squad. Just about integrating Heap, right, and getting him up to speed on those maps as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's taken a competitive break for over a year, he's not going to know Anubis. That's why they've been banning it. Because Heap's not going to know that map. Which means you're then kind of filtering Nuke back into your pool, which has been kind of a bit hit and miss. So it's going to be interesting. It's a settling in period for sure. Nade damages JW just a tiny bit, but he does get away. Big fight here. Full Banana can potentially unfold. JW holding the angle. Regali just walks straight into him. A great opener here for the Eyeballers as they look to get proactive on B. Nexa, though, this angle, surely it gets cleared by Sapek. Oh, so slightly overlooked. And an incendiary on the immediate contact means that there can't be a trade.
Eyeballers is going to pull up the handbrake and immediately pivots in towards the top of middle here. And they're going to be able to try and go in towards the safe bomb side. Fasher working in tandem with Keto over towards long right now. I've completely relinquished control of that A bomb site. At least they catch a fleeting JW. That means the bomb's been dropped as well right now. It's a bit awkward for the T side. It's going to take them some time to recover that. That's given OG some time to reposition. Bomb plant's eventually going to come through here. This is certainly advantage OG. 4 versus 2. Must-win round coming through for them. Can break that T side economy in the process. This is a delectable opportunity for OG Can they string it together? They've got the kits as well. Everything they need, really. Shine, though, will step on Fiku. Important kill. Oh, no. Kito's gotten so far ahead of his teammates. He's peeking out of apps while they're still constructing the boost. Oh, this is taking time. The bomb's been... Oh, excuse me. The kit's been dropped as well. Oh, the boost has been flummoxed. It's the end of the round. OG don't even get one kill.
That was really painful to watch, I'll be honest. Look, there's good things from that round from the Eyeballers, things that they did well, but that was gifted on a silver platter by OG. If you take a look here, see it on the highlight reel. Really good proactivity by Shine, catches Fiku out whilst holding the flashbang towards short. Why is he flashing that deep? Well, it's probably for a balcony player. Communicated really effectively. Heap can just be on a swivel. And from there, OG is still messing about with a boost. It really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the communication was just completely off there. In terms of who was swinging, who was pushing, who was taking contact, who was looking to trade. Looked a bit of a mess on the retake there from OG. Concerning sign. Anyway, Eyeballers will march on. They're not going to ask any questions. They've now won a 1v3 and a 2v4 in 7 rounds, Brandon.
Yeah. And this is some of the Eyeballers magic I was kind of alluding to. I mean, this does happen. They are able to craft rounds out of nothing. Got to remember, we've got that eco round in there. Or they just overwhelm Regali. Now he's posted. True. Flashbang, so good. And Pepsor just takes his head clean off. Regali has really been neutralized right now in this first half. Fasher with the flasher for himself, but he can't quite make it work. They swing together. And it's Pepsor again with another. This round's done and dusted. You gotta save.
I haven't seen Eyeballers look this invigorated in a while, by the way, and I'm not saying it's because Flush is not there. It's sometimes just a change. It's something fresh in the team. You're boot camping. There's a new vibe all of a sudden. You know, the energy is bubbling. And it's looking exciting right now for Eyeballers. Everybody contributing, good team play, flashes on point. Pretty simple approach to the T side, yet very effective. All right.
Whilst we've got the player cams as well, I think what's really cool is when you look at Heap, watch how low his sense is and how much he's moving his arm when we get that POV. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Maybe next round.
Well, if he had higher sense, maybe he would have stood a chance there. But, I mean, yeah, you don't get many low sense gamers in Counter-Strike. More common in some other FPS. It's a great shot there from Pepsor. That B bomb site defense completely crumbling.
I'm a low sense gamer, which probably explains a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you an anchor player?
No.
I think an anchor player needs fairly high sense. You know, things can get quite explosive after 8 or 9 boring rounds. I don't know.
That's interesting there. Because, again, because we've got the luxury of having the webcams, for the last 10 seconds of that pause, no one was talking for OG as we flicked through their POVs. Everyone was just silent.
Probably their coach then. Maybe Rugger getting a chance to just relay some thoughts.
But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe you just need to take just a couple of seconds to breathe. Breathe in.
Yeah, not a bad option either.
Helps a lot. Especially in Counter-Strike.
Plays a fairly integral part in life as we know it.
Ooh, boosts on boosts. Look at this. This should be a kill. JW should be dead. Yeah, nice from Keto. But this is going to be an apps pop. And as that boost gets dismantled, Regali needs to hold on. And he's only got a USP. Nicely done between him and Keto. Pepsor and Sapek. Oh, they're kind of limited. But they have won 2 versus 4 before.
Also 2v5. Even more difficult. AK picked up here by Regali. Time's not the problem. They've got the bomb on their back as well. But how on earth do they find a way to get into the round from here? Love the way that Keto's approached us with this hero rifle. Taking initiative at the start of the round. It's exactly what you need to see out of your hero rifle on the CT side. Making some sort of a play. Not like that though, giving away the audio cues. 3 players over towards A here essentially should be, yeah, impenetrable defense, I reckon, for OG. Okay, that's the first frag coming through. Nice one, but k1to immediately responds. That's his 3rd in the round.
Oh.
Ooh, man. He's just narrowly dodging bullets in the smoke right now. Sapic's a dead man. It's just a matter of time. And k1to will ensure his demise. There we go. 6-3. Good effort from k1to in that round.
Yeah, I like the way they orchestrated that. Got boosts on A, boosts on B, just to find you the opening pick. And from there, Regali stays alive for so long. Like, way more than you'd ever anticipate. Fantastic flashbangs back in to kind of isolate the kill onto him from the eyeballers, but there's simply just too many players to contend with. And now look at their money, where it's been so back and forth. We've got 1 AK, Tech 9s, and a couple of Deagles. Oh, here's Heap. Swings so much with his mouse.
Yeah, it's probably why he's looking a bit bigger at the moment. Looks like he's been hitting the gym in his off time. Sense that low. Takes muscle to move the mouse, as we do see eyeballers looking to brute force their way towards this B bomb site, but they're going through utility. That's not a great approach, as they just get completely cut down. OG finally with a flawless round here on their CT side. And that's so important because, I mean, you even spoke about it. You added it to the tally. Eyeballers have won 3 of their 6 rounds with an eco round win, a 1v3, and a 2 versus 4. And it's not a very sustainable way to win rounds.
No. You're completely right. It's not. And the thing is, it's like, if you cut those mistakes out, OG would be winning this, 7-3. So, I mean, that's what you got to look at, right? The fact that it has still looked kind of in control for OG. There's been some incredible rounds out of eyeballers. The flash play to get Peps on the angle on towards the B bomb site comes to mind. But I feel like OG, if they just settle into the game, that's where it's going to get scary. Eyeballers need to strike while the iron's quite hot.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think they need to continue riding this momentum right now. If OG finishes half ahead, then I'd be a bit worried for eyeballers' cause. Standard play being set up right now. 2 players going to swing in towards the top of the banana here for eyeballers. A bit of a delayed peak, actually, the boost to gain control. Stock standard approach right now. Control of banana gained. Focus shifted in towards middle. And there's going to be a lot of action in towards mid here. OG have 3 players set up right now. They're living and dying with this defense. And eyeballers are going to test it.
Good counter util. The issue is you've just flashed and smoked 2 players off of A. And Viku's actually rotating towards B. That's the call that's been made. But the issue is, well, they're running out A instead. k1to, lines them up, and he transfers the 3rd headshot. Not even needed. Here's Viku. k1to and Regali do everything. And JW, all he has to do is hold on to this AWP. What another fantastic anchoring role from k1to, as he finds a hat trick, and OG, they're up to a 5th.
Yeah, great work coming through from k1to. Not the first time we've seen him do it on the A bomb sites either. He is the immovable object over towards A. Nexa is him on B. I mean, look at them. They've got 25 kills between them in 11 rounds played so far. Everybody else really struggling and lagging behind for OG, but k1to and Nexa have been sublime here on the CT side so far. Great performance coming through from k1to. Lovely to see him unchained, moisturized, in his lane.
Unbothered.
Unbothered.
This is dangerous territory now for the eyeballers, right? Because you've got limited bomb plants, which means you're kind of in this yo-yo of having pistols and then having a full buy. And OG have kind of put them into that cycle. Only eyeballers themselves can break out of it. But it would need to come through. Probably not in this round, but in towards the next. Look at the money that's also been built up for OG. These rounds have been pretty clean in the last couple. Like they're buying for days. They're buying, actually, to be honest, probably for the rest of the half.
Yeah, looks like it. And they built up a decent head steam in terms of their money, have OG winning these past few rounds quite cleanly. Should be able to level up the scoreline here. Just got to make sure they don't slip up against this Hero AWP on JW. And it looks like they're just going to move as a pack right now. Death ball for eyeballers. More maybe ball, not so much death, because there's 4 pistols. Move around as a ball. I don't love the setup from OG. Fasher by himself in a forward position. Trigger discipline for the first, secures the second. Will eventually get swung on. Now it's responsibility Nexa. He doesn't have any utility. There's a smoke for CT. Very, very disconnected between Fasher and Nex over towards B.
Oh, the spam though. And Nexus still at the back of the site finds Heap. Oh, and a really nice shot towards Sapek as well. It looked scary, but then it wasn't. And a gap in the CT smoke really helped alleviate a lot of this pressure. Just taking that extra seconds to line up 2 is crucial there for Fasher. Just on the way in. We've got a tied up scoreline here. 6-all.
Yeah, I think it's a bait and switch setup being employed by Fasher and Nexa. Because Fasher's by himself on the sandbags, I think OG's plan is to try and fake or act as though he is the only player over towards B. That's why Nex is not taking any contact. He's just hiding towards quad. He's allowing for them to push the entire way through, and then eventually he swings out and he catches them off guard. So it works out. In the end, he gets the 2 kills. Normally, you'd see a much more connected setup between your 2 B bomb side players, though, on Inferno.
Works out. Eyeballers back on the buy. No AWP for JW, I don't think. I think he's only operating with a Deagle, which isn't really ideal, but that's kind of the cost of having the opportunity to save onto this AWP for so long. Now look at this aggression. Viku doubles down with Regali. Oh, and nearly has the opportunity to find further. Heap now takes space towards top bracket, but there is a player still in Boiler. Keto lying in wait, patient. The eyeballers aren't pushing the issue. Instead, they're regrouping back in towards B. Hang on a second. Heap's going through the long smoke.
Oh man, he's got contact. Fasher on the other side. Good patience there from Heap. Crosshair placements on point. Never going to expect the peak from Keto to come through from Boiler. Still a good effort there from Heap to try and get that kill, but doesn't work out. Now pressure starts to mount over towards that B bomb site. It's actually only Nexa who's here right now. Support isn't anywhere near. He needs at least a kill here. He wants to leave his team in a favorable position. Oh man, the waterfall, the fountain. The water actually obstructs the T-side vision of Nexa. He gets to use that as his cover, and he gets 2 kills to win the round. Another multi for Nexa.
Yeah, I'm still disappointed though for the eyeballers. I'm just going to be honest, because you've dropped all this utility. There's time to work with here. You need to clean the back of the bomb site out. You need to make sure that there's no one there. And instead, you've just kind of gambled it. And you've left yourself open to that vulnerability. Nex has always been hiding in the back of these bomb sites as well. You've known that from the previous rounds. You've now learnt that lesson the hard way again. Good nade early on towards Fasher at the very least. But no bomb plant means Tech9's once again.
Yeah, trying to get aggressive now. Ask some early questions in the round, making their way in towards Archers. Good shot there from Regali. It's going to force Eyeballers' his hand in towards the speed bomb site. They've got a flash, they've got a smoke to work with as well. Smoking towards CT, actually going to isolate the bomb site here. Fasher's going to try to respond. They don't have a flash to block off Coffin, so Fasher could prove to be a bit of a headache here for the T side. Hasn't had a huge amount of impact. There's a nice triple kill for him on the spray down. A double kill actually turns out to be Nexa Robs. A couple for himself. He's 18-4 right now. Nex is having a phenomenal performance in this first half.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was really enjoying the ideas that the Eyeballers were putting forward in the early stages of this first half, but since then it's felt really flat. And it's just felt like OG have had a lot of control, whether it's in towards Banana, whether it's in towards top brackets. We're not getting that even blanket of pressure we expect to see a T-side provide, and as a result, they're kind of having a lot of favourable angles. Look at this aggression, though, in towards the apartments. And in Banana, Nexa again, Regali strikes once more. 3 on 5, and the round's only just kicked off.
Oh
Sure,
my,
Nexa.
add another one to the tally. Yeah, why not? He's 20 for 4. Half isn't even done just yet. And Eyeballers might not be done in the round here either. JW knows that Nexa is low. Oh my goodness, he just tracks him down through the smoke. Kill comes through. He doesn't expect there to be another player. Fiku will assume position. And with that, he gets the kill onto JW for free. Heap left alone in the clutch. 1v2 turn 1v1. Does he have another one in him?
Oh, look at this reposition.
Movement doesn't look great, but that's okay.
Oh, they've missed each other.
Flanks on
Okay.
flanks.
Oh, he's so
Oh,
aware.
timing, Heap, my god, brilliant awareness coming through from him. That will give Eyeballers some wind in their sails going into the second half.
Yeah, that was really well done. The awareness just to hold for it. Anticipating that Heat might get the kill and wrap in towards the B bomb site. That was really nicely done. And it's good to see him really stepping up, because he is that player that has got the limited experience on the Eyeballers side, and he's still quite young. So the fact he's got the presence of mind to do that is fantastic.
Almost looked like Flusher the way he played that clutch. Alright, apparently, unfortunately, we just got a problem with one of the players' hardware. Shouldn't be too long before we resolve the issue and get back into it. What you thinking on the half? 8-7, OG, definitely the team with the momentum behind them now coming into the second half. You know, IGL's 20 for 5. He's feeling good about life right now.
He is, but yet again, I'm going to just copy and paste my statement I said when he was 8-1 or something ridiculous. Everyone needs to step up. Everyone needs to be there. If you look at the kill distribution for the Eyeballers, they're 8-7, but everyone's basically with Heap. Whereas you've got Nexa having a hero performance, you've got Keto who's not far behind him. We need Fiku, we need Fasha, and we also really need Regali.
Yeah, still time for them to all come online. Let's see if it's going to happen here. Pistol round well underway. OG charging their way in towards this A. Bomb site Shine tapping away finally with the last 2 bullets in the magazine. He'll snap up 2 kills. Regali and Nex left alone in a 2 versus 5. Surely not, right? This is a huge ask, especially with the Eyeballers being as far ahead as they are right now. Great tap coming through from Heap. Regali left in a impossible situation. Will go down as Eyeballers level up the scoreline by winning the pistol.
What a shot from Heap on towards Pit, but yeah, again, I understand the design of the round where it comes to the original players are trying to jump around to offset crosshairs, but Fiku commits to that a little bit too much, and then the bomb is dropped in mini Pit, and he had players deep on the site anyway. You definitely could have rushed a plant there. You definitely could have maybe had a couple of extra seconds to compose yourself and put more pressure on the Eyeballers, but regardless, the, again, anchor players on A, this consistent theme we're seeing so far on Inferno, they are delivering. Forspy is in for OG. Eyeballers are also out with a buy, and it's a little bit compromised in with 2 SMGs, but they have planned for the future by having Heap and Shine on those M4s.
Yeah, I don't know which buy I actually favor right now. You've got the AK on the side of OG, pretty decent amounts of utility to work with as well. I think this is a pretty much 50-50 round right now, despite the fact OG didn't win the pistol. And Eyeballers have gone for a big gamble. Huge gamble in terms of their stack right now. 4 players towards the top of mid. And only Pepsor over towards B. He doesn't have any crowd control. Okay, it's not. It's Sapik. That makes more sense. He's got at least a smoke. He's just thrown a molly as well. Where do OG go from here? Taking their time in the round, not giving away any information or presence. Slowly edging their way forward. Contact is the approach, means no prior information given to the CT side.
Oh, that nade does way more than I thought it was going to. That smoke's been dropped, but yeah, again, still not really feeling any pressure. Sapek, follow-up nade does a little bit of trickle damage, but they're in, basically. They're completely through. Sapek is smoked off, would have to go for it, but I don't think he's going to want to. bomb can be planted. We've got a retake on the cards here, but look at how quick this boost is going to be employed, and look at how quick it gets dismantled. Nexa onto JW. Keto also finds Shine. 4 on 3, but a couple of OG players are low.
Oh man, yeah, the retake looks doable here. Problem is they don't have a kit. I don't think there's one in the site. No, because we get it on the minimap. That's what I love about this HUD here in the Pinnacle Cup. So I think OG have to accept their fate. I think they're just going to have to fold here in the round. Pepsor works his way forward. He clears Keto up, but Keto clears his head off his brain. My god, that is a disgusting deagle shot coming through from Keto. Being run down, being dinged, still just stepping out. The audacity?
It's just a sickening shot, isn't it? And yeah, Keto's the GOAT. 9-8. OG win their force buy because eyeballers don't rotate quick enough. That is a fantastic shot from Nexa. And that one is probably equally as disgusting. 9-8. With the saved guns, you're going to force in, of course. It's a war of attrition here to kick off this second half. If OG win this next one, though, they break the economy. If eyeballers win, we're going to keep this back and forth going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I think eyeballers need that, mate, because if they lose this round, 10-8 becomes 11-8. It's not a disaster of a scoreline. The problem is more how much they would have fallen behind the game, considering they were in control at one point. Trying to remember, I think it was like 6-3 in eyeballers' favor, 6-2 maybe at a stretch. Either way, doesn't look great here on the force by a scout for Mas M4 up against the might of 5 rifles. Again, OG just taking their time in the round. It looks very similar to what we saw at the previous round, at the start of it at least. Bit of shape being taken now by OG, showing presence, and they're expecting to force a rotation, and they have. They're not wrong. They've forced a rotation, but the rotation has not gone in the direction that they'd expected. JW's gone over towards A. He's read OG. It's actually Pepsor who's the one who's gone across now, rather. Man, my eyes, not great. JW, he will fall there, but there's still a chance for eyeballers with the 3 players in the bomb site.
Yeah, absolutely. Flashbang though, oh good. Nexa finds another, but now reveals the stack. Regali, good transfer. There's still one more player you need to get past, but they seem aware of Heap. And despite them stacking 4 players in the bomb site, eyeballers are going to crumble, and Sapek, currently, the best he can hold on to is a FAMAS, which really doesn't feel great. Probably looking for an exit, trying to upgrade to one of these AKs, one of these M4s, but that is a disaster.
Yeah, that is a disaster. Absolutely. Now they're going to have to eco in the next round. At least Sapik gets a bit of a consolation prize there with the kill onto Fiku, but also does give up his position. Oh, Regali sends him to the Netherrealm. Bit of extra chip damage inflicted here by Mr. Sapik. Gets upgrade to the M4 as well for his troubles. OG looking really composed right now. Very basic approach from them on the T side. Just 4 players working together, taking Banana, getting control, then going back as a unit and pushing in towards to middle. Not a lot of moving parts here for OG, and that's fine. Not like everybody's just kind of spread out across the map doing their own thing, playing out the defaults, and then some decisions being made as to where they're going to end up. Very calculated throughout.
Yeah, this round's kind of difficult for the eyeballers, although Sapek gets flashed. Oh, but he only finds one. Regali with the immediate trade. That rifle is kind of recoverable for Heap, but JW gets clotheslined. That should be the way in. That should be the pathway for OG to find success. Regali hanging around and dealing with Heat. There's even more players. Shine next up to the chopping block potentially. Yeah, dealt with by the Glock, and on the jump, I think Regali even saw Pepsor.
Yeah, he did. Doesn't want to reload his gun, wants to go for the head-on-head gunfight, and Pepsor will punish him for his transgressions. He's got the deep angle as well. Fiku's going to smoke it off. That's smart. could kind of just bait Nexa in here as well. It's all about how patient Nexa wants to be. Nexa's not waiting for Pepsor to push down Banana. He'll just step out, get the kill. That's his 25th frag. We've played 19 rounds here of Counter-Strike. Nexa's 25 kills. Nobody can hold a flame to him in the server right now.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Maybe this is the changes OG needed to unlock Nexa as the star player and not the IGL, because to be fair, in his tenure, he kind of had to take up the mantle of the IGL role. Like, he never was an IGL outright. He became this caller. He became this leader. He was always a very powerful rifler. So then you fit him and nestle him nicely into this category of IGLs that can also output a lot of individual efforts. But this is just something else. Full gun round, more notably, in for the eyeballers. Something that's lacking, well, it's an AWP on JW. He's been restricted to an A1S.
Yeah, that could be costly. Especially considering how important this round is for eyeballers. The fact that they're not going to have the luxury of that AWP. Look at the way they're set up right now. Very standard defense coming through from eyeballers. They know that they can't afford to slip up here. So they're not making any risky plays. They're not rolling the dice here at all. If this defense was a flavor, it would be vanilla.
And who doesn't love vanilla? 40 seconds left. Smoke dropped in for Sapek. Kind of locking the door at B. But it is still slightly ajar. They can still burst their way through. Pepsor tries to block the smoke, but it doesn't quite work. And he's actually going to keep fighting forward into this. Wants to make sure that Sapek is allowed to do his best work. And the flashbangs, well, that is unsettling. Fasher can still scramble things up. But it all depends. Because Sapek is going to be in the peripheral. Fasher finds one, and even spots out Pepsor at the back. Would need the kill, but Pepsor stands strong. And now there's not enough time to get over to the bomb site and plant the bomb. Because JW's on the other end of things. Just don't die after time. You've died after time. That hurts.
Oh, God. I don't think there was ever a way that he could have escaped that either. There was a player coming up, Banana. Big round for eyeballers to win. Huge defense over on the B-bomb side. I love the way Sapek goes about his business. In that round, this was the round before the anti-eco. Here's Sapek's multi-kill. Look how he forces the issue. He's using the molly. He knows that they are in an awful position, and that's why he wants to try and force the fight at that moment. Still life left in eyeballers as they go 11-9. Numbers remain alive in the round that they win as well, so they build up a bit of a buffer, B-Dog, and that's so important for the team here looking to make a comeback. Not a huge comeback, but certainly a fight back here for the CT side.
Yeah, they're still within chances because they kept the first half so competitive. And whilst this has looked pretty dominant for OG, there's always room. And we know, just from that first half, there's always mistakes within this OG roster as well. That round felt really slow. It felt like they had the right read of where they wanted to go, but the execution was just really limited because they left it way too late. And as a result, eyeballers say, okay, well, we'll just play in front of your utility. Because worst case scenario, we get one kill each, and then our rotations are here on the way. Best case scenario is exactly what happens. You've got the CT player rotating in, dropping all the utility, you're flashing your players forward, and they're just finding every single success. And from there, eyeballers do not have a single chance in that round.
Alright, should be getting back into the action soon enough here between OG and Eyeballers. Been a hell of an affair so far here on Inferno. The pick of Eyeballers. After this, we go to Mirage. Not at all a punish pick against Eyeball. It's just that they have made the roster change recently, so it's going to take some time to flesh heap into all of their maps. Into the game we go here once again. OG piecing together what they can afford. I mean, there's a Galil on the mix on Fasher. Pretty light in terms of utility as well. This is Eyeballer's opportunity to really start to climb into OG here again.
This is promising. It depends on how well this encounter goes. Okay, well, it didn't go great. Regali just completely breaks his neck. That was ridiculous. Pepsor now going for a little bit of an aggressive maneuver. Fasher caught with his knife out. Regali on the repeat. and the smoke deep into spawn allows Pepsor an avenue of opportunity. Meanwhile, OG look to capitalize on this by having one player so far out of position. And Nexa does it both. 27 and 8. Regali holding for second middle. This one is done and dusted. Sapek should be saving, mate.
Dink Regali, yeah, he knew Pepsor was somewhere on the flank, but perfect read from him there, scoped in as soon as he rounds the corner. And that is going to be OG back to winning ways. Sapek with no option but to head for the hills. Oh, man. It's pretty rough. You look at the money here for Eyeballers. They don't have a huge amount of round loss bonus behind them either. Great job from Nexa. Showing that he can do it in the anchor role and he can do it in the entry role as well. The tip of the spear leading the charge in towards that A bomb site. Blows the door wide open with the double kill in the entry. Regali's doing work elsewhere on the map with his 2 kills. That was the first one to open up the round. That's the frag that, you know, kind of gave the information to OG that Pepsor could be on a big flank, and he has the read from Regali.
It's also the kill that just accelerates OG straight in towards A. Whilst that was really good entry in from Nexa, it was also a really good call. Let's go now. Let's hit whilst we've got this timing. And that's exactly what happens. Look at the buy that Eyeballers have brought forward. Sure, you got a couple of M4s, but you got a Scout, an MP9 and a FAMAS all sitting and waiting in your arsenal. Going up against an AWP, going up against AK-47s. It's brutal. So too's that nade on towards Pepsor. 36 points of HP remaining. Needs to get out.
Alright, well, let's see what Eyeballers can get done here. It just looks so heavy in terms of their investment here. Lose this round. Map really starts to slip away for Eyeballers. OG again so happy to just take their time, spread themselves out. Way to try and punish any early aggression that comes through from the CT side. Again, Eyeballers have rolled the dice here. They've bet on red. That ball is spinning around the roulette table right now. OG feeling things out, keeping their options available as they poke and prod in towards both mid and banana. Eyeballers are salivating. They're hearing the util in towards the top of mid right now. They're hearing the footsteps, and they're thinking, guys, we've stacked up on the right side of the map.
Cool molly. Bounces in towards short. Gives more time. Heap could potentially do everything here, and he falls back even further. OG, you got 20 seconds left, mate. You got to go into the bomb site right here, right now. Nice shot onto JW again. It's Nexa, but are you ready for Graveyard? Potentially not. Keto will hit the shot, but again, still more players here. Another one at the back of the bomb site. He's just buying time. Shine. Oh, no way he stays alive. There's enough time, I think, just about. No, there isn't. Nexa can't manage it.
No?
Wait,
round
what?
over?
Yeah, round's over.
It's over, okay. Sorry, mate. I got confused there. I didn't actually see anything that indicated, and that sound's obviously not loud enough either. Okay, wow. Couple milliseconds left there. Defuse not completed in time. He ran out of ammo while he was wrapping around the bomb site, does Nexa. If he had a few more bullets left in the magazine on the AK, he gets that kill quickly enough time to plant the bomb. 12-10, Eyeballers still alive. OG have to eco. Man, they left that one late.
What a round from Shine. The fact he just stays alive. That's the entire reason why that round is undone for OG. Because the take itself was pretty sublime. And Nexus just hit his 30 bomb. And that's the kill to get it done. Really nice shots. He left on the sliver. They're going to reset. They're going to challenge this pit player now. Nade goes deep. Out towards the balcony they come. Basher wants to trade. He can't quite manage it. Shine and Heap doing everything in this round to keep Nexa at bay. But you can't really keep him at bay. This is scary.
Finally they'll be able to get the kill. Yeah, exactly. It's like zookeepers wrestling with the gorilla, man. Throwing nets, stun guns, doing everything they can to control the beast. It takes a whole lot of them. Nexa is looking deadly right now. 30 kills in 23 rounds. Eyeballers are still in this though, man. They're fighting. They're giving it gas. It's another eco from OG. Not ideal, but that's what the economic situation demands of them.
Wow, what a game. What a first map. We basically got a raid boss in Nexa versus the rest of the eyeballers. Flashbangs, feel pretty good. Fiku, does manage to get him out. And Basher hits a headshot. And JW unaware of Nexa out long. This round is crumbling apart.
It has crumbled. It's done. It's broken. The milk is spilled everywhere. Eyeballers are crying. Oh my goodness, that's a really rough round here for Eyeballers to lose. Such an important round. That was to level up the scoreline. A hero Galil. That's what Fiku had. It was pistols outside of that. And OG will maintain their lead. It's not the first eco round we've seen Eyeballers lose here on Inferno. Excuse me, I lie. It was Eyeballers who won an eco in the first half, right? Yeah, it was.
It's not the first eco we've seen win. Yeah. We are indeed. That's so wild, because that's a really similar play to what OG went for in the previous, and yet they just run it right back, and this time it's a lot more effective because you've got a player sprinting in towards pit and making sure that that area of the map is secured, which gives the room for your Deagle players to come out and deal with the player on the bomb site. There it is. Nice shot. Nexa gets a lot more time on his kill than he should.
Regali drew the short straw there. They didn't let him tuck all the way into the deepest part of the corner. And, well, that meant he died. Alright, there we go. OG can deal pretty much a killing blow here on Inferno if they can win this next round. It looks like Sapik wants to force the issue. He's playing on the opposite side of the half wall right now. Heap shot straight down middle. Niku's got that kill. Finally, Sapik's able to activate, but he'll go down to the Polish rifler as well. That is not the start of the round Eyeballers would have been hoping for when they came up with that plan.
And now they can reset as well. Now they can just go back in towards A. You don't need to commit in towards B. You know a rotation's going to come over at some point. You can find this A player, then suddenly you've got that site unlocked. Pepsaw JW tasked with the responsibility of, do we gamble back to A, or do we just sit tight? Oh, or maybe a decision's been made for them as Shine has just swung top mid during all of that with an MP9.
Round sort of simmering right now. It looks like OG have a very good call, a great read here out of Nexa. As they start to shift in towards AI ballers, you can't blame them for this decision. They've gone for the gamble stack over towards the B bomb site. Their logic is okay. We're in a 3 versus 4 right now. If we lose this round, we have to save guns. Let's just gamble stack B with 3 players. If they come B, we stand a chance of making something happen on the defense. If they go A, we're just going to save. And it means OG will get their 14th almost for free here at the end of the round.
No. I thought that was... sorry, Fiku, who was planting the bomb, and then he like jumped up and got off it. I was like, what are you doing? What's going on?
What's going on there?
But it's fine. Everything is okay. Yeah, it makes sense to save him, makes sense to gamble, because if they come to your bomb site, you give it a good go. If they don't, then, well, you save and you bring things forward into the next. 14-11, though. Eyeballers running out of opportunities here, and this is their map pick. Something you've definitely got to consider. Biku practicing his B hops. That's so wild, by the way, that bomb radius. The fact that Nexa is halfway across the map and it still does like half his HP.
Yeah. I mean, the radius is, yeah, just never shocks me. Never ever shocks me. It's crazy because on a map like Nuke, which is literally, you know, radioactive power plant, the bomb explosion range is normal on a nuclear power plant, Brandon.
Or if you think about it, they've got like walls and glass in place to like protect against such events. I feel like a nuclear power station would be a pretty good place to like. You wouldn't want bombs exploding, but if you could have them exploding anywhere, surely that's a decent place to have it because you've already got your protection in place.
Okay, I get that. I've never had someone
right?
give me like a sound argument, so I like that. There's some logic behind it. I can get behind that one. 14-11. Can't get behind this round yet for eyeballers. Oh man. OG are behind eyeballers because they're giving it to them right now.
Damn, okay.
Can they find a way to win this though? They got 2 rifles.
No way. Oh,
Nexa.
Alright, time to go home, eyeballers. Nexa says playtime's over. Nice shot, Sapek. But that's all it will be. Because Fasher gets the immediate trade. The bomb can now be planted. 15 on the board. And it all comes yet again from Nexa having a masterclass.
Yeah, just a brilliant performance from start to finish here from Nexa. So much impact in terms of defending that B bomb site in the first half, and been phenomenal to open up these bomb sites on the T side as well. I mean, I think Nexa is an IGL's dream to have an entry fragger like that, right? So
yeah, he's got to pat himself on the back.
Exactly, Nexa's his own dream at this point. He is the player he needs.
That was so gross. The transfer onto the second guy as well.
I mean, remember when he was in OG, he wanted to step back from the IGL, in G2, he wanted to step back from the IGL role and he wanted to just compete as a player. That's the role he wanted to fill. He backed his individual level at the highest level of the game. And we're getting a great display from him in this particular map.
Eyeballers take a pause. 30 seconds to deliberate. They have got a full buy here on the table. But they need to win 4 rounds of perfect Counter-Strike here in a row. Otherwise, OG would be stealing away their map pick. And OG, despite them looking a little bit rocky to kick things off in this first half, it feels like they've always really been in control. And that's all been orchestrated by Nexa.
I mean, the rounds they were losing were their own fault. It's not like they were being outplayed or beaten. They were crumbling in 3v1s, 4v2s, losing out to ecos. Once they've been able to brush up, they've been looking dominant. Nexa really in a league of his own. Nobody else on the server has 20 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
Nexa's on 33. Okay. 15-11. 4 map points for OG on their opponent's map pick. They're in the pursuit of victory.
Oh, nice trade. Oh, but Regali instantly on towards Pepsor. JW, oh, there's a chance to maybe catch Fiku through that smoke, but it doesn't quite happen. Heap sets himself up on towards the oranges. Yeah, look at that. JW repositions over as well. So 2 players lie in wait for OG if they elect to go down B. And look at where they're heading. Everyone's gathering, congregating towards the top of Banana Bomb. Yet to really commit, but now it starts to make its way up. Final stand here. At least you got 2 players. Oh no. No, don't go back.
Do you? Oh, I mean, scared about the flank that might be coming through archers now. Which is great for OG because it means that there's slightly less pressure on that B bomb site, although JW will arrive on the scene just in time. All 4 players grouping up for OG. JW's had a tough game individually, but he's made some good reads in terms of where he needs to stack up the defense. They need him to come alive in this round in particular. 4v3, Keto leading the charge, making his way forward. Heap cleared, taken down. That could be the frag. That is the beginning of the end here for Eyeballers on Inferno.
Yeah, no, definitely through the smoke, and Keto takes JW's head clean off. Regali's even holding this flank. It should be 1 bullet, and that will conclude it. OG 16-11 up against the Eyeballers, and coming up next, it doesn't really get any easier for the Eyeballers because we go to Mirage, we go to OG's home territory. Sure, the Eyeballers do like this map, they do play it an awful lot, but with that being said, OG, you got to feel with how comfortable Inferno looks, despite them making those individual errors, despite them losing some crucial rounds they really shouldn't have. Mirage feels like a lock-in.
Yeah, they were also getting better as the game went on, which is even more concerning for Eyeballers because it means that OG are going to carry that momentum now into their map pick. If Nexa keeps up that form and everybody starts to continue on that trajectory as well, then I think Eyeballers could be in some trouble, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, well, we're going to find out whether that is the case or whether Eyeballers can potentially bounce back into it. We're going to a break. When we come back, it will be that second map coming up for you straight after this.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everyone. Here we are, first map, OG. They pretty much dismantled the Eyeballers despite some really clever rounds coming out from the Eyeballers early on. But it felt like Nexa certainly was in control, not only with the call-in, but also with the frag-in, dropping 33 kills, which was pretty incredible. We now move on to Mirage. It's a map where I look for the likes of JW to kind of step up in individual form. It's where I look for Fascia as well from OG. Fascia is really good on this map in particular.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold you to that, and I think Eyeballers are going to be hoping that's not the case, because they have to win here on Mirage to take this to Ancient to try and keep themselves in the Pinnacle Cup 5. Of course, we're in the playoffs. It's the opening round of the playoffs. Both these teams came from the Swiss stage, and the winner books a date with Astralis. That's your reward for winning this game. Great. That's lovely. Good to know. But, yeah, we need to see some more out of JW in particular, I'd say. I mean, don't really think there were any individuals on the side of Eyeballers that were going absolutely crazy throughout the whole map. Heap had some nice clutches, I guess is probably the most memorable moments of Eyeballers throughout Inferno. The 1v2 and the 1v3 from Heap were really good, but they were all negative at the end of the map. JW just 9 kills to his name. So that's certainly going to have to get better and improve your Mirage if Eyeballers are going to stand a chance.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, but it's positive steps considering that Heap is at the top of the board. That's what you look to. That's really good. I speak about Sapek quite a lot when I kind of cover the Eyeballers, and I think the Sapek is a very prominent piece as well to the Eyeballers puzzle, the fact that he was second in the board as well. But I agree, look, we needed more input out of JW. I think, look, you can kind of write it off and just say, look, it's Inferno, right? We can brush it to the side. I don't want to be too critical, so we can say, look, it's Inferno. It's hard to really get involved, especially when you're having a back and forth on that first half where economy was kind of straying away from you. You never really had an opportunity to have an AWP, and by the time you're getting the AWP out in the gun rounds, you're not really in the best possible position. OG were outmaneuvering that AWP and its tendencies, so I feel like, look, we kind of put that to one side and we say, okay, this is what we need JW to step up. JW, of course, we're on the CT side of Mirage, I'm pretty sure. So the fact that you've got that going for the Eyeballers as well is a pretty big boom. And they were able to kind of take the pistols in Inferno as well. So all signs kind of lead to the Eyeballers potentially being able to build back into this game, and I don't want to write them off, but with that being said, that looked like a very comfortable result for OG, despite some of their key performers not really being there.
Yeah, that means things could only get worse for Eyeballers potentially if everybody starts to come online for OG, the rest of the players elevate their game by a few percentiles. We look at Mirage for Eyeballers. It's a map they've played 7 times in the past 3 months, winning it on 4 occasions. Most recent victories come against Aurora and Nexus. Now, the win over Nexus is a decent one. Nexus are a really solid Mirage team, but that win over Aurora is markedly more impressive. Of course, Aurora recognized as one of the best teams in Tier 2. Mirage has been a solid map for them. So for Eyeballers to have won there is great. And that was with Heap featuring in the roster as well, by the way. So that's a pretty relevant result on Mirage.
Yeah, I think that was here. I think that was in Pinnacle Cup to kind of get them on the run to get them through to the playoffs. So, yeah, fantastic stuff. And surely that's got to fill you with a little bit more confidence. Also, you're together, right? You're all in one place. You can have these 10 minutes or so in between the break of the broadcast where you can go away and you can go, okay, guys, we can get into a little team huddle. We can be together, and I was wondering about how that would affect OG kind of being away from everyone, but they seem completely fine. And for Eyeballers, we kind of felt like we were a little bit off the mark in some of these instances. There's still lots of time to turn this around in the series, and we're seeing some of the highlights that kind of nearly undid everything. This one was cool from Shine, right? Just staying alive right till the very end. Nexa has no chance to plant the bomb. Themselves on, build back into the game, but that was actually one of the last 2 rounds that they were able to achieve.
Next up, well, a lot of those kills in the highlight reel populated by him and his efforts because he just had such a great map on Inferno. And if he continues that form into Mirage, I'm going to be a bit worried. There's always the theory that when your IGL is fragging and having a great game individually, that translates into his calls. And I guess what kind of proves that theory to be somewhat true is if you look at the inverse, right? Look at if your IGL is having a very poor game individually, you would imagine that's going to affect his calls quite a lot, right? So the inverse of that, if he's having a great game, then that positive energy can flow into his leading, into his calling, and it can really affect the whole team.
Yeah, no, that's true. That really is true. Do you think, before we jump into this, the Eyeballers have got a shot? Can we see Ancient?
I would want to say no. I actually want to believe in this OG team. I want to believe that, they're the favorites. It's their map pick. They're looking solid. I want to back them to be consistent and reliable. But there were glimpses from Eyeballers. I've given you a very political answer right now, very middle of the road kind of thing. I'll say the door's open for Eyeballers. I don't think that it's completely locked in. We're going 2-0.
I don't want an on-the-fence answer here.
Well, there we go. I kind of leaned and said Eyeballers are still in this.
Okay, I don't think they are. I think OG win 2-0.
Okay, well, there we go. We're going to find out soon enough, aren't we? Because we're getting into Mirage here, second map of this matchup. We are live.
We are. And OG continuing on the T side where they left off pretty good results. Pepsor getting close with the dual Berettas. Getting inquisitive and nosy. But now dead. Fiku finds the opener. And now the smokes can all come in. OG are popping A.
Yeah, been able to gain some decent ground right now in towards jungle. They go. Fiku leads that charge, will decapitate JW. There's more where that came from for the CT side, though. Everybody for Eyeballers being thrust in towards snipers. Bodies hit the ground. Oh my goodness, the bomb plant just comes through there. But the round one off of frags alone for OG.
Yeah, alright, that's kind of wild. I mean, the fact that everyone is funneling through that position, the comms are there for OG. Let's just fight and kill them all. I mean, fair enough. What a perfect way to kickstart your campaign on this map. It's only a couple of casualties, 2 in total, and that's Heap finding both again. And now Eyeballers, they're ecoing because they want to get the rifles out as soon as possible.
I don't mind that option. It's become a pretty unpopular option in Counter-Strike. Lose the pistol on the CT side. Most teams go for the force buy. They've opted to just full save here and get those M4s. Means you're going to be a bit light on utility in that gun round. You won't have the AWP, but you'll have a decent contingent of weaponry. I think CT side of Mirage, you can get away with it. I don't think utility is as important on the CT side of this map as it is like Vertigo, Inferno kind of maps.
No one there. Oh,
There's someone there though.
Yeah,
it baits him out. It's all by design, you see.
Yeah, the old beta-roo. Love to see it.
Alright, well, the gun round is upon us. Eyeballers have their rifles in play. This was the plan. You can see what I was talking about the utility. Barely anything to work with coming into this gun round, and it looks like OG are going to go for a bit of a direct approach. I mean, early on in the round, they're flexing their muscles in towards middle, and then they're going to execute in towards, say, bomb site. Might not even be an execute, could just be so much as them walking in towards A, taking contact. Eyeballers are heavily leaning in towards middle right now here. Flash in, don't see anybody. Nexa fairly reserved behind the boxes, waiting for his opportunity to swing. 3 players looking in his direction. Now they need to move. Now they have to start forcing the issue towards A. Nexa's creating the space. He's taking their attention and he's taking names.
Oh no, and Fiku just finds 2. How is there not a kill in response here? Look at how low these HP bars are. And yet it's still being just decimated by OG. Fasher drops a MAC-10, now finds an M4. Shine is left all alone. This is an absolute disaster. But fair play from Nexa. There were 4 players looking at him, and he waited. He saw the shadow on the floor, which gave him the jump on towards Heap. And from there, Fiku did the rest.
Yeah, phenomenal work from Fiku there in terms of when he activates in Palace, getting that multi-kill instrumental in the round. Shine with no option but to save his gun. Really well worked round coming through from OG, and one heck of a statement made here as well on the T side, winning that gun round the way they do. Nex is zoned in right now, isn't he? He's in that flow state. Just looks so dialed in, calculated, pinpoint accuracy, reaction speed is great. Taps at range from Fiku. Things looking good for OG here at the start of their map pick.
Yeah, looking like it. Hopefully it's just a tiny techie pause and we can then get into the action and we can resume things. And yeah, we're good. That's fine. It was tiny. Here's some replays from the pistol and just how dominant OG have really been. This has been a masterful T side so far, and we just need contributions out of OG. Not OG, Eyeballers. Look at this one. There's a big contribution from OG and Nexa.
Well, let's see what the contribution's going to be here from Shine, because he's the one with the hero rifle coming into this eco round for Eyeballers, and they've boosted him up. We saw Eyeballers favor the boosts on their CT side. Eco round with a header hero rifle. Shine. Oh no, Nexa's going to get that kill. At least the rifle's picked up by JW, but he doesn't have armor. Heap does. That's why he's been given the M4. Good awareness to detail. I love the way that Nex is just riding this wave. He's taking gunfights right now because he knows he's in some great form. He's backing himself. He's putting himself in positions to have these gunfights offered up. Lovely to see somebody with that confidence.
He's feeling it. He really is feeling it, isn't he?
Yeah.
And now OG, all they can do is they can just pump the brakes, they can group together, and they can decide where they want to go off the back of all of this control. Mid-control is going to be such an important piece of the puzzle. That's why we saw Eyeballers challenge for it on their first gun round. Already going to be the case here. A bomb site open, ripe for the taking. And, well, if you're Eyeballers, you maybe send Pepzor in for a bit of a look, but outside of that, I think you save this.
Yeah, I mean, money doesn't look great. They've got the full round loss bonus behind them, though. Remember, $3,400 worth of accrued. You get 2 when you lose the pistol. And he says, well, let me just maybe put this to a bit of use here. Able to find a kill. They do want to chip away at OG's economy, which is already looking really good here after 3 rounds have been won. And it does look like they're going to heed your advice and carry these rifles through into the next round. So, will be OG's points on the board as they go up 4-0, but at least Eyeballers can take something away from this eco. Couple kills, few guns saved. Not a bad result.
No, it isn't, but this needs to change. When the only kills are on 2 players, it's a worrying sign, and we're now already 4 rounds deep into this tie, about to enter round 5. Bear in mind, Eyeballers need to win Mirage. This has not been the best of starts. Which is the complete opposite of what we saw on Inferno, right? They were straight off to the races. It was OG that had to build back in. It was OG that had to retake control of the game.
Yeah.
Now the shoe's on the other foot.
But, remember, it was also the mistakes Eyeballers were winning. Excuse me, it was the mistakes OG were making that was allowing for Eyeballers to win their rounds. So, now since OG have brushed up, things have become a lot more difficult for Eyeballers. They're not being given anything in these rounds. We have to see them find ways when nothing's being offered up. What's the approach going to be? Right now on the CT side, looks like Eyeballers have fallen back into a bit of a passive setup. 2 players on the A-bomb site, one sort of spotting middle, one cat, one B. No signs of aggression. The CT side know how important this round is right now.
Worst part is, this could just be a contact play out A. And if they contact walk right now, I don't think they're going to be ready for this. You can see the Pepzor is checking Palace, he just slides under. What's the call? Because if he walks into this, he's going to double up with Heap. But Fiku, he's ready for the trade and the follow-up on towards Heap as well. Fantastic stuff from Fiku. That's going to get the rotations over, but it's too late. The A-bomb site, yet again, unlocked.
Yeah, once again, it's Fiku as well. He's done it from Palace before. This time it's a double kill coming through from Ramp. His accuracy is just looking so good right now. Surgical precision out of Fiku with the rifle. 4 versus 3. Looks like Eyeballers want to consider going for the retake. JW tucked in towards jungle. He'll eventually get the kill onto Fiku, and he activates with the second frag. Okay, that just throws the round into disrepute. Now, all of a sudden, man advantage for Eyeballers. They've got the kits to work with as well. Fasher, he is the key in the round right now. Himself and Keto. Smoke on the C4. It's going to have to be a spam through the smoke to deny the defuse. Shine on that defuse will not be denied. And the round goes the way of Eyeballers. It's a very clean retake from them, all things considered.
Yeah, really good retake, and it always coming from the hands of JW. After these precise headshots and haircuts from Fiku, it's JW that wide swings and he catches Nexa off guard. And that really incentivizes the Eyeballers. They're in a position where we might go for it, we might give it a little look into, okay, Let's just take it. Let's get the round back. Fantastic stuff. Orps are out on both sides of the server now. JW armed with his. Regali has also equipped one for himself. Where is that Orp going? Over towards B. Oh, nearly. The flick down on towards Shine, but not the case.
Alright, well, this is the moment here for Eyeballers, right? This needs to be the start of their campaign. Has to be the catalyst that gets things going on the CT side. Couple consecutive rounds, build themselves into it, lose one, pretty much back to square one at that point. OG taking their time again, just posted up on angles. We saw them approach a number of their rounds on Inferno like this as well. Kind of wait for that minute mark. Then they start to move around a bit more, get a bit more dynamic. Look at the util retention here from the T side.
Yeah, that's key. The fact you still got an incendiary smoke at the 42nd mark. And Shine goes aggressive. And he catches out these players. He even spots out the bomb. That's big. Now Pepsil can activate into his connector and should have the backstab on Nexa, and he does. This is looking really good right now for the Eyeballers. Sapek stuck between these players, and Fiku just barbecues himself.
Okay, well, that's one way. Regali can't do anything to assist Fasher. Bit of a spam through the smoke, but there's no time left remaining. They're going to try and creep out of there and get out of dodge. They want to save their guns. Looks like it will be afforded to them. Makes sense, they got enough money to buy in the next round. They've just been shut down though, have OG. And there we go, Eyeballers come to life on their CT side. Couple consecutive rounds. Now there's something to get excited about. Now we have a game on our hands. Good positions just being taken up here by Eyeballers. Just intelligent positions here to get themselves those kills. You know what they say, never take a fair fight.
No, that is true, and a good reaction as well, right? Because you've lost control in towards mid, the common reaction from Mirage CTs is to get aggressive and force the issue. The fact that Shine wins the fight is massive, but also he gets all the info, which then activates the mid players. Flashbang through, Nexa can't see a damn thing. Heap finds the opener.
Alright, looking good. Eyeballers looking to try and break that T-side economy. Pepsil just tapping at range. I don't even think he could see Fasher there. Blindly tapping away. Eventually he'll get that kill. OG just being plucked apart at the start of the round. It's a 5 versus 3. They've got nothing to show for it. Some confidence coming through from Eyeballers as well, which is good to see. They're feeling themselves here, backing themselves in the gunfights. What's the approach going to be? Still a lot of utility here for the T side to work with. Keto in towards middle, trying to work his way through right now. There is a player in connector. Heap in the corner, has his head just absolutely demolished. Sapek's position compromised on Catwalk, but doesn't matter. He'll still win the gunfight anyway.
One time smoke as well towards Palace. JW sees one as well, which activates Pepsil on the wide swing. Regali, nice shot. Would need a few more, but not anticipating JW to be right there on the edge of the smoke. Alright, much better. I said they need to build back into the game, and they have done, and there have been some very calculated rounds, right? The Flash enabling this push from the Eyeballers. JW starting to arrive and fire out his AWP. Forcing a tactical timeout as well, out of OG.
Yeah. You look at the money, and they've got a decision to make here. Fiku and Nexa don't have enough for AK armor utility. Probably will still just eke something out, just spend what they can afford to. Regali can get an AWP. Makes sense to buy up if you're OG. You want to try and deny Eyeballers from leveling up the scoreline as well. Eyeballers they've just been quietly chipping their way away into this game here. Haven't been very explosive or crazy with the way they've won these 3 rounds. Just calmly collecting kills as the round goes on. That's because OG have kind of played this default style for the most part. Nothing defaults about this approach though. Where does the utility come from? Regali's got a flash. Nex has got a couple flashes and a molly. Oh, they're not waiting for the flashes. Never mind.
Oh, nice spam. Keto removed. VQ on the stairs player. We'll find Heap, and now he can plant. This is a really risky plant, just right out in the open. But I guess they've got pretty decent space. The spams coming through aren't really affecting OG too much. VQ is a little bit unsettled, but that's about it. 4 on 4, no flanks, and that's also being held by Fasher. And the possession of Connector now also being given up. JW will find the first, and now jumps in towards jungle, so offsets the positioning. Fasher needs to arrive from ramp, but he's also been spotted. They know that Regardie was also out of default. This one is not done just yet. Eyeballers can still get on the bomb. Nexa still needs to do with the diffusing player, and just about manages the last bullet of the magazine. The Galil gets it done, and OG find a way through.
Well, they say nobody knows the spray pattern of the Galil, and we've just been proven that's not true. Nexa does. How does he get that kill on the spray transfer with the Galil of all guns? I think the extra 5 bullets makes a difference. Let's see. Yeah, he gets the kill with the last 5 bullets in the magazine of the Galil. Any other rifle there for Nexa, and he runs out of ammo. The diffuser's completed in the smoke. That's crazy. What an insane round from Nexa again. 3 kills to salvage the post plant and deal a decisive blow to Eyeballers.
What a wild round. Fair play to Nexa. Keeps his composure even when the time pressure's really on, because that bomb was nearly there. Regali holding close. JW holding far. Different angles, but the same essence of responsibility. As OG again take the sting out of the game, they slow things right back. They're waiting for a reaction that isn't coming in at the moment. Could all be on Keto. When his arrival going to be coming out of Palace?
Really important round here for Eyeballers, just to make sure that things don't start to go awry. If they lose this round, their money becomes disastrous. Fasher going to get ahead of that HE grenade, so even though he's low on health, he will stay alive. Heap is in a very awkward position right now. Barely any room to work with the shots. Oh, he'll actually get the kill, but that's on the low HP player. He tries to go through the smoke. Nex is waiting on the other side, gets that frag, and the next victim will be Shine, as Nexa is bright on the server. And Sapik is a lone star.
What a shot on short. What a shot from Nexa. I don't know what his aim routine is and whether it's changed, but I want it.
Yeah, some great form coming through from him, man. So much fun to watch as well. I can remember me a Nexa kill. Nexa's flashy, Nexa's fun. Entertaining.
I thought you were going to carry that on.
Well, I could have, but didn't know how far to go with it. How long is a piece of string, B-Dog? That's what my teacher always used to say. Ma'am, how long does the essay need to be? And she'd say, well, how long is a piece of string? Kind of an annoying answer, you know.
It's a really annoying answer. I used to hate it when people say that. Look at this. Bang.
Boom.
Bye-bye. 6-3, and for all the hard efforts that Eyeballers were building in, OG have just slapped them right down. So much so that they've got another eco.
Yeah, say goodbye to the money here for Eyeballers. A hero rifle on Sapik is the only notable weapon at their disposal. And it looks like OG just going to group themselves up and bundle in towards the say bomb side. Eyeballers kind of have an inclination this could be the case. There's a player underneath the balcony, one towards triple as well. JW has his knife out. Oh, that's a kill on Taquito. AK picked up JW, you little devil. How much can he make with that? How much work can he get done with the AK is the question. Fiku swings straight out. Nice little spray down on the transfer. Okay, he pours cold water on the round.
Does he? Because Heap's just out of double dig. Okay, no, he does. 2 wallbangs. What is this round? We've had a knife, a double deagle headshot, and then 2 wallbangs to close it. JW. That's not allowed. Look at this from Fiku as well. This round have everything.
Yeah. Good to see that Nexa was actually laughing at the end of the round there. There was no frustrations or anything like that from OG, even though it was an anti-eco, they were still laughing their way to victory. Lost 3 players, that's okay. 7-3. Important round coming through for Eyeballers is an open play for JW. And, oh, I love this call from OG so much. I really love this type of a round when you've got the lead 7-3. You know your opponent's against the ropes. Go for that aggressive play in towards the B. Bomb side utility over the top. Shine force backwards initially, but takes out again. Gets himself a kill. Fiku will be dealt with decisively by Shine as well. And that's a 5v3. Great form on the defense here over from Eyeballers at B.
Yeah, that's rough. They just didn't commit into it. It felt like half the players were ready and half the players weren't. And as a result, that's why you get this split coming through. Shine just keeps on firing. Has even got opportunities to find more. Regali, next up, Shine. Get the ace. No Pepsaw. It's just Shine's moment. Pepsaw wallbangs Nexa. But yeah, it really felt like the coordination just wasn't there for OG. They just weren't all ready. They weren't all on the same page. Half of them stopped at that smoke and half of them committed through.
Yeah, you're right. Shine, well, he's not going to hang around and ask any questions. Snapping up a quad kill there. Great impact coming through from Shine, who actually only had 1 kill so far on the map coming into that round, by the way. So that sequence of frags there would have done wonders for his confidence. And it's now it's OG who are against the ropes economically. And look at this round. Look at this call.
This is wild. But it... Oh, I was going to say, but it works. Oh, I guess it kind of does. Pasha Keto, even more impact. Nexa on the spray. Deals with heat. 2 versus 2. Explosive rounds. And then you're not ready for Shine re-peeking. Zapak's in connector. Nexa's going to overlook this one. And the Eyeballers find another.
Yeah, really important rounds being won here by Eyeballers, just showing that they're able to keep up with the pace, keep up with the tempo that OG are playing with. We saw them go for the direct approach in towards the B-bomb site. That was shut down. Then they go for the fast-paced play in towards A. That gets dealt with as well by Eyeballers. Now OG are going to have to go back to that default-based play. Much slower, taking calculated control, then working into an execute. Gimmick play is not going to be working out. Not going to be enough to just win the half outright here for OG.
Again, this is one of those things where Eyeballers can still make a contest of this first half. And if they recover this really well, then we've got a conversation piece on our hands. This one feels like it's done already because it's just pistols. There's no utility. We're getting a contact play out towards B. This should just be mopped up.
Historically for Eyeballers, they actually struggle quite a lot more on their CT side than the T side of this map, by the way. 40% win rate on their CT side compared to a 57% win rate on their T side. So if Eyeballers can just survive this first half here, if they can just weather the storm, they'll feel like they're certainly in with a shout going into their T side. I mean, even if they're down 6-9, I don't think they'll completely count themselves out. Obviously, they would never count themselves out, but they'll still fancy their chances at 6-9, I think.
I think so. I think the way they've built back into this game as well means that we're set up for a really blockbuster finish. Nade's perfect. Shine. Yeah. Have a mate. Oh. There we are. He got 3. In fact, 4 right at the very end.
2 quad kills for Shine defending that B-bomb site. That one... Yeah, we won't give it as much credit. It's against the eco. It's against the pistols. Easy frags coming through for him. Here's the round that matters for OG, where they want to just try and make sure that they keep themselves in front here. Lock in the half win at the bare minimum. If they lose this, though, then they're staring down the barrel of losing the half because they won't have any money to invest in the next round if they drop this one, will OG. Could still lose this half 8-7.
Is this going to be the silent drop, or is this going to be holding for feet? Oh, 1 and 2. Keto starts this round off perfectly for OG. Good trade out of heat, but the player advantage is still with OG at the moment. And they've scaled. They're in towards jungle right now. You've got to really be careful. If if you are eyeballers, Heap goes on a little bit of an adventure, but all he finds is bullets to the brain.
Yeah, lots of adventures being gone for here for eyeballers, right? Couple players pushing ramp, phasing through the smoke. You can understand why Heap has felt compelled to make that play. Round is ready to fallen apart. Wait, oh no, this could be a big problem. The bomb carrier is coming through Palace right now, but JW is not considering this at all. That's so rough. Thankfully, Regali will catch him completely off guard. Last player left alive is Shine. He'll go for this because it's the last round of the half coming up after this. He's had 2 quad kills already. You think he's got 1 more in him?
There's a chance. I mean, there's always a chance. He's got smoke and a kit, more importantly. But these crossfires feel really difficult to try and break through, especially when everyone is just huddled up in towards jungle. There's going to be a lot of spam. Shine hoping to maybe go for a ninja. I think that's currently the play.
Does he get it, B-Dog? No chance, right?
Do you know what? Yeah, he does.
No. You got the wrong script, mate. They edited that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sorry to break it to you.
No, that's fine.
I just bait Fiku to his death.
I like the drama.
Yeah.
Does he live?
I'm all for it. Yes, he does.
Yes. Nice. All right.
Good effort. This was Kito's double kill to open up the round, though. Round pretty much won at that point. Not only because of those 2 kills, but then the after effect, the moves it forces out of the CT side. Heap having to push through a smoke like that, he essentially offers himself up as well. So that double kill from Kito and the knock-on effect, beautiful. OG lock in the half win at the bare minimum, and I feel like it's really important for them to walk away from this first half with the lead intact, considering the way they'd started.
Yeah, for sure. Especially some of the rounds they've won have been off really good calls. Nexa has done a really good job at kind of implementing everyone into this. And I think that's the biggest difference. We compared Inferno and we said, look, Nexa was performing and punching well above his weight. He dropped 33 kills. Where's the next highest on the team? I think there was a comment that I don't think a single player actually had 20 kills beyond that on the server. It might have been when the game ended. But take a look at the kill distribution for OG. We just saw it on the screen. You can see it in the bottom right. Everyone is contributing. That's exactly what this team needs.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good for OG when everybody's contributing. Everyone's chiming in. They make a convincing case for themselves and why this group of players have been band together. Eyeballers looking to rule middle with an iron fist right now, throwing numbers at the situation. But only at the start of the round. As that initial wave of utility starts to fade away, they'll fall back. And OG will assume control. OG just taking their time. We've seen them with this approach a couple times here on Mirage and Inferno as well. Prolonged gunfight between Shine and Regali is won out by Shine, but there's an immediate response out of Fasher, and he might not be done with the 2 kills either.
They've seen the player con. Fasher knows. They can now all activate. Look at the acceleration that's being given.
Wow.
Pepsor dropped. This starts off as a 5 versus 4 for the eyeballers, and now it's a 0 versus 4. OG. Look at Fiku getting animated as well. We love that.
Yeah, this was the quad kill, the heroics coming through from Shine, but that was the last round they were able to win. OG cap off the half by winning the 14th and 15th round. (9-6). They carry a 3-round lead into their CT side. Mr. B-Dog. They're leading the series 1-0 right now as well. This is their map pick. All signs point to OG versus Astralis in the quarterfinal. Can Eyeballers fight back on the T side? I mentioned in the first half, they normally do most of their heavy lifting on the T side of this map. So at least that stat line bodes well for them.
I just think the caliber of competition they faced is vastly different to what we've got in OG right now. But that's going to be the tripwire. Very slow start. Fasher holding for mid. Spots the player underpass. Pepsor. Well, the jig is up. Drop smoke in Con. Fasher holding for this push. Flashbang not good enough, but he gets the info anyway. And Regali is just tucked on this balcony, being baited in so well by these two defenders. Shine will still clear him anyway, but not before Regali removes him and strikes for even more on short. Fasher chimes in with another. The A bomb site, it is open, so there is still chance for a plant.
Yeah, more than just a planter. They could still win this. You know, Fiku and Nex are both low. He's faked the plant out though to force the fights. That's not the play. It's given time for the rotations. Okay, at least it's not going to punish them. They will still be able to get the bomb down here. Heap needs to do work, but as he swings out, he loses his head as well. It's only Pepsor left remaining in the 1v5. Few low HP players to deal with. There's a kit on Nex though, and it's going to be impossible. The defuse being stuck. Pepsor peppers them down. But the round is won by OG as they get themselves up to double digits. Now, Regali was cleared there by Shine, but it's one thing to get the information. You need to get the kill, and Regali punishes.
Yeah, nice shots at the end here for Pepsor, but unfortunately it doesn't really quite work out. I love the speed of the rotation from Fasher as well. That was almost instantaneous. Nex has been knifed, which isn't very nice. However, Regali, I was going to say was taking scalps, but he isn't, and in fact, he might just die through the wall when he does. JW, he's tagging up people with the scout, looking for potentially even more, as OG are ready to collapse on middle. This has to be a success for them, otherwise this round is going to go down in flames.
Yeah, I mean, Keto does get a kill back, but he's taking damage in the process. Fiku's been tagged by JW as well. Round looks pretty good for Eyeballers right now in the 4v4 and the damage they've inflicted. Bomb in towards middle. They've dumped pretty much what utility they had left remaining. One smoke is all they have to transition from here into a bomb plant. Two players on either side right now for the CT side, kind of just hedging their bets. This is where the Palace player becomes so lethal. It's all about the timing on the push out of Heap. Keto wants to explore, and well, he finds out the hard way.
Did Fasher get hurt?
I think so. I have a feeling he was.
Nice shot from Fiku. I don't think they know, you know. Oh, no, they do.
Well, they do now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. I was worried, but Fiku finds another kill. Where's Nexa in all of this? Nexa's so far away to kind of get involved, but it's just Fiku taking heads. JW is suddenly in a 1 versus 3. This is ridiculous.
Bombs plants a default, by the way. There's a Kitcher on next. That's why JW is trying to reposition himself in towards CT. This might be the only way JW can win the round right now. Fiku's the one defusing. He doesn't have the kit, but it's okay because Nexa will get the kill. That is so rough for Eyeballers. How has that round fallen apart so easily? Well, I guess I know the answer. It's one word. It's not a word. It's a name. Fiku.
And also, if you want to be a bit critical as well, look at how many fights they give in isolation. There's the first, there's the second. Oh, look, 3. All given over to Fiku. He's 30 HP, but you're peeking him one by one by one. And you can't give him that opportunity, because that is the only way back into the round for OG.
Right, well, Eyeballers going to have to eco as a result, and that's just disastrous for them here on Mirage. Can they at least dent that CT side economy? A couple kills here with these hand cannons would certainly be welcome. But
What?
Doesn't look like it's going to happen, I'm afraid. M4A1 has superiority.
Nexa. Alright, Nexa's in the server. In case you didn't know already. I also like keeping a track of... like how long the game's been going on for. Right, this is 12-6. It's been going on 35 minutes. Like, that's how dominant this has been. Like, there's not been, painstaking rounds back and forth where we've had these long, detailed, after plant with retake scenarios that adds 40 seconds to the clock. This has been punchy.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, OG did have a lot of direct rounds, quite a lot of aggression to the T side, a few defaults sprinkled in there as well, but you're right. It's been a fairly explosive affair so far here on Mirage. And Eyeballers' campaign is going to blow up here in the Pinnacle Cup 5 if they pretty much lose this round here. No money in the bank. 13-6 becomes 14-6. Surely an unrecoverable position against OG on their map pick. Don't want to realize that reality. Mid control gained. Lots of utility here for the T side as well.
Is there a flash coming over? Looks like Viku's prime for it. No, okay. He just swings. And he kills JW. Really?
Just like a triple burst there. Peek, re-peek, swing out, eventually get the kill. That looked too easy. Nex has been waiting patiently on that angle, eventually rewarded for his patience. And that's awkward for Eyeballers because they were kind of relying on the apartments there to split in towards B. Oh, yeah. Fiku. Is he just choosing to play with the FAMAS at this point? Finally, he'll pick up an AK. But how many kills did he get with that French rifle?
6 or 7.
Too many.
He played this really well. I mean, the first swing I thought was audacious, but it just happens. And then here he just plays off the contact, and Nex has even thrown another flashbang in to secure it. That was a gun round.
That was a gun round, yeah.
That was a gun round. Okay. That didn't look like one.
Oof. That looked like it should have landed.
True.
Hard lines, Regali. Eyeballers, this game is slipping away from the meta rate of knots. I wonder what it's like for JW not playing with Flusher anymore.
I think he'll be happy for him, but also sad. It's been an awfully long time since they weren't playing together. But with him leaving, it presents opportunity. And yeah, again, what we can say is that Heap has been playing very well this series. And overflowing towards A. Keto only finds one, as we kind of get a little bit nostalgic, but Regali will do with Sapek. Bomb does go down, so this is already a round win in my book for the Eyeballers. It's just whether they can find any more success. Pepsol can be pretty deadly on the Deagle, but Nexa, well, he's pretty deadly all series long, as it's just up to JW. He has 7 points of health left, and he's dead to dual Berettas.
Well, at least they get the bomb plants and 2 kills in the round there for Eyeballers. We weren't expecting a huge amount out of them. Just to kind of talk about that and highlight it a bit more, JW and Flusher started playing in CSGO together in Epsilon, February 2013. They then joined up in Fnatic together. They played there until July 2016 together, so that's over 3 years in CSGO. They were teammates. They were then in Godsend for another 6 months together. Back to Fnatic together for another couple of years until they split up for the first time. That's when Flusher went to Cloud9. Remember that one? Back to Fnatic for Flusher after that. Then they played in Hellslayers and then Eyeballers. So they've spent a good part of 6 years playing Counter-Strike together on a team. More. 7 or 8 probably.
More.
Anyway.
Yeah. Regali could be caught off guard here. It all depends on the short swings. Nice shot onto Shine. JW firing back but can't see anything because of that defensive smoke that's been put down by Fiku. Mid control's been gathered at the very least. No reaction yet for OG. The heap is quite low and Keto has nestled himself in towards Sandwich.
No, Heap leading the charge right now. Will clear out the Sandwich player. Really important kill there from Heap to open up the safe bomb site. He's not content with just the one. Unfortunately, he gets his utility out after the second kill, which will cost him his life. 3 versus 3. Absolute must-win round here for Eyeballers. There's literally no two ways about it. JW in the ladder room. How long does he watch towards Connector? Surely not going to take his point of view off that position. Yeah, now he knows Viku's there. Bait's being taken away from JW as well. Eventually he'll step up, but he's missed the shot. That could be a big problem. Fiku knows where one of these two players is. Now it's up to these CT players to figure out where Sapek is located. Smoke on the C4. Fasher. Oh, missed shots from Sapek. Oh, it's brutal for Eyeballers. But there's no one defusing. There's no one defusing the bomb.
Yeah, that was no time.
Well, I don't know. Someone could have got on the defuse there, I think, towards the end.
I think if Fasher got on it, but he didn't. Instead,
it wasn't Fasher's responsibility. It should have been Regali.
Or oh yeah, he did have a kit. It didn't look like when I was watching that back, it didn't look like Regali had a kit. No, he doesn't have a kit. Look, did he die?
He
died.
Might have died to the bomb
died.
explosion.
Yeah. Well, economics, Regali, you should be buying a kit here.
Yeah.
But regardless, Eyeballers win away another round. 14-7. Keto tucked up on Palace, and they're just walking out here. And a boost. Look at how fast this is. Regali, none the wiser. Still got to get past Keto, though. And yeah, they have. JW's just headshot him. I didn't even see that.
Okay, oh, well, Fiku didn't see much there either, as Pepsol will dispatch off him, only next left remaining, 1v5. Just wants to try and chip away at a few of them here. There's some low health on both JW and Shine, so need to proceed with caution. Nex has picked up an incendiary. He's got a kit, but there's no way he wins this. I'll just get like a Nexa tattoo if he wins this 1 versus 5. I don't know. Call him Sexa in every single game I cast from here on out.
Right. I just wasn't ready for that. Fair play. 14-8, and also the economy is dwindling a little bit here for OG. I think they're going to have a partial, yeah. Alright. Eyeball is still really in contention here. The game is not done.
Well, it's a massive way back here for Eyeballers, and this is just to try and find a decider.
Oh, his feet have been spotted.
Alright, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. This is an eco round, by the way, for OG. And it's a good read from Eyeballers. Immediately after that contact is taken at ramp, they're like, yeah, we're just going B. Straight up, no hesitation. It's only Regali here. Desert Eagle, no armor. He needs one frag. Get one kill, Regali. There we go. Desert Eagle headshot locked in. His team are in a winnable position.
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, dear. Nexus jumped in front of Keto, who was trying to kill JW. Now, Keto says, oh, Nexa, thanks for the M4, mate. I'm out of there.
Really unfortunate what happened to you, but I'd hate to see this gun just go to waste.
That is awkward.
14-8, are we believing? 14-9?
Yeah, I am. I was about to go 14-9.
14-9? I don't know. Still so much work to do on this T side. No room for error. Gonna be a gun round here for OG. All right. Here we go, up on either side of the server. Numbers in towards mid for both teams. Fashes drop lowers. OG look keen to contest middle right now as JW's gun barrel spotted is the question. Fasher can't fall back. Gunfight forced upon him. And that's going to be an opening kill for Eyeballers.
I think he could have fallen back.
I think so too.
Very curious. But a good start for the Eyeballers. As they just take a moment. And they're regrouping. They're going towards A. And this is the right move. Because look at this. OG. They're really willing to contest mid. Zapek is still here. And has been dealt with. But not before he finds Keto. Now the bomb site is open for business. Red carpet rolled out.
Yeah, Fiku desperately scurrying across in towards CT right now, Regali with that Orcus on stairs. This is so awkward for him. The flash has blinded him up into high heaven. And Fiku now has no option. He's just going to have to commit to the savior. Nexus already accepted his fate. Great kill on Regali. That flash frag there. Such a simple conclusion to the round for Eyeballers. Staving off the threat. That's double digits now for the Swedish squad. I mentioned that the T side was where they would get their heavy lifting done. It took them a while, but that's going to be their 4th round in a row.
They're doing it. They really are building back in, and momentum is with them as well, which is the most important thing to note. And the issue you have now, if you're OG, is that sure, the lost bonus is building. I guess you can buy with this. Fasher could drop an AWP to Regali. Regali could drop over an M4. It's possible, but you're kind of feeling a little bit hot under the collar. Fasher definitely could have run off there. Like 100%. And OG's decision to fight mid, whilst it felt good in the moment, they really got blindsided by the ultimate play that was going on. And that was over on the A bomb site.
OG should buy up here. Fiku can drop a rifle. Fasher can afford an AWP even if he wanted one. Not going to be his choice. They could even just buy down to $2,000 and essentially guarantee a gun round in the next as well. Regali would just have to be the one to play with the Deeg here. And I think that's going to be their option, actually. I think that's going to be what they go for. I like this. They've got the $3,400 round loss bonus. Have a very decent set of weaponry to work with here. I wouldn't go so far as to call this an eco at all.
Yeah.
Smart money management out of OG in the 27th.
Grenade as well. Softens up Pepsor and JW for one-shot headshots with these M4s. Heap holding for the boost. Doesn't find a player. Sapek! What on earth is that? VQ and Nexa has already fallen. MP9 trying to get close. Sapek will be dealt with, and Pepsor as well. And that was his teammate's flashbang. And Keto one-tap Shine. This is masterful. And Keto, who's on for the ace, he will get denied, but what on earth was that?
I'm like, what is that shot on the Palace player? Rubbing my eyes, I can't believe what I've just seen from Keto. That is an insane 3rd kill. I mean, first of all, with the MP9, salvages the round with the double, throws it away, picks up the AK, and then just absolutely destroys Shine. Even adds one more to the tally with JW, and that is a devastating blow dealt to Eyeballers.
And that's all orchestrated off the back of a failed team flash as well. They just wanted to get the trade. Instead, they traded the round away. VQ now moving forward. And nade does, again, softening damage to allow headshot potentials in the 1-bullet range. Eyeballers are taking space. B has been a success story for them in the past, but it's been reinforced by 3 players here for OG. What a read this is out of Nexa.
Yeah, Eyeballers still have options available to them with Heap towards the bottom of ramp right now. They've got control of Catwalk. I think Sapek's in ladder room right now, or snipers. That B bomb site's going to be feeling some serious pressure right now. You were mentioning a great read from Nexa, unfortunately. They've all shifted off of that B-bomb site because of the position he's got in apartments right now. He's so deep in apps that they're playing off of his forward position. But there's a gap. And there's a spam. Heap completely blinded. Gets the kill on Keto. Fasher will get Pepsor with his back turned, and now they make their way in towards this B-bomb site. Eyeballers have mollied off Nexus. There's a really good chance that there could be somebody in towards apartments. Fasher does damage on the cross. He's trying to take attention away from Nexa. He goes down to JW. Nexa forcing his way forward right now. He will get a kill, but then dealt with. 3 versus 2 Eyeballers fighting to keep themselves alive, and I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I think so too, especially with that cross. Shine's just made his way towards the empty pillar. And he wide swings and blindsides both Fiku and Regali. Really nice round, and unfortunate because it looked like OG had all the right pieces in the right places. But they get a little bit uncomfortable. And even this kill on towards Heap, it just sells the idea even further. 15-11. We're at this stage once before on Inferno. And now we're here again, except the buy that Eyeballers are contending up against is a lot easier to manage and maintain.
Yeah, 15-12 ripe for the taking. Only threat here is Keto with the M4. And it looks like Eyeball is just grouping themselves up. They're going for a very simple approach right now. Who's on that side of the map? It's Nexa and Fiku. Kevlar on Nexa. Desert Eagles on both players. Should be no chance. That's a nice shot there from Fiku on the cross. That's going to bait Nexa in potentially. If he could get one more kill, 5v3, who knows what happens from there. Heavy rotations out of OG right now in towards B, but they put the brakes on, and with good reason.
Oh, Heap. Worming his way through this A-bomb site. Regali's only on a USP. And Heap, I imagine, is going to come and clear him. Although back turned, Heap finds Fascia in all of that exchange, and Regali on the USP trades him out.
Okay, Bonplank going to come through here at the bare minimum for the CT side. A rifle's been picked up. Keto and Nexa with the 2 rifles on the retake. Kit is not in play here, of course, with this being an eco. Oh my god, look at the deep position in CT right now. Shine's not considering this for the life of him until he does. Oh my goodness, Shine Spidey senses tingle 2 versus 2. OG, do they still have a crack at this? It looks like they want to. Regali with that USP is the one who puts himself on the end of the fishing rod as the bait. Sapik will double down. 15-12, Eyeball is still alive.
Shine, what on earth is that clearing towards deep CT? How has that one happened then? That's fantastic. Nexa didn't know what hit him. After some good shots, it's Eyeballers that still remain vigilant and still remain in this hunt. Overtime needed if we want to get to Ancient. Regali's back on the AWP.
Yeah, what, 2 gun rounds between here and overtime for Eyeballers. Fascia in towards lowest, spotted out. Chip damage done. Oh, it's very awkward for him. Doesn't even have safe passage to completely fall back. That's why he's hesitant and reluctant. Eventually will get out of dodge though. Breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, Eyeballers. Now, well, not really doing a huge amount. Quite happy to just sit out passively, defaulting. Casting a net across the map. Looking to see if they can catch any aggression. They were close, but one slipped through that net. It was Fascia. Now the run boost for the peek in towards middle. Fiku not holding a direct line. OG have stacked up connector. Snipers, jungle.
Oh, look at this molly. Oh, Heap's aware. What a shot. That deals with the Palace player, Fiku. Oh, that will not be long for this world either, although he anticipates Shine. Fascia overwhelmed currently as they run him down in jungle, and JW catches Fiku. This is feeling a lot better. The acceleration and the decision making from the Eyeballers just feels all on point right now. And Regali is left all alone, and guess what? He's being boxed in. Nice shot. We would need a couple more. Okay.
Wait.
Don't give this one away, Eyeballers.
He doesn't have a kit.
No, he doesn't, and he's not going for it ever, but there's no need to peek him. Please don't.
15-13, Eyeballers creeping closer and closer. Keep in mind they lost to that eco where Keto with his MP9 gets the multi, picks up the AK and does further damage. Is that going to be a fatal round for them to have lost? Regali. Oh, that's a bit brutal.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
devastating.
If he stays alive there, they probably go for the investment here, you know. And they might still. But there's no money for an AWP.
Yeah, he wouldn't have it. Did he? He had armor as well, and he was on 100 HP.
Man thought, listen, it's not Inferno or Ancients. I could stand wherever I want.
I think you've got to eco now. I feel like the win condition here for OG is the AWP. We've seen how potent the Deagles can be. Yeah, Nexa's buying down to about 1.5. Regali will be definitely a little bit less. Yeah. Eyeballers are doing it.
Eyeballers have pushed this the distance. But they need to tread lightly. They have to proceed with caution. They're skating on thin ice right now. No need to do a backflip, boys. Oh, they're going to bomb their way straight into B, aren't they? This is a really bold call coming through from them right now. There's 2 players for the CT side over on this part of the map. This can unravel so quickly. Heap's been able to get out. There we go. Opening kill found. No chance for Pito. Oh, it's Fiku, excuse me. All right. Heap staves them all off, and that is round number 14 for Eyeballers. Brute force approach works out perfectly.
Heap just ran through his team's mollies because he knew he wouldn't take too much damage from his teammates' grenades, and he just kills them all. And you know what? I rate it so much. That's unbelievable. Really nicely done. Okay, 1 round of Counter-Strike left. I said we're in this position before on Inferno and it didn't look possible. It didn't look possible at the moment on Mirage, but now it does. And that was flawless. And that's got to fill you with confidence. OG, surely you throw these MP9s away. Or find yourself an AK.
Yeah, I think Hito is going to do the latter. Fasher will definitely drop his MP9 in favor of an M4. This is such a ballsy call coming through from Shine in this 15-13 round. Charge straight in towards the B bomb site. Let the SMG do the work. We have gone the full 30 here on Mirage. Will there be more rounds left in the story, or is this where it ends? Do OG do them dirty and win 16-14, or do we wipe the slate clean and run this into overtime? Eyeballers, they want a moment to discuss things.
You said they had a shot. You said they had opportunity to bring this in, and I scoffed. And I said no chance, but their T side, as you mentioned again, has been looking really, really good. OG, it just feels like they can't deal with it. What I want to see out of OG in this round, for being honest, is just real aggression in towards mid. I know it's risky, but that's where they've been losing the most amount of control. We've seen it towards underpass. Haven't seen a couple of players just force the issue. Flashbangs forward, taking that space. That's what I'd want to see.
Alright, well, let's see what we will witness here in the 30th round of Mirage. Is it the final round of the series, or do we... Oh, wow. Wait a second, are they just going to go all in? It looks like OG have a good idea this is going on right now. They've got 3 players of their own over in towards this B bomb site. Regali draws first blood, second to his name as well. Eyeball has stalked him into the initial plan, but it will fail. They are doomed, and OG win the series 2-0.
Okay, well, I didn't expect that out of the Eyeballers whatsoever, but Nexa clearly did. And that is why I'm here talking and not in the game. What a call to have 3 players there from OG, and Eyeballers run it straight into their setup, straight into the trap, and that is the 1 round of Counter-Strike that knocks the Eyeballers out of contention here at Pinnacle. Yeah. They won't progress any further. OG, they carry on, and they set themselves up a quarterfinal with Astralis.
Who was the extra player that they added to the defense of this B-bomb site? It was this man on your screen right now. It was Regali. Look at what he does. Look at what the extra player, the difference you have from that AWP. The 2 kills to shut down the execute before it even begun. Bold call from Shine to go for back-to-back B rushes there in the last 2 rounds of regulation. OG punish, and like you say, they book a date with Astralis in that quarterfinal. Let's bring the bracket up so we can actually see the way that things have developed. We've had a couple of our round of 16 playoff matches. Well, once it's ready, if we get it ready, we got another match coming up later anyway, B-Dog, where we're going to break it all down.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do, right? Coming up next is Ecstatic taking on 00 Nation, and of course that 00 Nation is the Bird from Sky new development project. Really exciting stuff. That one kicks off in about an hour or so, so we're going to head to a break. When we come back, in fact, I don't want to go to a break yet. I want to see the bracket. No. Let's take a look at it. Let's see how it's developed. There it is. OG Astralis has set up the 3rd quarterfinal alongside Espionage, Furia, Eternal Fire, Monte. Who is going to join in the quarterfinals, and who is going to face off against Bad News Eagles? Will it be Ecstatic or will it be 00 Nation? We're going to find out all of the answers to these questions just after this break.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10 GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Julep, julep, julep,
when your heart is racing.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Now it's us.
Welcome back in, everyone. 1 best of 3 out of the way, and now we have another one. Ecstatic taking on 00 Nation. But before we get started, before we kind of get involved too much heavily into the individual matchup itself, I'd love to take a look at that bracket. I'd love to see kind of where we are and where we're heading. Because if you didn't know, guys, look, pretty much all of these round 1s of the playoffs, it's all teams that have made it through the Swiss. And suddenly, you've got the matchups against each other, and then you go through to the invited teams. OG versus Astralis, already a banger in the quarterfinals. Espionage Furia, incredible quarterfinal. Eternal Fire and Bonte feels like a semi-final, but it's not. It's in the quarterfinals. And here, we've either got Ecstatic or 00 Nation taking on Bad News Eagles. I'm excited to get this one underway. Both these teams looking really sharp at the moment. 00 Nation is not the 00 Nation you would kind of expect. And I guess that's probably the best place to kind of talk about that one, Hayes.
Yeah, there's been some serious changes over in the 00 Nation camp. They've shifted across the planet from South America to Europe, and they've got themselves a very difficult matchup here against Ecstatic, who are in some very good form at the moment. But should still be fairly evenly contested, as we do get a look at the 00 Nation roster. A cluster of European players, Bird from Sky, obviously formerly a part of the Copenhagen Flames project that then went under. Himself now in 00 Nation at the helm of the project. Searson, who's been out in the wilderness for a while, has found himself a home as well. JDC recently departs Mouse. Nico out of OG was standing in there for a long time. But the player that I'm kind of the most excited to see really see what he's capable of here at the higher level is Susp. He's kind of been floating around the Swedish scene for a while, but never has he played alongside players as established as these individuals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And 00 Nation, you would familiarize themselves with South America. However, this was the organization that got taken over by Nordavind. So, in fact, the entire organization is Norwegian, which is a pretty cool little fun fact I like to bring onto the broadcast whenever I commentate 00 Nation. Ecstatic. Look, you got Salazar, who is a really promising up-and-coming AWPer, has been really consistent, which is something I really wanted to get out of Salazar when he first joined the squad. Obviously, it was going to take him a while to integrate, but he has been phenomenal. Kragan, Queenix, they make up the old, and I'm talking old, Masonic core that came over to this team initially. Nodios, been playing on Tricked for a while, has joined, and Patty from Astralis Talent, a young selection of Danes, and I think this team's really good. Going on merry deep runs.
I agree with you. I think that the ceiling for this Ecstatic team is actually impressively high as we do shift ourselves into the veto. Let's see what maps are going to feature in the series. All right, Overpass and Mirage out of the equation first up. Anubis picked by 00 Nation. That's a good pick for Static. They don't mind the Anubis pick at all into them.
Yeah, the vetoes again, quite similar. Vertigo being picked up by Ecstatic. And 00 Nation elect to start on the T side. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, I'm pretty excited about that. They decide to start on the T side. Oh, I'm rubbing my hands together. Vertigo is a Bird from Sky classic. Decider nuke. What a veto. If I could write down a veto, if I could say, oh, I want to see these maps in a best of 3, it would be this all day long. This is the holy trinity of vetoes. I tell you what,
Vertigo features in your Holo Trinity, your Holy Trinity.
It does.
Oh man,
it does. I love a bit of Vertigo.
Well, I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind Ancient instead of Vertigo, but I can certainly get behind Anubis and Nuke. Very excited for this particular map pool between these two teams. I think this map pool plays really well into Ecstatic's hands. Obviously, we have no idea where 00 Nation's strengths lie, considering how recently they've come together as a roster. I mean, they've played a couple of matches, so we're getting a feeling, but it's very early days. And when you have, I mean, just such a massive... I don't know, these players, you just never expect them to play alongside one another, right? It's a very interesting grouping of players, and it's going to take time for them to figure things out, build a bit of an identity, get a platform going, figure the roles out in the team. So it's important to give 00 Nation time. I feel like we always fall into this trap in the Counter-Strike scene where we just judge teams way too early after they've come together as a roster. You know, we're looking at their first 2 weeks and we're saying, oh, how can you be losing to that team? I think it takes like a month at a bare minimum before we should have any level, even a baseline of expectation out of a new team.
This is a base take, and this is a great take. People always jump to conclusions so early. Look at this team on paper, right? You got Bird from Sky, who is, in my opinion, right? One of the best IGLs we've got in the tier 2 scene. I'll tell you what, I'll save it. Because look, we're starting in just a second. We're going to go live. It's going to be Anubis. But look, Bird from Sky, in my opinion, one of the best tier 2 in-game leaders. Nico, a very good support supplementary player that has got a lot of tier 1 experience. JDC, I think he's going to transition into this star rifle role, and I can't wait to see his development under Bird from Sky. Susp, really good entry. I'd like to see him on the entries a lot more. I guess alongside JDC, they can kind of mirror and match, but Susp is really good on the entries, and Searson is the AWPer with, again, a lot of tier 1 experience. What a fantastic roster to have at your disposal. And the fact that you can grab this, I know for a fact this is Bird from Sky's project. This is his baby that he's crafted and got.
I'm so excited to see Bird from Sky as an IGL now with these types of pieces at his disposal. He's got the likes of Searson as his AWPer. I mean, I suppose he played with Regali, so he has worked with very talented AWPers before, but Searson brings a wealth of experience. Pistol round underway, damage already being done here. Chip damage onto the T side as they aggressively shift in towards the B bomb side. Searson caught out in the open, goes down as a result. He's been isolated by the smoke grenades. JDC overwhelmed, and the bomb plant will follow suit.
Look at this though, push in towards dark. Sus finds one, but the trades, was there initially, but Nico finds another with his dual Berettas. 2 versus 2. This afterpart looks really good. Right now for Ecstatic, there's no utility, there's no kits. It's going to be really difficult to try and weasel these players out of the positions. You almost just have to swing into them. Nico does, but gets blindsided, and Salazar keeps on firing.
Yeah, wonderful double kill coming through from him to polish off the round. It always should have been Ecstatic's round. 00 Nation come closer to retake. Ecstatic very direct with their approach here in towards B. Lots of pressure applied through from Cave there. Yeah, caught Searson off guard. I agree with you completely though. So many exciting prospects in this 00 Nation roster that they've been able to bring together. Here's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Who would you rather back? If you had to buy stocks in a team, would you go for 00 Nation over OG? Or would you go OG over 00 Nation? Who would you pick?
Oh wow, that's a great question.
Right?
What are you looking for? Short term or long term?
Let's go 6 months.
Oh, OG should be a better team in 6 months than 00 Nation. But with that being said, I think 00 Nation is going to be right up there at the top of tier 2, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
just because like
I think 0-0 Nation have a potential for a higher ceiling. I'll add that.
I think that's valid. I think the thing you've got to consider is 0-0 Nation will not get the same opportunities that OG will.
True.
And that will change when CS2 comes out, and in 2025, I think, when we completely lose invited spots. So, and like partner teams, and that's really cool.
Yeah, exactly.
What a fantastic development for the life cycle we've got at Counter-Strike. So much on that to come. Meanwhile, focusing back on this, I'm going to tunnel vision myself solely on Anubis right now. We've got a force spy coming in on both ends. Control being seized in middle by Ecstatic, but underneath them, in the walls, in the floors, currently with 0-0 Nation, but they get the hell out of dodge.
Patty applying pressure. Actually just going to get the kill with the Glock. That B-bomb side defense starts to crumble. It was looking a little bit uncomfortable initially for Ecstatic. Didn't seem like they knew how they were going to go about getting into that B-bomb site, but they get themselves in order. Good composure. Nico left alone with his Desert Eagle. Few low HP players. That's one of them. He wants the headshot. And he will get the headshot onto Nodios. That was the full health player. Body shot will get the kill here on both Kragan and Patty. Of course he doesn't know that.
Oh, got a DC as well. DC from JDC. Nico hoping for more, but Queenix shows him how the Deagle works. Nice shot. I think, look, I've given a lot of hype to 0-0 Nation. I think that's for the future. Right here and now, if I'm staking a claim to who I think is going to win in this best of 3, it's a static all day long. I've actually got to stack it down for a 2-0 in this game on my little prediction notes.
Okay. I don't think it's as clear cut as that, to be honest with you.
I like it.
I think 0-0 Nation actually stand a chance of, you know, pushing this to a decider, making it close. I think Ecstatic should win, but I think it's like 55-45 kind of thing in my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of stock in Ecstatic because I just think this team is really excited. I really like Salazar. I think Kragan is one of the best. I feel like it's scandalous to really call him up and coming, but I'm gonna call him up and coming. One of the better, if not one of the best up and coming Danish riflers we've got in the tier 2 space, and that's a big claim, but I think he's definitely up there. And I think Queenix punches way above his weight and really flies under the radar in his performances.
Yeah. And I think that another big name to include in there is actually Nodios as well. I mean, he was kind of floating around multiple different teams, but he's always been recognized as one of the really strong players in Denmark. He's now settled into this Ecstatic team. That like trio of players, Queenix, Kragan, and Nodios, 3 very strong fraggers. Salazar definitely deserves to be included in the conversation. So Patty's got a wonderful group of core 4 players there that he can play with. But we're not going to be playing much at the moment, unfortunately, because JDC's disconnected, apparently having some internet issues. Hopefully, we're going to get him back on the server soon enough. In the meantime, we'll keep you guys entertained with some tunes, and we'll be back when JDC is. Oh,
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big. And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back. Sorry about that, everyone, but we are here, and JDC is back involved as we get involved in round number 3. Full eco for 0-0 Nation and Ecstatic. They can just slowly work this map, and they can figure out where the stack really is.
Well, I'm grateful to JDC because, well, I wanted a cup of coffee. I didn't have milk, Brandon. Thankfully, I've got a friend who lives in the complex, so I just literally went to his place now and stole one of his milks. So that break served me very well. Now I'm a happy caster. I've got my cup of coffee, and we're back on live.
Love that.
You a fan of coffee?
No, I don't like tea. I'm a impure British person. USP.
Same as Trav, by the way.
Yeah,
Trav
well,
doesn't drink coffee or tea either.
Trav's based.
Okay, alright.
Oh, they're crossing. Oh, they're fighting as well. Okay. In towards mid we go. Odio's looking for a little bit of an angle. And, well, he finds a couple. That's fantastic from Odios. Patty cleans up another. It should just be smooth sailing from here. And, well, it certainly looks like it is. Nico, last player standing, and he's getting glocked. Really? That is just disrespectful.
I like that Nodios throws the bomb into the site before he commits to the fight. That's just good awareness from him. Fair play. You can go for the kill as long as you don't leave your team in a rough position to die. Patty joining this team, I mean, I think he... Was it Cabby who was playing for Ecstatic before? Did they ever find a replacement for Cabby between him and Patty? Or were they kind of just playing with stand-ins for the time being? I don't think there was anybody official. Manx. It was Manx, right?
Yeah,
Actually, before
they were playing with Manx for a little bit.
Manx went to Matey or M80. So that's who it was. Okay. Manx would have been calling as well. They've got a different kind of IGL. I mean, I think Manx was more of a fragging IGL than Patty.
Because Patty was in that Sashi team before he joined Astralis Talent. Patty was also in one of the teams I first ever casted, called Los Reyes, back in December 2021. And yeah, I've kind of just been loosely following him about my journey. So it's kind of cool to see him just develop and keep growing from strength to strength. But anyway, that aside, I'll stop tangenting and I'll focus on what's going on, because we've got a 4-player lean towards B for 00 Nation, and the bomb currently for Ecstatic is out A.
Well, doesn't look like Ecstatic have decided where they're going to end up just yet. A bit of a pressure being applied in towards middle. Does look like they now gravitate in towards the, say, bomb site. Nico finds the first kill, takes a lot of damage in the process. Bird from Sky charging up in the backlines. Nodios will be the victim. Ecstatic have gotten control of the A bomb site. Kraken wants more than just control, though. He wants the kill spray transfer. Good to find both. Patty gets in on the action. Kraken can't clock out just yet, but JDC ensures his shift is over. It's only Salazar left. He wants to force the issue in the 1v2, but the flash is sublime. And that should just be enough to finish off the job. Salazar is so low. That smoke, though, maybe gives Salazar a bit of room to play with. Searson with the orb. He'll go down. Oh, my God. JDC trades. No kit, but no problem.
That's scary. You see JDC on the camera. That is terrifying. He's got 12 HP. He finds 3 kills in that round and has to trade out his AWP. That was the worst case scenario for 0-0.
Yeah.
Sublime, though. Look at this. They're down the man, and JDC does absolutely everything to keep his side in it. He even scoops the AWP back up to Searson. Ecstatic, they've got plenty of money to reinvest in, but that was a really well-worked round from 0-0 Nation.
I still don't like the decision to drop the smoke on the bomb there as the CT side retaking 2v1, especially with an AWP. I think you just kind of hold the angle type of thing. You should have known how much damage you did to Salazar as well. I think that smoke kind of increases Salazar's chances of winning the 2v1 actually. Anyway, 0-0 Nation are on the board and they can break that T-side economy if they win this follow-up round. T-side once again going to go for a big execute in towards this B-bomb site. It's worked well for them so far.
Nice shot. Oh, Searson even finds another. Sus will clean up as well. This feels really comfortable for 0-0 Nation. And yeah, it is. I mean, Kraken got 2 kills. That's fantastic, but that is literally it. And the molly is going to push Salazar into the open. Searson will hit that all day long. Back-to-back rounds for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, triple kill coming through for Searson as well. 2 for Susp. Great defense of the B-bomb site between them. It's what we needed to see out of 0-0 Nation because B-bomb site's defense has looked a little bit frail in these rounds gone by, early stages of the map. 3-2 consecutive rounds won for 0-0 Nation. And, well, hasn't actually completely shattered the T-side economy like I thought it would. Nodios has the hero AK. They've gone for the force here. Ecstatic want to try and keep the pressure up.
Are they gonna do it again? They're gonna split forward. Okay. Another execute. This is very execute heavy out of Ecstatic so far. Sus. He drops the incendiary and he just funnels them straight into him. And now Searson, he's allowed all this wiggle room just to post on the angles, and that's not what you want to do against Searson. You're denying any opportunity to get into this bomb site because you're just letting him work. You're letting him take these fights on his terms, and that's all orchestrated because Sus can just hold on.
I think just speaking about what you mentioned there is actually a really important conversation to have, and it's the differences between Patty and Manx as an IGL. I think that Patty is a bit more execute heavy than Manx. I think Manx was a bit more of a default out, you know, kind of do your thing, get some shape in the round, make a decision. I'm speculating a bit now, but I do think that is a bit of a difference between the two of them. Assuming there's a difference in the systems, it's going to take some time for the players to adjust as well. Used to playing under Manx's tutelage. Nice shots from Searson. He's looking dialed in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this goes, because we've seen Ecstatic go for a number of these rounds in which they've been pretty fast-paced tempoed, right? Out the gate, it's like, okay, we established this control, and it's instantly into this execute. It's not like, okay, let's take a minute to breathe. Let's let 0-0 Nation try and poke and prod, and we'll go for a reactive play. We'll hold these angles diligently in case they want to compete for the space of control we've just taken. It's like, okay, we've got the space. Now, that's a time pressure situation. We need to go, go, go. Full accelerator and no brakes. And that is something that Bird from Sky, that's where his experience can really just make this team kind of gel together. And he can go, okay, well, this is how they're playing. This is how we're going to react to it. I mean, he's just taking matters into his own hands right now. Everyone's dead. The 0-0 Nation take the lead on this CT side. Of course, it is their map pick. Ecstatic chose to start on the T side, which is very common for teams on Anubis. It is still a T-sided map. That's why I get kind of excited for Vertigo, because 0-0 Nation decided to also start on the T side.
Yeah, that's a good point. Looking forward to seeing how that map unfolds. Very good map for Ecstatic. I mean, the numbers don't look great, but if you go back far enough, it has always been a map in their wheelhouse. I guess past 3 months don't paint it in a great light as a map for Ecstatic, but they've picked it. Looking to try and level up the scoreline once again. 4 rounds in a row for 0-0 Nation. That's what got them to this point. Oh, Bird from Sky doesn't realize Patty's got ahead of the molly, but he doesn't have a head.
That's a dangerous boost to go for as well when there's no smoke. Bird from Sky, again, he's one of those IGLs that likes to get in your face. He likes to get aggressive. He likes to take this fight. And you can see him doing it here. Just ahead of all the Utah. Will tick in it, and that's going to be his invitation to leave. That would have definitely been heard by Kragan, who's now reclaiming that space. Alright. Here's a much more, like, defaulty round coming out of Ecstatic. Now they're taking this ground in towards mid. Deep smoke goes over to kind of constrict Bird from Sky in towards the temple, but they can see it on the angle. Kragan, seemingly aware of it, and a missed shot provides more opportunity for the T side.
Yeah, rare miss coming through there from Searson. Normally back him to hit that shot most days of the week. And Ecstatic now going to take some shape in towards that B bomb site. Start to move with pace now as they give the audio cues away. Utility raining in. Salazar leads the charge in towards Cave. It's only Susp who's on the side of the map. JDC desperately rotating across, but he's going to get blocked off by the smoke thing. So Susp has been completely left to his own device and able to find the first frag. Goes for the swing. He's completely exposed himself. How does he get a second kill from a situation? Look at all the space he's created for Nico now. We'll just deny the bomb plants. He spotted Nodios in the meantime. Flawless out of 0-0 Nation.
Those rotations were honestly a delight to watch. Even after Searson misses the shot on A, they kind of keep JDC out towards middle, just in case Bird from Sky gets overwhelmed, but he's always in close proximity to move back into the bomb site. Susp therefore takes a more passive angle. He goes, okay, well, if B main can remain open, I'll just hold the cross towards dark, and at least I'll guarantee one. Instead, he has a fantastic adjustment to get the second. But just looking at all the moving pieces on the minimap, seeing how well drilled this side is already, it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It is exciting, entertaining, blockbuster Counter-Strike. Ecstatic getting blocked out of the round here. Blocked out of the map, should I say. 5-3 down after winning the first 3 rounds on the favored side. A map that they've competed on at a pretty decent level in recent times. This is just oozing confidence right now. Out in the open, nowhere to escape with. But the off angle, I will net him the kill. Patty responds and he wants that gun. He knows it's in the smoke. He's going to recover it. Oh, Bird from Sky. Oh, he's using the smoke. Kragan on the other side. Falls prey.
I think it's also time to kind of bring in a interesting point I've just noticed and wasn't aware of. I haven't really been keeping track because Nodios hits a nice shot, but that's all it should be. Is that Ecstatic don't have a coach anymore as well. And I didn't realise that. And I feel like that would benefit them a lot. 0-0 Nation, they've got a really good coach. They've got Peter.
Yeah. I can't remember who Peter's last coach actually, last team was that he was coaching.
Dignitas, I think.
Okay, that would make sense.
I'm a check.
Yeah, I've just had a look at his profile. You're on the money with that one.
Nice. Because that's... He's been around a while, hasn't he? Peter originally, didn't he?
Yeah.
He used to coach NIP.
Yes, he did a couple times, actually. He used to play back in the day as well.
God, sometimes I'm smart.
Played for SK, actually.
That would have been ages ago.
Yeah, like beginning of Counter-Strike days, 2013, 14 kind of thing. 6-3, 0-0 Nation, 6 rounds in a row. Coach Peter's going to be very happy with what he's seeing so far. Ecstatic have another gun round at their disposal. They've got the AWP on Salazar. What is the call going to be? How do they get themselves back to winning ways here?
Okay, we're faking B and we're going A.
Yeah,
that's
the conditioning. It's because they've thrown a lot of util and just exit straight into B a couple of times now, and look at what that's done to the minimap. Have a look at JDC. He's shifted across. This is all conditioning from Ecstatic. Great call out of Patty right now. That A bomb site's looking very vulnerable.
I like this as well. You're leading with the AWP, you're letting it take contact, but that is a fantastic flashbang from Nico. Now he's positioned himself on the angle, but Salazar measures him. Quicker to the punch, another flashbang goes in. Bird from Sky can't see a thing. And Queenix, oh, okay. I thought one of them would at least trade, but no. Instead, it's Bird from Sky. It takes the IGL of Ecstatic to take down his counterpart on the server. Susp, JDC now start rooting in towards middle. But this is being held for by Nodios, but it doesn't matter because they just clean things up. Bomb plant locked in, sure. But now Patty has to do it all.
Oh, smoke's too late. They charge straight through. JDC's already out on the other side. Gets the kill. 7th round in a row on the board for 0-0 Nation. Question marks for Ecstatic. I mean, they had so much going for them in that round with the positional control in towards middle. They get the kill on the A anchor, Nico, which opens up the bomb site, but Bird from Sky. Man, he was completely blinded up. Had they peeked a second earlier, they would have got the kill on him for free. That would have been the end of the round. Great frags coming through from the Danish IGL. He has a very unique game style, does Mr. Bird from Sky. He's not your cleanest player, his mechanics, but he just gets the job done. He racks up kills. He does it his own way, but still gets there at the end of the day.
Look at this, pace. Bird from Sky still finds one. Really nicely done. JDC, he now steps up. Oh my goodness me. Where's the flashbangs? Where's your utility? Ecstatic. You have plenty of it at your disposal and you don't use any of it. Instead, it's brute force. Nodios will trade and also find Nico. It's a 2-on-2. And that's a cool smoke to get camera back at bay. But look at Searson. Queenix, if you go around this corner, mate, wouldn't be a good idea.
No need to, though, right? No need at all to extend any further from here, but he wants to.
Why?
Oh.
There's no need.
Yeah. Well, he just found out what was on the other side. It's cost him his life. It's all on Nodios to clutch 1v2. It's going to have to be the quad kill in the round for him. Playing around the bomb site, steps up for the first kill. Susp has a kit. He has an incendiary. He's trying to play time, creeps his way forward. There we go. Frag comes through. More than enough time for the defuse. And that's the round for 0-0 Nation. Queenix, you did not need to peek that.
There's just a catalogue of errors here for Ecstatic that we're seeing. I mean, look, where's your flashbang? Just not there. Nodios does really well, but suddenly your teammate overextends out A main, Searson's holding for it, and he gets the kill. And you're on the back foot. 8 rounds to 3. And making me look a bit silly, but that's fine. I didn't expect this team to kick on as quick as it has, but it's looking really good.
Susp is 11 for 6. He's the player I'm the most excited about in the 0-0 Nation team. Searson has a job to do there with the auto. Steps up, finds a kill. Oh, Queenix isn't looking for the trade though at all. So Searson can take his time to get that second frag. Blinded to high hell and back, but regains his vision. Racks up another kill. Does he take further names here? I mean, Fragan and Salazar looks like they're committed. The bomb has been dropped in the front lines as well. JDC says, don't mind if I get in on the action as well. Pretty fires his way around the corner. It's flawless from 0-0 Nation.
That's great. And that is, again, further highlighting what it means to have such a competent and confident AWPer such as Searson. Look at the way every single one of these fights, by the way, is always a 1 versus 1 for him. He positions himself perfectly and outmaneuvers the 5 frontal force of Ecstatic to make it just as easy as click, click, click.
So, Brandon, if you could choose to buy a stock in either OG or Zero...
Still OG.
Alright.
The funnier question would have been, so 2-0?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, don't want to get ahead of myself here just yet.
this is
Problem is, they've lost 9 in a
yeah.
row.
They've lost 9 in a row, and furthermore, this is a T-sided map.
Yeah. Big problem. I suppose the one sort of silver lining for Ecstatic is it's not their map pick.
That's true. However, there is one game I always bring to mind when I cast Ecstatic, and I bring it up every time, and Ecstatic fans must be sick of me at this point. But they won the game, so it's fine. But I remember, in the RMRs for Rio, Ecstatic versus Bait, Ecstatic were up 13-2 on Nuke.
Oh my god.
And then it went to overtime. Then it went to double overtime, and they just about won. So their Nuke always fills me with anxiety.
PTSD, I can tell. I can sense it.
Oh, look at that forward position from Susp. He is feeling confident right now. And I feel like this, again, this player is one to get excited about. And you've mentioned that already, but I feel like he's always been a standout when he's been standing in, and now you're giving the reins to him through Bird from Sky. Queenix, nice shot, but I was going to say that's all it might be, but Patty hits the headshot yet again onto the IGL 0-0 Nation. That's a plant, and very much could have a round in the books here.
Yeah, Nodios decides to fall back from the front lines in towards middle, instead shifts his focus over on towards Castle. Susp just adds another, so clean, so precise with his M4 swings on Patty, adds another to the tally. It's only Kragan left with 21 points of mission, impossible for him. Bit of chip damage here or there, but the end was nigh. 10-3, double digits for 0-0 Nation, all of their rounds coming consecutively.
That's a great shot.
When do you hit the button for Code Red? I mean, Ecstatic surely got to be panicking at this point. How many tactical pauses have we seen out of them?
Well, none, but again,
they don't have a coach anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but doesn't mean you shouldn't use your tac timeouts anyway.
I still don't think we'll see them until it's too late. I think it's already too late. I
might
think
already
it's
be
too far gone. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, save wavelength.
Love that. That's why we're besties. Alright, well, it looks like they're just going to play out a bit more of a default here. Don't even feel like 0-0 Nation have been doing a huge amount on the CT side. Maybe Susp and Bird from Sky every now and again have kind of asked a question.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been, like, overly aggressive from them.
No, it's been very reactive.
Yes,
you're right. You get that blend of aggression and proactivity from the likes of Sus, from the likes of Bird from Sky in middle, but more often than not, we're currently working out where the initial hit is going to be, and then posting Searson on the angle to hold, because that's where he does his best work. You put Searson on an angle where he's 9 times out of 10 going to hit the shot. Nico, also a very dependable anchor player. Ecstatic, yet again, they want to try this A bomb site. Look at the setup, right? You've got Kragan on Bird from Sky in mid. It's very important engagement, which one Kragan wins out, but you're still going to get past Searson now in mid, and also Nico on A. He's been brought back by these flashbangs. That should entice Kragan to go for this peak, but you might not anticipate Searson on the other side, and Nico has struck on Queenix.
Oh, Kragan's in such an important position. That's a great frag onto Nico. Searson holds the angle. Kragan doesn't swing the whole way through. He kind of peeks into Searson. Oh my god, talk about peeking into someone. Sus goes through the smoke, wants to make the hero play. Great angle from Patty. devilish to try and clear out as the CT pushing forward. Finally, Ecstatic are going to get another point on the board here. Their 4th round is realized. They got their first 3 in the first 3 rounds we played on the map. Finally, they add another one to the count.
Yeah, it should just be Salazar securing. And well, it's a leg, but it's also confirmed info. JDC says, yeah, I'm good. Cheers, mate. I'm out of there. The position that Patty was playing in right there is my favourite post-plant spot on Anubis. And I've called it cringe. So whenever I plant on A with the boys, I go, I'm playing cringe.
Okay.
And that's where it is, because you're technically tucked behind the wall, but you're also not. Because you're not exposed from bricks here. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's so gross.
It's a devilish angle. I like that. Cringe. We could try coin at that. We could coin a term there. Can Ecstatic find a 5th round? Do they win the first 3 of the half and the last 2? Those are the only rounds they win. That would be quite a story.
I like the fact that Nodius is playing with a hat. It's backwards
Get style points, man.
Yeah, man.
Somewhere out there, Taco would be proud.
Oh, nice shot. Much needed as well.
Yeah, agreed. Haven't seen Searson make many plays like that in the half so far.
And this means that Susp can't really get aggressive on his endeavours either. Speaking of aggression, take a look at mid. Bird from Sky has to drop an incendiary. He's thinking about dropping a flash. But he's been burned here before, and he's been burned again. They just walk through it. They know that that is a weakness. Bird from Sky in mid. Patty adjusts on towards Nico. That's A for free.
And that's a 5th round for free as well. Job done for Ecstatic. Great double kill coming through from Patty. The IGL is really activated in these last 2 rounds and a half to give Ecstatic a fighting chance. Susp will clear out Nodios. Takes a bit of damage in the process, but he will find the kill once the AK. I mean, surely an impossible task on their hands right now. Been a great half from Susp with 16 kills to his name, averaging more than a frag a round. Both have kits to these remaining 0-0 Nation players. JDC takes damage. There we go. Pretty much the job done with that kill. 5 on the board for Ecstatic.
Fair play. From a half that was escaping them to having somewhat of recovery. Kraken, oh yeah, gets cleared. Can't play that angle twice in a row. But yeah, from a position of real weakness, where 0-0 Nation, it felt like they were really running away with the game. 10 rounds to 3. They've built back in. 10-5, you get a pistol, suddenly you're not too far away from equalising the scoreline here. It will be a taller order to do on this CT side, but we are seeing teams more and more figuring out this meta of Anubis, figuring out how to rotate players and when is the best decision to rotate players as well.
I mean, the concern for Ecstatic still is Bird from Sky often has a phenomenal T-side up his sleeve. Doesn't really matter what the map is.
True.
Alright, let's see what the second half has in store for us. 0-0 Nation trying to actually sell a bit of a fake over towards the B-bomb side here. JDC is there. You've got Bird from Sky is at the bottom of middle, and then 3 players grouping themselves up outside of A main. JDC is just out in the open taking the fight. He's lost his life, as has Searson. That peek came through from Cave. At least Sus gets the kill back. He's forced another CT out of position as well.
Right.
But it's now only on Nico and Susp, and they haven't been able to plant the bomb either.
But yeah, Bird from Sky definitely should have had that kill. And Sus definitely should have had that one, and he does. Okay. 2 versus 3. Dual Berettas are now peeking, getting control of CT. Okay, this is confirmed info and real estate. They can burrow themselves in. There's no kit, remember? And there's no utility to really flush these guys out of their positions. But it's not planted for them. I think that's the key detail that we are missing here. And as they work their way forward, surely you've got to know that they've got to be revealing themselves in. Although Nico, he does everything. Nodios will find Sus, but there is no time left. Nico has won the round for 0-0 Nation.
Oh, that's got to be a nail in the coffin here for Ecstatic as well. Massive numerical advantage for them on the retake. What, 2 versus 4 there? Nico and Susp get 2 kills apiece. Nico even lives to tell the tale to his grandchildren. And it was that day, Susp and I in the 2 versus 4 won the post plant out on that A-bomb site of Anubis. 11-5. Susp continues to impress. Everybody contributing for 0-0 Nation, by the way. Everyone positive, everyone above double digits. Double digits plus.
Force buy-in makes sense. But a force buy-in is much needed. That's a one-way. It's a crazy one-way. What on earth is that? Thrown by Susp. Allows him good control. In towards the water. Nico spamming as well. Just in case. Queenix is on the other side, but Queenix is playing a lot more passive. Holding, waiting for further opportunities. Bird from Sky now taking aim and getting revenge on Patty in mid.
Important kill. Create some space. You can see it's forced Salazar to reposition himself. Zero Nation happy to take their time here. Good util retention out of them as well. Looks like they're going to gravitate in towards A, and Ecstatic are going for the gamble. They're going for the gamble. Notice Bird from Sky jumps there.
Yeah.
That's on purpose. That's completely intentional. Just a little, just going to feed them some information that one of us are here right now, guys. Ecstatic heard that jump and thought, alright, maybe we're on the money with our gamble stack. Unfortunately for them, they've bet on red, it's landed on black. 12th round for 0-0 Nation. Ecstatic at least save their forced up guns, right? So next round they'll have a 4 spy to work with, even though it's going to be an eco.
I get excited when I think about Anubis. I think about Counter-Strike 2. They recently added a little patch in which the bomb just floats in the water. And it can like travel down like the river a bit, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
I don't know how toxic.
Nice.
I don't know how toxic that is, because like if you die, it doesn't float far, but like it can float away a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Imagine it like floats into the vision of a CT player or something like that.
I don't think like I think it's just affected by gravity. I don't think it's affected by like it won't have force on it when it lands or something like that. Well, I guess gravity is a
couple
force,
of kills come
but...
through there, by the way, at the end of the round, which meant that Ecstatic don't carry their 4 forced up weapons they would have otherwise. Oh yeah, Nico, you hit that vape, baby. Bubblegum cherry pie. Floofy lemon 2000. I think that's the vape flavor he's smoking. (13-5) the imminent scoreline. Ecstatic with next to nothing to work with in this next round. It's a pity. It was a nice start to the map for Ecstatic going up 3-0. It was a clean start to the map as well. Felt dominant. We just hadn't seen 0-0 Nation get things going though. Nobody else will dink up Searson, but it's only with the USP.
Still good damage. It means that Kraken can get involved. And that molly's missed. And there's actually nearly allowed for Kraken to get a kill. If he gets flashed through this right now, well, there's no flash, but if he did, then there's potential. Bird from Sky. Oh, can't get past Queenix. Hang on a second. We've got a round on our hands because there's 2 low players here for 0-0 Nation. That's a great shot out of JDC, but he needs a little bit more. And Nodios, well, he's pushing down, so too is Kraken, and he's dead too. Okay, maybe we don't have a round on the table.
No, certainly not anymore. As soon as you postured the point, 0-0 Nation started to roll in the kills. He's just trying to deal a bit of chip damage. He's been having a pretty tough game, hasn't he? 5 for 14 right now. We hyped him up in the pre-game. I suppose everybody's really been struggling on Ecstatic. Bar, you know, Patty, the IGL Kraken's done decently as well. 13-5 though. I mean, how do you recover this if you're Ecstatic on Anubis, CT side?
You gotta win some rounds.
Yeah,
from
good place to start.
You can build momentum. And then you can feel more confident. The issue you've got is that you're running out of time. But that was only a half E from Ecstatic. Now we get the full gun round, which means that we get an AWP on Salazar as well, which is exciting. The most difficult thing I find when watching Anubis and just playing it in general is that the CT side have got a really tough opportunity to try and find opening kills. And that means that a lot of space can be given over to this T side. And
Yeah.
look at this. Deep nades coming in to try and catch the player jumping in towards dark. And that's pulled one of the mid-rotates immediately.
That's why I often advocate for a double AWP setup on the CT side of this map, because those opening picks are so difficult to come by. I think the AWP can certainly aid your cause in that regard. Salazar out in the open, at least in terms of his AWP angle, not holding a tight angle. He's going to go for more, though. Chipping down to the molly. Thankfully, 0 Nation has deployed the molly. Otherwise, another kill might have come through from the Danish sniper. Absolute must-win round here for Ecstatic. No two ways about it. Non-negotiable. They've got the opening pick here to work with. 0 Nation, Zorp is on the deck. Suspect taking further damage. This is where you kind of need an individual to make a bit of a play. Might be Nico at A main. That's why he's got a bit more of a leash available to him, I would say, to try and swing and get a kill, right? But he goes down as well. That only compounds the headache here for 0 Nation in the round.
Yeah, JDC can't really find anything here at B main unless Salazar misses a shot. Bird from Sky is putting down a smoke, but he's overlooking Odios, although he will find Salazar, and that's a bit weird because that allows room for JDC, and he's found 2 kills. Surely not like this. Ecstatic,
No.
How have you let this bleed? How have you let this trickle through? 2-on-2, bomb planted, JDC holding for Queenix.
Queenix has to win this gunfight. He has to win this gunfight right now. He's got the kit as well, but he's just died. JDC's taken another victim. That might be the 3rd kill. That could be the one that locks in the round. Patty left 1 versus 2. Oh, he spots a fleeting Susp, gets back around the corner. Patty's recovered a kit at the bare minimum. No smoke grenade though. Just wants to force this fight on JDC so badly. Eventually gets that kill, but he's taking a lot of time in doing so. Gonna tap the defuse, hopefully bait Susp out. Nice little jump around the corner there from Susp to try and figure out if the defuse is being stuck or not. He now has confirmation it's not the case. 0 Nation win their 14th, and that's another disadvantageous situation they've been able to win.
What a really well played round from JDC. Bird from Sky taking a risk. He drops a smoke, and then he's even able to swing further. Nodios just doesn't peek him. Imagine if Nodios was just holding that angle. Bird from Sky never cleared it. That's just the round over. Instead, Nodios, by tucking in, he then presents his head to JDC as he peeks, because the main player that was holding the B entranceway is dead, cut down to size by the angle, I'll be honest, you should have been holding.
Yeah, it all unravels so quickly for Ecstatic. At least they've been able to muster up a decent investment into this next round. Salazar's got his AWP. Rifles across the board outside of that. 14-5 the scoreline. Complete control right now for, I was going to say the European team. I suppose that wouldn't be descriptive enough.
No, it is.
You reckon? Yeah, I suppose most people would get that.
Yeah, because look, they're playing against a full Danish team.
I know, but technically, they're also European.
Yeah, but come on.
I know, I'm just being too technical.
Nodios? Oh, JDC, back turn. Great trade from Bird from Sky.
Man.
Low HP. And actually, he's the one with the bomb. He's to stay alive. Queenix oversteps. Nico adjusts. And then Patty walks into the guillotine that Sus laid out for him. But meanwhile, Bird from Sky, he's dead. Which means that we've got the bomb. And there's 25 seconds left for Ecstatic to try and win another round.
Okay, well, Kragan in the backlines right now in towards T. Spawn is holding a great angle, steps out as he hears the footsteps. Nico will get the kill. Susp is trying to figure out, how do I get to this bomb site as quickly as possible? Okay, we're going for the most direct approach. That makes sense. Unfortunately for Salazar, he's on the wrong side of the map. The plant's going to come through. Great work out of 0 Nation and Nico in particular. But wow, Ecstatic walking into their crosshairs with 30 seconds left on the clock.
I think the biggest issue here is the fact that you've got the communication. The bomb is out deep towards B, which means that potentially 0 Nation are going to have players in transition moving back over there to try and either escort the bomb out to safety or execute in towards B, because Kraken's only seen one. and also dealt with JDC, who was lining up utility. So therefore, Ecstatic think they've got these timings to catch these players in transition. When one fails, another tries to strike. The reason why we get the swing out of Patty in towards Dark is to try and trade out the player that fell originally to Nico. But it doesn't quite happen because 0-0 Nation are established in their crossfires. And they are holding so tightly for this aggression, which they first saw out of B main.
Trying to play for information costs him everything. I love Nico's awareness so much there because the bomb's been picked up. There's an audio cue with the step, and that's why Kraken's stepping out. He's hoping to catch them with their backs turned. Nico to the wiser. Ensures that cannot happen. 15-5. Masterclass from 0-0 Nation on their T side. Yet to lose a round. They've lost a number of opening picks, but they've still been able to grind their way to victory in these rounds. Anyway, Kraken's gone down. Searson, doesn't realize that there's another player in towards Cave, so at least Nodios gets the trade for free.
That's a cool molly. That's going to force Nodios off. Straight back in towards Dark. Straight in towards Nico, potentially. But he has the bomb. Nodios, dead. Salazar, though, strikes onto JDC. 2 versus 3. The most promising round that Ecstatic have had in a while. And Salazar, not too wide around this corner. Otherwise, he'll walk into Nico.
Bro.
And Patty walks into the same headshot.
Aside from Nico right now, he's looking so dialed in. Phenomenal multi-kill coming through from him. Queenix 5 and 17 will end the map 6 and 18 as 0-0 Nation triumph 16-6, 16-5 even more dominant. That is a great performance out of them.
Yeah, look, they looked really good. They looked like they were switched on and knew exactly what they were doing. They were holding for these CT aggressive tendencies, which is just showing how well this team is gelling together early on. I thought it would take a little bit of time to adapt in and mold, but that was a fantastic Counter-Strike out from 0-0 Nation. And now we head on to Vertigo. Ecstatic, they've picked that, but 0-0 Nation have gone, do you know what? You can even start on the defense because that's how good we look on the attack.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Vertigo. As you say, it's the Danes map pick, but historically, Vertigo's been a great map for Bird from Sky and the teams that he's called on, right? You think about how good Copenhagen Flames were on the map. Lyngby Vikings were great on the map as well when he was calling for them. So I just think even though it's early days for 0-0 Nation, they have potential to do damage. We're going to have to find out if that's the case or not. We're going to take a short... Well, let's go to the cams first here. You can see our beautiful faces. And yeah, Brandon, Vertigo, is this still Ecstatic? Are you still as high on them? Do you think there's a chance here? Surely, right?
I just think, look, there's always a chance. You just got to take 10 minutes. You got to reset. You shake that map off. Ecstatic have had the experience over the last year or so to kind of just gather that. So we have to wait and see. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see how they fare on Vertigo.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. And we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the chain. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everyone. Anubis already out the way. That was really fast, in actual fact. We even had a tech pause in there. But it felt like a dream, to be honest. 0-0 Nation, they got off to the most perfect start on their map pick. We now look ahead to Vertigo. And I'm kind of worried for Ecstatic if they don't really wake up here, Hayes.
Oh, absolutely. This is the playoffs. There's no more lives on the line. You lose this matchup, you're out of it altogether. So, absolute must-win affair here for Ecstatic to force us to nuke as the decider. And I back them. If there was a map that Ecstatic would kind of feel like they could definitely force a decider, it would be Vertigo. It's their pick. They're starting on the CT side as well. Their confidence will be shot right now, but there's every chance they take this to a third.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess we can look at Ecstatic and we can reflect on win conditions. Kragan was performing really well. Salazar, when he had opportunities with the AWP, he was striking. I just think it really depends a lot on what they bring to the table here. If they start putting up a resolute defense, I think starting on the CT side may have even thrown them a little bit. But Bird from Sky likes to do this. Bird from Sky really likes to kind of start on the T side on some maps to kind of get into his opponent's head a little bit. And as you mentioned on Anubis, T sides have always been a prominent feature of the IGN in style of Bird from Sky. He's always been very good at kind of orchestrating them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this one develops. I think you've got Sus performing really well. Nico as well on that T side was an absolute monster. So all signs point to 0-0 Nation continuing their hot form. It's just whether Ecstatic can put a stop to it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see 0-0 Nation here on Vertigo, even just with their grouping of players. You know, Searson with that AWP over on ramp, I'd imagine that he's going to be doing a lot of work here. JDC, I think he'll be a great proponent of 0-0 Nation. I think everybody on Ecstatic just kind of has to elevate their game a bit. You know, a couple of their stars, they're really important players in terms of the fragging power, didn't really pitch up. Queenix is one of them, ended the map of Anubis with 6 kills to his name. Salazar had his moments, but for the most part was quite anonymous with the AWP on Anubis as well. And I don't even know if we saw... I mean, we saw a great 0-0 Nation, but it kind of felt like they were coasting along, B-Dog. I don't think like 0-0 Nation were grinding in 6th gear, you know, having to perform at their best on that map. Things were working for them.
Yeah, no, it kind of felt a little bit in cruise control. And if it does go to 2-0, we can take a look at the bracket and see what this would influence, right? Because look, we are round 1, match number 2. Currently 0-0 Nation have won the first map. If they win this second one, or if they close out the series, they'll then go on to face Bad News Eagles. And of all the quarterfinalist opponents you want against the invited teams, I'll be honest, I'm looking at Bad News Eagles and I'm thinking that's actually a very winnable game because they've been really rocky in their online form as of late. And it's a shame because this team was the kind of tier 1 destroyer. They'd make it through to relatively deep stages at the major. They'd always be putting up a fight. Their phase is kryptonite, for goodness sake. But they've been having some really rocky times online, losing to a lot of teams that I think they should be beating. Speaking of the rest of the quarterfinals, we've got some incredible games, right? We've got OG taking on Astralis, Monte taking on Eternal Fire, and Furia taking on Espionage.
My pick of the quarterfinals has to be that Monty versus Eternal Fire game. Both in some really good form right now. I mean, Monty, the team who are invited, but Eternal Fire have every chance of winning that as well. I'd say probably the most 50-50. You're talking about how Bad News Eagles were very beatable at the moment. Furia also in a rough point, a rough place in terms of their form as a team. So Espionage will fancy their chances.
And I think kind of talking about histories, talks about Zero and how it was actually a Norwegian org it was Nordavind that kind of took acquisition of this company, it's important to think about Ecstatic and where they come from as well, because this is Zippel's organization, right?
Yeah,
Famous trader, very good media personality as well on Twitter, and he has bought this team. He believes in them, and the fact that we still got Ecstatic and he's still investing into the scene is just fantastic for the development of all of these players. We are live. We are in. Second map. Ecstatic needs to start on the right foot.
And I'd say Ecstatic have paid back the... have paid back, you know, the belief. They won the CCT Online Finals. They qualified for ESL Challenger Katowice. Made it to the semis of ESL Challenger Melbourne. These are all just their most recent results. So they have had a pretty good run throughout the past sort of 3 to 6 months of Ecstatic. Not having a great run here in this series, however. Pissed around underway. Let's see why 00 Nation have chosen to start on the T side.
Very slow. Very slow indeed. Citizen's just taking point, but it kind of felt like a little bit of a fake, and Odious knows that, and he drops the bomb. Can he follow up onto JDC? Potentially. It's a bit of an awkward engagement. The bomb is dropped still out in the open, and Salazar knows this, and he wants to try and punish. Gets dinked for his troubles, but Queenix at the back of the bomb site. That feels pretty good. I think the bomb in no man's land has honestly been the unfortunate end to this pistol round for 00 Nation, but for Ecstatic, they're looking quite clean. Jewel Beretta's another kill chimes out for Queenix.
Yeah, it looks like this break has served Queenix well, at least individually. He's got 3 kills here in the first round. He had 6 throughout the entire 16-5 of Anubis. That's 21 rounds played, 6 kills, 3 in the first on Vertigo. We like that. Welcome back, Mr. Queenix. Your team needs you.
And they've got you. Force buy in despite no bomb plant for 00 Nation. Means we get 1 Mac 10, 1 Scout, and then the rest are on pistols. Don't know how I feel about this buy. My initial thoughts are not great, because you could definitely have AKs in the follow-up, but instead, they're trying to ruin and unsettle Ecstatic's economy early.
Well, let's see. How do they go about their business here? It looks like it's going to be eventually up ramping towards A. The problem for 00 Nation is how light they are in utility here. Vertigo very heavy in terms of its util when it comes to an execute. Searson just tracks Salazar through the smoke like a heat-seeking missile. First shot to tag, second clean through the smoke. That's going to set the round in motion here for the T side. However, look at Ecstatic's response. Huge gamble out of them as they stack 4 players on that A-bomb site.
Queenix is still here under B, though. But Sus doesn't really have any inclination that Queenix is here on the stairs. Good trade. Fantastic shot. And that's going to scramble rotate. Sus can do everything here because he can commit himself in. He needs to go in with this play, but instead he gets out. But in actual fact, he's done enough. Look at this. They're on the bomb site.
That's insane. Great fake coming through from Susp to take all those rotations back and find the first. Can't deny the bomb plant, but he's doing work right now. He gets the kill on the planter. He's found himself another. It's only Susp left remaining. He faked it out. He now has to clutch it out. Spots the head of the first, takes down Kraken. That's a glorious shot coming through from Susp. And Nodios wants to force the fight. Time not on his side. He doesn't have a head on his shoulders either. Susp has done it all.
Fantastic. The way, again, we talked about angle isolation. I talked about it in Searson in this first map. Look at this play from Sus. Firstly, great shot. Secondly, here, right? Kraken tries to do everything for his team. He gets a little bit aggressive. Does ring out, but here, bang, headshot. And then the immediate fallback. Putting the pressure on Ecstatic. A 00 Nation, they're fake. It reaps a reward. And a massive one for the implications of this round as Nico takes B stairs. We've only got an MP9. That's your premium weapon if you're Ecstatic.
That doesn't sound great, does it? Your premium weapon is an MP9. On the full force they're looking to do to 00 Nation what was just done to them. Nice shot there from Searson. Kraken's head spotted, but he took away with the kill. Barely any health to his name, but he's alive. Bird from Sky getting pushed on here by 2 players right now. Not ready for it. He was looking for the boost. Taking a lot of attention right now in towards A, so that's actually fine. Bomb's going to be joining him, though. Suspa's here as well. Good to see that 0-0 Nation aren't panicking. Still just taking their time. They're very composed right now. That could unsettle them, though.
Nice shots, and then the MP9 strikes, and hang on a second. Kragan has really done everything here. 1 versus 2 for Nico. Knows that there's a player out towards Gap. Isolates the fight, but it comes at a detriment. Really low HP, and where has Queenix got to? Well, Nico doesn't know, and as a result, presents his bottom, but Queenix doesn't swing.
There's no way, right? Okay, there we go. Nico offers himself up on a silver platter. Force Wars in full effect right now. Rounds being traded back and forth. What a huge recovery there from Ecstatic. I pretty much counted them out, but Kragan does so much work with that triple kill.
I want to see the second shot. Because the first one's sublime, and then the nade is flying through the air, and you can just almost see it in slow motion. This one here. Bang! What a great round. The MP9 actually turns into a Deagle, and yet it's still more potent. Crikey, okay. Look at the buy off the back of it. Looks really good for Ecstatic.
Yeah, it does.
0-0 Nation, they're limping in. Nico, no way you win that fight. There's no way.
This is Crosshair?
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Alright, well. 1-for-1 trade to start off this 4th round. Do the Force Wars continue? Great opportunity here for Ecstatic. As you were saying, they have a phenomenal buy. Win this 3-1 becomes 4-1. Buy 2 for the price of 1 today if you're Ecstatic.
Look at how much pressure Nico has caused by getting this 1 kill. In fact, make it a 2nd. They're just trying to clear him out. And they will, but the rest of the team has joined in. Kragan gets traded. The player advantage here is still with 0-0 Nation. And now we're bundling up towards a ramp. There's one player here in Salazar who would have heard that footstep. And now Patty, he's going to go and join him. At least he thought about it. 35 seconds. Where does this one lean? It feels like B.
Patty's here right now, positions himself nicely with 25 seconds left on the clock. He could still completely pull the rug out from underneath this round. He's been spotted. Okay, Susp is low. He's got the scout. He'll go down. No immediate trade, but damage was done in the process. So his life was still worth it. Salazar left alone, 1 versus 2 clutch. He's got the element of surprise on his side. Wants to turn up the pace. Those footsteps would have been heard though. But, oh, I was going to say, does that change anything? It does, as JDC will get the kill. I appreciate the way that Salazar approaches that. Unfortunately, doesn't work out.
That's so outrageous that they send 3 players there to try and kill Nico. And yet he still takes 2 of them. And then the timing's just so off that 0-0 Nation are all there, ready to pick up the pieces. Back and forth we go. And yet again, there's only 1 MP9.
Well, it's proven to be enough in the past. So, why not once again? How does Bird from Sky call this round? It looks pretty similar to the start of the last time we saw the 0-0 Nation playing against a Force. Don't want to be too disjointed here. They got picked apart on that occasion. Oh man, Queenix. He's got the whole world on the opposite side of that smoke grenade right now. He's got no idea either. He's got no utility. And he's all by himself.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure being applied from Bird from Sky right now up A ramp. Ecstatic are licking their lips because they're hearing all of those footsteps. Now the pressure's going to mount on the opposite side of the map, and Queenix doesn't even know.
Oh, shot. Okay, that's not on the player I thought he was going to get the kill on. But it doesn't matter. He still finds one, and he gets the info. Nodio's from the back of the bomb site, though. Can't do anything about it. Kragan finds success on A. And they probably will give this a look in. Because they've only got a MAC-10 and an MP9. Although, is it valuable just to save and bring it over? Look for exits. Look for the rifles. Potentially.
Well, finally, we've seen consecutive rounds being won here on Vertigo. It's the first time a team has been able to string 2 rounds together. 0-0 Nation will get their noses in front, and they should be able to extend that lead by 1, considering they'll just be playing against an eco in this next round. This will be 2 SMGs for Ecstatic to work with. MAC-10 and an MP9, the 2 long-lost brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Bird from Sky did a lot of work over on the opposite side of the map there, just to keep the attention at ramp and A.
They've been doing that all half, right? They've been really pushing and pulling these rotates, or at least anchoring players in towards a bomb site to keep Ecstatic guessing. That's not where the nade is supposed to go, JDC, but that's not going to matter too much. Players without armor this time for Ecstatic as they eco down, and Nico wants ecos.
Don't blame him, I'm a bit of an eco cobra myself. Somebody on the team has to be. Really, it's for the good of the team. Just need to tread lightly here if you're 0-0 Nation. You don't want any unnecessary casualties. Molly isolates the MAC-10. Bird from Sky gets a dispatch of that weapon. Going to be a late wave of aggression coming through from the CT side over at ramp, but unfortunately for them, it's been dealt with. Haven't really been able to inflict any damage. I just love the patience in 0-0 Nation. They haven't had to do anything here in the round, and they've been able to win the anti-eco. Barely moved a muscle.
The fact as well that this potentially could be flawless. This could be a fantastic round to start to build up some bank, because all these rounds have obviously been really close because we've been going back and forth. Queenix is now mollied, and he's dead. 5 alive for 0-0 Nation. And the bomb plant? Not quite, but still, you get my point. Look at the money on JDC in particular. Bird from Sky, susp is up to 6,000. Economy starting to build, starting to grow. And this is going to be a worry the further on we go down the half for Ecstatic, because they're going to be in limbo a little bit if this carries on.
Yeah, we saw what happened on Anubis when things got out of control for them. They haven't, well, we haven't, this is the first full gun round, B-Dog. The first full gun round of the map in the 7th round. Just a reflection of the Force Wars.
I feel like you've kind of got to expect this boost. That's a wacky molly, but it works. Oh no, it didn't. It failed. Okay. I was gonna say, I've never seen that lineup before.
Doesn't seem like a very reliable one.
No, you're right. This flash is really cool though, because it bounces off the yellow wall and goes towards ramp. It allows your teammate to peek on contact. Kragan actually decides not to do that. There's been really limited map control gained here by 0-0 Nation. They're taking their time, they're waiting for pushes, which is something that was quite prevalent on the Ecstatic defense of Anubis. I don't think you're really going to get that, though. Run boost. Now that is cool.
Nice bit of innovation. Searson finds the opening kill, should set the round in motion here. Ecstatic look like they want to try and have a bit of a counter punch. 30 seconds, sub 30 seconds left on the clock here. Copenhagen. Copenhagen. God damn, Bird from Sky, what
No,
have you
it's
done
fine,
to me?
it's fine. It's fine.
Either way, 0-0 Nation are going to pick up the bomb. There's only 16 seconds left on the clock as they start to make their way in towards this B bomb site. You've got Nodios, who's on the catwalk right now. They have to clear him out. He's going to be hoping that somebody can try and take the attention away from him. He steps out. There we go. He wins the round for his team, drops the bomb carrier. He just has to stay alive at this point. He'll eventually go down, but it doesn't matter because the round is won by time alone.
And yeah, and this is what we were saying, right? We said 55 seconds left. This is where the first kill comes into the round. And that's fantastic for Ecstatic, really, because you're still locking down the A-bomb site. You haven't lost too much ground. Sure, you've lost your player, but no one's really had to move because 0-0 Nation have been conditioning you to stay and remain on your bomb sites. And that's exactly what they do towards B. Nodios just tucks in, waits patiently, drops the bomb, and then that's the round. It really is as easy as that.
Well, the response from Ecstatic is sublime. Immediately after they win a round, they're now on course to level up the scoreline. They take the fight to 0-0 Nation over at ramp, and it could not have gone better for them. That's a big statement made by Ecstatic. Now, that's something that can condition 0-0 Nation going forward.
That was huge. That was 2 MP9s just down gap, and then you've got Salazar spraying off the back of a one-way being deployed. Nice jump spot as well. Patty, that was risky going for it. Oh, again! He keeps doing it. Nico now scaling. But Patty's in the sandbag. Ooh, but dead. Alright. 2 versus 5. I'm not worried yet. Kraken peeking with an AWP. Nice shot onto JDC. And now Nico would need the full house, but he's already being flanked by Queenix, and that is a fantastic shot.
Okay, well, scoreline leveled up. Ecstatic able to do here on Vertigo what they couldn't do on Anubis, and that's answer back once things weren't going their way. Now they've leveled up the scoreline. Now they've forced 0-0 Nation to spend all their residual cash. If they lose this next round, there's no money in the bank, means they're going to have to eco. So 5-4 will very quickly become 6-4 for Ecstatic. Not like they'd have much money if they lose here either, though. So they need to proceed with caution. That's a great opening kill out of Salazar. Perfect way to begin proceedings here in the 9th round.
Nice shot. Again from Salazar. Queenix this time taking a aggressive, passive half measure to deal with Nico, and he can't find any impact. And Kraken's also getting active. This is Ecstatic being really intrusive to 0-0 Nation. This is denying them a lot of map control early, so they can't pick and choose where they want to end these rounds. It's on Ecstatic's terms right now, and 0-0 Nation need to find a way to kind of combat this. Otherwise, they're going to be struggling, and they're going to be feeling really awkward moving forward. JDC versus the world, and it should be the world winning with this shot from Salazar, freeing the round. Starting to warm up. He's taking the... Yeah, look at this. He's brushing away. He's like, oh, this mouse is hot.
Yeah, I mean, with shots being landed like that. Salazar opens up. Good multi-kill coming through from him here in the round. 5-4 is the scoreline. And it's going to have to be an eco round here for 0-0 Nation. Some unfamiliar territory for them. I don't know if they ecoed at all on Anubis.
Okay.
JDC, that's an AWP he's just picked up. This round has just become very winnable all of a sudden.
Give that to
Does he give it to Searson?
Yeah,
there we go.
Course.
Good man. I'm
That's
a bit more selfish than him.
It's how you make lifelong friends in the team. It's like, oh, hey Searson, we've only just started playing together. I just killed an AWP, and I've given it to you. Nodios being proactive again. Oh, he's pushing mid. This is huge. This is a lot of info being gathered, and that's what entices this smoke to be dropped down by Queenix. They could already have a flank here. Look, he's in spawn.
Oh, great kill from Queenix. Really important kill because he's the only player over on the side of the map right now. Very intelligent repositioning coming through from him. Actually almost gets a double kill on the spray down. Don't know if it was a collateral or not, but we're not going to waste time trying to figure that out because Ecstatic have not wasted any time in winning this anti-eco. Searson with that saved AWP. JDC is sitting there like, yeah, probably would have wanted you to do a bit more with it, mate, but that's okay.
There's still time. I think we throw it out the map. Make them rebuy one.
He doesn't want to do that. He does
No,
not
he
want
wants
to
to
do that,
save.
B-Dog. Yeah, he wants it, man.
No, that's reasonable as well. Although, he is being hunted right now, and I don't know if that AWP scope is going to protrude. Oh, Nodios is going to clear. Citizen's looking the wrong way. Oh my goodness me. Nodios, you go around the corner after time. This would be devastating. Oh, they knew.
There we go.
He's got no money.
He's looking at JDC now like, hey, mate, you got $4,900
Drop
there. Could you drop me an AWP?
I'll give you a Mac 10.
That's just not a bargain I'd like to be a part of myself.
That's huge. Oh, he's on a scout. That smokes
Well, you know what?
deep one for Gap.
Searson on the scout isn't actually as much of a downgrade as it is for most people when they swap from the AWP to the scout. He is nutty with the younger brother of the AWP. Go on, Searson. Show them what I'm talking about, would ya? Do the thing.
Not yet. Currently, we've got Ecstatic recycling this smoke on the sandbag, which just denies so much control for 0-0 Nation. It really feels like Ecstatic are right at home here on the CT side right now. Staved off this early pressure, although I say that there is a trade, and Patty incredibly low. Kraken wants a piece of the pie and will deal with the scout. At least it's only the scout player falling.
True. I just love how proactive Ecstatic have been over towards ramp in this whole half so far. Salazar waiting patiently. JDC swings into his scope. Easy kill for the Danish sniper. Ecstatic have been making moves throughout this whole half over at ramp. 0-0 Nation have never been able to feel comfortable with control. Patty's home. This is where he belongs. Behind the sandbags. Nico has a molly. He's not going to use it though. It's so late in the round. Patty's won it alone. There's just no time here. Nico doesn't have the time to clear this out. Really good timing on the peak there from Patty. Sure, Bird from Sky gets a frag, but there's no time to recover the C4. He needs to make sure he doesn't die after the timer. And he will swing into the scope of Salazar. 7-4. 4 rounds in a row for Ecstatic, or might even be more. I think it's 5, rather.
Feels good. Feels really good if you're an Ecstatic fan. And everyone's contributed, which is just so important. Tactical timeout now coming in. Peter on the mic. But you're going into this round without investment. It has to be Tech 9s. Fast mid to B, that could be the answer. Because think about how Ecstatic have been playing middle. It's always been Salazar really far back. And he's been holding and waiting after going for either an initial peak based off his spawn, or just playing passively, ready to rotate.
Let's see what the response is going to be here for 0-0 Nation, losing all these rounds consecutively. Back-to-back tactical timeouts. Okay, Peter has a bit of a mouthful right now.
Okay.
See what they're cooking up. Going to just be an eco round in this next round for the T side, so we're not going to be watching them too closely here. The round after this that we're going to be paying more attention to, the gun round to come. Remember, Nico actually did the IGL duties for OG after Nex had taken a break. So he could certainly offer some extra input, a second voice in the team. Don't think you're going to get a huge amount out of Searson. Obviously, Susp is the amateur in the team, relatively speaking, compared to his teammates. So he'll kind of just be doing what he's told, playing to his strengths. JDC will certainly not do well. I expect him to be a voice in the team. Sus won't have a voice in this round.
Kraken. Yeah, catches Bear from Sky. And now Koinix can have some shooting practice. Lovely stuff, JDC. Well, he will get one, but that's all it'll be. 8-4. Quite convincing. Now we're back on the bye, and we have to see what that 1 minute was all about.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row for Ecstatic, as you say. What was that tactical pause worth here for 0-0 Nation? Again, Patty and Kraken over at ramp are just proving to be a nightmare for 0-0 Nation to deal with. They've never really been able to gain full control and set up for an execute. And if they have, it's with 20 seconds on the clock or a numerical disadvantage. What is the play? We haven't really seen anything very aggressive or direct from 0-0 Nation. It looks like now they just try and take the fight to their opponents. Double nade will deal with Paddy. There we go. That was almost a guaranteed kill with how he's played there so often. And it looks like they're just going to lock in their profits. Don't want to continue to force the issue and give up a potential trade. Nico is giving Queenix a haircut.
Did you hear that? From Searson's POV? One tap. Straight onto default.
Yeah.
That's the round done. And that's the acceleration coming out towards ramp. You're using the nades to not only get a kill, but to incentivize to Ecstatic that you're rushing towards a ramp. That allows your, I guess, B attacker to kind of get more involved, but also they create space in mid. And that's where Searson positions, holds for that swing as soon as Nico gets the kill, and it all just slots into place for 0-0 Nation. Surely has to be a save here. You can't really give this a look in. If you're 0-0 Nation, I don't think there's any point hunting this. You know the built-up economy. You know that a few of them are going to be in the high digits. And your money is worth holding on to right now.
Okay, well, at least 0-0 Nation are able to cap off that streak from Ecstatic 6 in a row, brought to an end. Double nade set up to get the kill. I wonder if Peter was saying, guys, he's playing there every single round. Let's just use the smoke on sandbags to get a double nade in there. Patty's going to have to think twice about playing there again. Or do you just now play there, assuming 0-0 Nation think you won't do that? You just take advantage of it again? I think
this looks to be quite proactive in mid. Look at middle. They're going to try and overwhelm Nodios. That nade's a little bit too deep. And that might be the invitation for them to walk in. Nodios, good shot. He's ready for more. Fantastic reposition out of Nodios. Gets 2.5.
Yeah, should be enough as well. I mean, it's not like 0-0 Nation have anything to show for the fact that they've lost those 2 players in middle. Bird from Sky is going to try and get some ground in towards the B bomb site. The usual usage is really good from 0-0 Nation right now. Means Bird from Sky has gotten all this ground and control for free in towards B. The bomb looks like it was initially going the opposite direction.
He's below you.
Okay, there we go. Searson does figure it out, and that's a huge kill. Now the bomb site's completely unlocked, and the bomb will follow suit.
Oh, missed shot, but you still got Bird from Sky, who flubs it.
Oh no.
We'll find Kraken, but this is falling apart. This round looked really good on paper for 0-0 Nation, but a missed shot from Searson. And only one out of Bird from Sky means JDC has got a 1 versus 2. He's repositioned and got into the bomb site. Not going to read that C4 name. But he has put it in a 1v2.
There are kits in play here for both of the Ecstatic players left alive. Smoke, double nade. Has to be their round. Make good of Nodios' heroic. JDC can reposition himself. He's out in the open. Oh man, he had shots on both of them, but doesn't connect on either. Buying a bit of time to go back and collect the AWP. 9-5, the imminent scoreline. Ecstatic looking good for double digits here in this first half.
That round looks so good for 0-0 Nation. Like, they had everything. They had the flank. They had, well, I guess another flank as well. The timing on Salazar. Searson was above him. Awkward. You're really hoping for a 6th round here if you're 0-0 Nation. 10 might be too tall of an order to climb back from.
Yeah, especially considering the fact they had the choice of sides. They chose to start on this T side. They haven't been able to make good of that decision. I agree. Based off of that information, 10-5. It's going to be a very difficult position for 00 Nation to recover from.
B's open.
Yeah, and Nico might figure that out eventually.
Look at this.
You just
Oh, no,
never
it's not
expect
open.
it. Oh, we got bamboozled. As did
By the
Nico.
minimap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Fair enough.
Makes more sense, doesn't it?
It does. It makes a lot more sense. But 4 players are proactively pushing a ramp here. Are they gonna... Yeah, they are. Oh, they're fighting it. Citizen finds 1. Bird from Sky will trade, as 2 will Kraken. This is a brawl. And Bird
Yeah.
from Sky is the only player left, and he's got 4 HP.
Salazar's kill is the difference maker there, stepping out, gets himself in on the action. His frag might be the decisive one. Bird from Sky decides he wants to try and clutch us out with the York because of how low he is on health. But this has got double digits written all over it. Salazar even knows that Bird from Sky is low right now. Wants to take the fight with the Julies. Unwinnable. This is as unwinnable gets here.
Look at the silhouettes through the map. Just chasing him. Oh, Bird from Sky's so dead.
Well, yeah, there we go. Footsteps heard. Might get the bomb plants in the smoke. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Phoenix just like dead eye after he gets the nade kill.
What a half. What
a
a half.
Yeah.
How many rounds was that in a row?
Well, they were down 4-2. They went up 8-2, and then they won the last 2 to finish it off.
Damn, okay. Quite a collection for Ecstatic as they look to fight back and send us here towards Nuke. 00 Nation, a very important pistol round for them to pick up.
Must-win pistol round here for 00 Nation. Lose this, and that's going to be a nail in the coffin. Look at how aggressive this is from Ecstatic. It's not a fake either. They're just charging their way up ramp right now. They've got a lot of utility. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 2 HE grenades. Doubling up across the board. Utility raining in. How does 00 Nation defend this? Because Susp is forced forward, and he's isolated by the wall of smokes. That's why he's trying to force the issue on the fight right now. Completely blind. Oh, Queenix missing all of his shots. Eventually gets the kill. Bombs aren't going to come through here as well. No, never mind. Bird from Sky through the smoke denies.
Yeah, nicely done. Oh, the Kraken. He's been caught as well. Nico's in close proximity with Jewel Berettas too. Default player dealt with. Now they're just rushing them down. Look at this. They're taking the fight straight to Ecstatic. 2 players on ramp, 1 at gap. Kraken needs to win this fight out on Nico. And doesn't manage it. JDC with another. They can just get on this defuse. They can start to make it sing because Searson finds the last one. And only 1 casualty there for 00 Nation.
Yeah, the concern for the CT side was that they didn't have a kit on the retake. They tapped the defuse initially, and I don't think Ecstatic swung straight away. I think they were kind of banking on it being a fake, and they were correct, but they weren't able to get the kills after that anyway. So the round will still go the way of the CT side. Such an important pistol round won by 00 Nation. Bomb plant still came through for Ecstatic though, so despite the fact they lost the pistol, still be a pretty good investment for them here. 4 Galils, Mac 10, bit of utility to play with as well. 10-6.
I completely forgot that this was... The 00 Nation run here at Pinnacle was brutal as well. Their first 2 games was against Spirit and Eternal Fire.
Yikes.
And they went 0-2 in the group stage and reverse swept their way back to get here in the playoffs. And the reason why I mention that is because they're no stranger to being in losing positions and by fighting back. They've already had that test of resilience really early on in the life cycle of this team.
Yeah,
and they're only 4 rounds behind now.
It's going to build character. Still a difficult round ahead of them though. Ecstatic have got a lot of firepower with these Galils. Queenix is boosted up right now. He's looking for something. Salazar will try to creep forward while he has the cover of his teammates, and JDC caught completely off guard. That forces Nico to activate a lot earlier than what he would have liked, but he's got Searson in support. Great multi-kill coming through from him. Kragan gets a frag, but will fall eventually as well, and 0-0 Nation have been able to successfully weather the storm on that B-bomb site.
Really well played by Searson. The fact that he knows he needs to be that player to take next contact as soon as Nico reveals his position, because Nico could be so easily isolated. So instead, Searson steps up, and he makes sure that he can be that guy. He can get that multi-kill, he can make Nico stay alive, and that really is everything. Just pistols. We're looking at 10-8. We're looking at a flawless start here for 0-0 Nation on their CT side.
Yeah, kind of, I don't know, scuffs up the dominant lead Ecstatic had. 10-5 looks great, 10-8 looks a whole lot more doable for 0-0 Nation.
Okay.
Need to be careful here against the pistols. Susp wants to swing this so badly right now. He's going to drop a lot of util before he does. Fair enough, forces them backwards. If 0-0 Nation win the first gun round here, assuming they get across the line against the Eco, which is pretty much locked in, then we have a serious game on our hands at that point, right?
Look at this push. Susp seen him. Through the wall he goes. Patty waiting. Bird from Sky securing. And you're right. We're one gun round away from this series being tied up. And a trend I'm noticing at the moment, apart from the pistol, no bomb plants right now for Ecstatic. That has to change. Otherwise we're going to get into this weird little limbo. And 0-0 Nation can have complete control. And it was their CT side that looked really strong on Anubis. And I guess when you look at this team on paper, this is a really defensive team, in my opinion. Searson, a really good CT AWPer. Nico, a very dependable anchor. JDC,
yeah,
has got the potential to always have a multi-kill in his pocket. It makes sense that they perform better on the CT side.
Yeah, and they've got Bird from Sky, who can be that dynamic player who just like floats around, gets into the faces of his opponents. It's like really annoying. So I agree, they've got the pieces for a great CT side on this 0-0 Nation squad. Opening kill goes the way of Bird from Sky as well. Kragan going to watch the rest of the round from the sidelines. Hope his teammate can get it done.
Yeah, that's the thing about Bird from Sky as well, is he is more than happy just to like chuck it in somewhere. He'll put his life on the line. He will do everything he can to get the most information for his teammates. Really cool util set, by the way. That smoke lands as a one-way. They're not going down it, but it's making Ecstatic a little bit uncomfortable. They creep their way forward. Everyone's committing to this idea that they want to go in towards A. Susp, stop itching your eye, mate. They're about to come around the corner.
Yeah, get your hand on your mouse and keyboard. There we go. In time. Good shot coming through from him. Staginolios should get traded by the AWP and is, but that might allow for Bird from Sky to activate. Salazar looked privy to it. 30 seconds on the clock. Salazar gets that kill as well, but JDC, you were talking about his multi-kill prowess on the CT side, and immediately he will shine. Puts on a display. Shows B-Dog knows what he's talking about.
It happens sometimes.
Even a broken clock tells the correct time twice a day.
Yep. That's me.
No. I'm the broken clock. You're the Rolex, B-Dog.
That's so not true.
10-9. Ecstatic running out of time.
Is that the time? Yeah.
Not far from it.
10 past 9 here in the UK.
Yeah, 10 past 10 here in CEST time zone, so 20 minutes off of that time.
Oh. They get info. AWP started B. The JDC creep in mid. Salazar, oh, he's dead. Nice trade. Fantastic shot at Anodios. And they can reclaim that AWP. They can also get a rifle in mid.
0-0 Nation need to be careful here. They're making quite a lot of moves on the CT side right now. Kragan on the jiggle. Oh my god, he's dinked Susp. Susper's like, yeah, I don't really want much to do with this. Searson's going to get double peak. First frag found. Patty. Oh, can't trade. Lightning quick reflexes there from the German sniper. And that double kill there should be enough to lock it in.
Can we get that AWP back if we're ecstatic? Can we get Searsons? Yeah. That was one of the weirdest fights I think I've seen on that ladder. Oh, that's fantastic. Queenix hoping for another Deeg shot. If you go around the corner to try and get this gun, I think you're in for a little bit of a rude awakening. Instead gets an AWP. No way we're double AWPing here on the T side. Guys, surely you throw one out or you just prevent 0-0 Nation from getting one back.
They still want to go for this.
I mean, they can.
Oh, I guess he just bought a lotto ticket there.
They have not cleared the angle that is the most deceptive. Nico says, thank you very much.
Eats them both up. 10 all. Okay. Nothing saved for Ecstatic. Not really a problem. I mean, Salazar, he's going to need an AWP to be dropped for him, and he can only give a Galil back unless he goes for the glass cannon. First timeout used for Ecstatic, despite the fact they don't have a coach.
Yeah, first one in 2 games. To be fair, didn't need to use it in the first half. They were big chilling.
100 ADR on Queenix, by the way.
Yeah, that's wild, considering that he went from 0 to hero
Yeah,
now in the series.
6 kills in the first map.
I think what's good to see is we're just getting, again, consistent output over various different maps for 0-0 Nation. That's really interesting to watch, and it's really a good telltale sign of early days in a roster. This is a little bit weird. Kragan. Oh, wow. Okay, just gets spammed out just like that. Nico also kills Queenix for a smoke. That is rough.
Yeah, not at all the way that Ecstatic would have hoped to have started this follow-up gun round. Searson gets in on the action as well, and he departs the scene. Oh, this is brutal.
Oh.
Nice angle from Susp. Nodios actually will crouch walk forward, okay. Into the crosshair of Susp. He gets the kill. Finally a frag back in the round for Ecstatic, but they're still in the hunt for their first round of the half, and losing this would then put them in eco territory and 0-0 Nation get the lead.
That's a really good point.
For this.
Oh no. They can get wallbanged here. Salazar, you gotta be so careful. Oh my. Nodios. Surely that is heard. Bird from Sky, yeah, you can see him comment that. Salazar has walked through the smoke. A trade. Now, did Nodios fake this out? No.
How does he win this, though?
I mean, he's got to look perfectly, and yep, was heard from Bird from Sky. Yep. I knew that had to be heard.
Yeah, just good awareness.
He had shot, yeah, if he had shot when he was falling, then that gets a little bit different. But he didn't, and you could just hear the clunk just on the floor.
Still a good awareness to the audio cues going on around you while you're in the retake, just paying attention to the information out there. At least for Ecstatic, even though they fall 5v2 in the round, they still walk away with the bomb plant. Which means it will subsidize their economy here. They'll be able to afford a full arsenal of weaponry. AKs across the board, utility to work with as well. But they need to find a round here. 6 in a row for 0-0 Nation. 5 away from winning the series 2-0. Bad news.
Nodios just run boosted B. Yeah, not ready for that, Nico. I just saw that little free go woo around the minimap.
Might be the kill that wins them the round here, you know.
Potentially, especially because Searson found access, but Susp denies middle. Look at this one way from JDC. Gets a kill and a half. And Nodios down to 20 points of health.
They're going through the smoke.
Oh, that's so good.
They're not waiting. Yeah, why would they? They don't want to allow the bomb plant to come through. Bird from Sky looking to be the chief destroyer. Love this round so much out of 0-0 Nation. Ecstatic, 4v4, full control of the B bomb site. Only get one more kill from there. First of all, who was the player who died in middle Did you catch the name there? The player Susp Kills? I didn't. Now,
no.
the thing is your team have full control of the B bomber site. You don't have to be pressuring middle at that point. You should be playing a much longer game as that player in that position. I love the proactivity as well from 0-0 Nation. JDC using that smoke, jumping up on the ledge. They just didn't let Ecstatic settle into B.
Yeah, you're right. Complete control. Ecstatic, we need to win a round here. Because it's been, what, 7 in a row now for 0-0 Nation?
Yeah, it has.
Okay, I like this. That's a cool lineup for you at home. That's a little bit of a... Oh, smoking towards elevator to get off mid. Alright, I'm stealing that. That's so cool.
Yeah, Nico.
Okay,
Be able to
it might not
find a
matter.
kill. Yeah, not going to
Can
do
they get a
much,
plant
but it still
here?
looks like style points. And they
You
will
can get a plant here if you don't plant for stairs.
There we go. Nico's focused elsewhere.
Oh.
Pop
Hang on. Oh, just makes it across.
The wiggling, the despair. Oh man, the desperation. As he will burn out 13-10. At least a bomb plant and a couple kills. But no round. That's number 8 in a row now. They're looking for the AK. Oh, there we go, he's got it.
Anyone, clip that smoke. If not, I'll go do it after the game, because I want it. That's so cool. I haven't seen that thrown in a very long time.
Nice to see a bit of innovation on Vertigo as well. Always good to see people going and, you know, figuring out different things for maps that are well established. Keeping things fresh.
Well, they added a little bit of freshness in that round, but ultimately we need a role reversal here for Ecstatic. Because 0-0 Nation, whilst it looked like we were heading towards Nuke, now currently it looks like we're heading to a 2-0. His eyebrow raised, I don't know if you saw that.
I did
That's
catch
fantastic.
That. He was not impressed with himself there. Oh, Bird from Sky is going through this. He's in the molly, he's burning, and he's taken 66 damage.
Interesting.
For what?
Oh, don't do that one at home, kids.
Yeah. There's a minute left on the clock. Ecstatic don't have much to show for it. They've really taken their time. Okay, that's a vital kill coming through from Salazar. That completely changes the round right now. Suspend towards middle finds a kill. That might force Ecstatic to reconsider their options here. They're still going to be committing to the initial plan.
Yeah, looks like it. Kragan.
Why not?
Finds a double. They can go in towards B here. The only player here is Nico. 35 seconds. Nico seemingly aware that this is going to be the possibility, but hang on a second. Ecstatic pump the brakes. They're ready and they're waiting. They're going to get their mid lurk in really deep. Nico doesn't find anything. And now if you're Bird from Sky, you're already holding on to the AWP. You're 34 HP because you ran through your own molly. You need to save.
Finally, Ecstatic able to get around on their T side, and it's a comprehensive round that they win as well. Didn't have anything at the minute mark. Salazar gets a frag. Everything unravels from there for the CT side. 13-11, the imminent scoreline. More than enough money for the CT side to buy up in the next round. Maybe even some pocket change after that. But Ecstatic are on the board here on their T side.
Finally a breakthrough, but we need a lot more. And it can't just be one round here or there. It needs to be a little bit more consistent. It needs to be more regular. The issue you've got is that 0-0 Nation can keep buying for now. There's at least another round in it for them, even if they lose this one. So Ecstatic are going to have to do things the hard way. The next eco for 0-0 Nation will be at 13-13 if Ecstatic force it there.
Okay. Well, let's see if Ecstatic can get it in that position. Queenix goes straight through the smoke. Oh, Nico caught completely off guard. Love that initiative so much out of Queenix. Ruthless, fearless. He had Patty in his back pocket to trade if he needed it. 4v5.
Oh, the wall bang.
Bird from Squire quaking in his boots right now.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh, never mind. I'm silly. I thought the roles were reversed. I was like, how Searson made his way in towards the B site. Actually, it's because he's a CT B-Dog. Bird from Sky, look at this reposition.
Oh,
Nodios. Oh, no, just leave him. Oh, never mind. He still finds both.
Nodios thinks, wait a second, I didn't check behind me. I did not check my corner. Let me have a look-see. Unfortunately, it's too late. He just turns around to see the player shoot him in the head. That's a third kill in the round for Bird from Sky. I did think Searson might get caught off guard from Queenix because Queenix had been boosted up into that position. Great reflexes from Searson to get the kill, though.
Yeah, really true.
Because if he goes down there, that round could fall very quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. B-bomb site would have been overwhelmed. Would have been dismantled. Instead, Searson hits the crucial shot. Bird from Sky makes Counter-Strike a horror game for Ecstatic. Patty is also being flanked by Bird from Sky. 2 AWPs in this one. It's actually Searson on the flank. Doesn't matter. You need to grab that and upgrade it to a rifle. There we go. Only 1 AWP being kept over for 0-0 Nation. Money to burn for Ecstatic, but time, it's running out.
Yeah, big time. They're on the brink here. Ecstatic have only won a single round on the T side. It is absolutely code red and Panic Stations as 0-0 Nation have won 9 rounds out of the 10 played so far in the second half. Oh, Nico. Not as expressive and messing up his utility as Sus. Ecstatic. Go for the death ball approach. All 5 of their players towards A ramp right now. Trying to keep things simple. Cutting out the variance in the round. Oh my goodness. Nodios.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Both players fairly lucky to be alive right now. Walk away with some chip damage. Kragen's been chipped. Salazar as well. Get a salsa with how many chips we got going on here.
I think Nodio's got team naded. Nice shot from Salazar. Look at how low some of these bars are. For Ecstatic. They can go in towards A here. JDC is on the lurk. Keep your eye on that. As he works his way through. He can't go too early. He goes at the perfect time because not only does he find 2, he drops the bomb.
Oh my god, and I love the smoke he drops here as well. Now it's so difficult for Ecstatic. His presence alone, he's living in their heads rent-free. He's given all the time for his teammates to set up as well on the A bomb side. It does look like there will be space found for the bomb plant. JDC does eventually go down on that flank. Salazar and Patty, 2v2, must-win round coming through for them. Patty is thriving here on the bomb side. It's only Searson left. And he will actually... Oh, it does damage through the wall there, or the edge of the box, and Salazar will catch Searson as he steps out. Ecstatic are still alive.
Fantastic stuff. I honestly thought 0-0 Nation were going to lock that in, especially with that flank from JDC. But Patty does everything, leading by example to keep Ecstatic in this. And now your money's wearing a little bit thin here for 0-0 Nation. Double MP9, still got your AWP out on Searson at the bare minimum. But Nico, who should be defender, has got an SMG.
Okay, Ecstatic. You can level up the scoreline if you win this round. We go 14 all. Oh my god, Nico. No's there. Double nade. Good night, Sweet Prince. Opening frag found. And that really opens up the map here for the T side. JDC to try and take the ground lost by Nico. But, oh, great angle from Queenix. Spots him. And that's just the end of the round here.
Nice shot.
They know CSSA, so they certainly won't go there.
Yeah, Yeah, please go B. Okay, good. There is a quick flank on, but it's been held.
Double flank.
Oh no, it's not being held.
They're running. They're literally running right now.
The bomb dropped on the floor.
No,
They
wait.
dropped the bomb on the floor.
Oh, that could be the whole round they've just dropped. That could be the whole map. Wait, let me not get ahead of myself. 40 seconds on the clock. Susp is able to cross, but Queenix will get the kill. Everyone needs to stay calm right now. Queenix hasn't been able to pick up the bomb, and Bird from Sky's bypassed him. They would have heard the gun being picked up. Damage being done through the smoke. Oh, they've got all the kills. Okay, alright. I didn't realize it was only Bird from Sky. I thought Searson was still alive.
Queenix laughing like, "Ha, guys, yeah, that was really funny. We did it. That wasn't an issue at all." Yeah, it kind of was. That was terrifying. Oh my gosh. 14-13, soon to be 14-14. Ecstatic. Really building back in. And now you've got to contend with USPs, and you're taking the long-range fights at A.
My god, what a game. Ecstatic fighting tooth and nail right now. They want to see the light of nuke. 0-0 Nation probably going to feel like this should be over by now. They were in complete control on their CT side, but it slipped through their fingers. We're going to go the full distance here. We're going to need the full 30 rounds on Vertigo to split these two teams.
And that's exciting, though. From 10-5 up for Ecstatic to then 0-0 Nation just having a flawless spree for a while to Ecstatic building back in. This game and this map has really had it all. Kraken lining up this spam. Call that Eternal Fire spam. So I've seen Xantares use it so much. Nice shot.
Oh, nice. Good damage.
Oh. Okay, he didn't lose the AWP. And 2 kills really isn't the end of the world for Ecstatic.
14-14.
I'll tell you what.
Back. Yeah.
This is Ecstatic winning this round and forcing us to nuke. Yeah,
exactly.
Look at the loss bonus, 2,900. And 0-0 Nation are all in. No warp for Searson.
Oh god, okay. Tread lightly, 0-0 Nation. Lose this round, you lose the map as B. Dog posture. And there's going to be 3 players charging forward towards the B stairs. 2 kills for Ecstatic, 1 for 0-0 Nation. All of the space in the world in towards middle, and Nodios is making sure he takes that space for his team. Oh god.
Oh my.
It's all unraveling, it's all falling apart.
Wait, they're going A.
They are.
Hang on a sec, you're walking straight into where these guys are. You got to be careful about gap. And they've mollied it, and that kind of baits that Searson's not there. Surely you clear this, surely you swing this. Searson finds 2. It's a 1 versus 1, and he smoked off Salazar. Oh, there's a gap.
Gap, not like this! Oh, Searson, the gap in the smoke costs him everything. What an attempt at the 1 versus 3, but Salazar holds the gap. He just spots Searson walking into his scope. And he takes but a second to line up the shot. 15-14. Ecstatic map point.
Wow. I cannot believe there's a gap in that smoke. He played that so well. The molly went in towards gap, so it made it feel like there was no one home. Oh, they're running. Oh my god, Kraken, get out. Feet spotted as well. Searson finds the AWP. And they've taken it and run away. Look at Kraken go.
Yeah, look how low
What's going on?
Look how low Kraken is. He's got 4 points of health. 0-0 Nation. They desperately want to force us into overtime. 4 versus 5 for Ecstatic to finish off the job in regulation. And decide the series on nuke.
They're running at them again.
Oh, no. Wow. Bird from Sky through the smoke. Kraken hunted, bomb recovered. They have to go B. There's no other option. They just have to go B from here.
Yeah, Nico, you've got to really be careful here. Flashbang's great. Although, Searson's better. And JDC on the transfer nearly finds Nodios. But he's isolating gunfights. 6 HP.
Oh, he's heard it though. He's heard the... Oh my god! He heard the footsteps from Searson on the catwalk. It's why he rounds the corner, flashes high into the sky, peeks up at Searson on the timing, hits the scout shot. That's a multi-kill coming through from him. That's a mad round. And it's going to be overtime as a result.
Oh my. How are we here? 0-0 Nation are applying a lot of acceleration and kind of giving Ecstatic a taste of their own medicine. Think about how many times we saw that aggressive smoke down gap where Ecstatic were taking the space with the SMGs. 0-0 Nation wait until round 30 to pull that one out of the hat. And now you've got money, now you've got everything.
Okay.
That's a great nade.
Well. Look what we have here. Nico's going to sweep himself into the corner of the stairs. Queenix will be the victim as a result. Nice deep position being taken up by Nico. And he's going to maintain it as well as he deploys the smoke that negates the T-smoke thrown. Actually looks like it was a CT smoke thrown, judging by the color on the map. Now Kragan forced out into the open. All the kills being racked up right now by the CT side. Looking like they're going to start off overtime in flawless fashion. Salazar going to get hunted here. The boost appear above the box. I love that. Quickly, they mantled that boost as well, B-Dog. Susp and Bird from Sky. That was a seamless boost coming through from them.
Yeah, that's wild. That's a great boost. That's instantly like, get on my head.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's
Good
just
comms.
aggression. Yeah. That's a cool idea with the incendiaries as well, right? They threw the one at the back to kind of draw them in closer if they wanted to fight towards a ramp, and then Bird from Sky dropped another one that went towards the side of the forklift.
Yeah, you're right.
And then
by design,
you're completely isolated. Yeah, that was really cool.
You can't exit, it forces you forward, and then you get mollied out into the open. Yeah, good attention there, Mr. Brandon, as we do see Queenix versus Nico again. This is a series of battles we've witnessed throughout this entire map, both ways. Queenix is the B anchor on the CT side, and he's the A, or the B player on the T side as well. Oh no, okay. 1-1.
A shot from Sky. Has to come back and deal with Kragan, but he can't get past him. But hang on a second, Susp is also getting aggressive. Patty waiting for him.
Placement.
That was phenomenal.
Okay, what an explosive start to overtime. Rounds being traded back and forth here. Keep in mind in regulation, both teams won 10 rounds on their CT side. So that kind of leads us to believe that you need at least 2 rounds on your CT side. 0-0 Nation have got 1. Ecstatic. Going to pick up a round here on their T side. Scoreline leveled, 1 round left in this first half.
We've seen B aggression, we've seen A aggression. I wonder if we're going to get mid now out of 0-0 Nation. Nice round from Kragan because he burns alive quite a lot and yet he still finds 2 impressive kills. One of them on towards the AWPer at Sandbags. Last thing Searson was expecting was someone running through that molly.
Such an important final round of this first half of overtime here. More so for 0-0 Nation than it is for Ecstatic. Need to be careful that they don't overextend here. Salazar with his AWP was waiting for somebody to peek in his direction. Doesn't happen, so now Ecstatic start to fall back. Patty is looking for Susp.
No.
Big execution towards the bomb side coming through. That's perfect. Nico blinded for a lifetime. JDC desperately tries to respond, but he suffers the same fate. Bomb plant. Oh, actually comes through. I mean, at least Bird from Sky chips away at them with a nade kill, but how on earth do they retake this down a man?
It's quite clever though. Susp got really proactive in towards middle there. And the molly, that's going to go towards the back of the white box. They're forcing them out. That molly's insane. Searson burns 2 alive. Suddenly, well, it's a 3-on-2. Searson finds another. The bomb being tapped. They know the confirmed position. That incendiary was everything.
That incendiary is just brilliant. Notice he doesn't throw it straight away. He waits for his teammates to get in position to also capitalize on the incendiary. It's why Ecstatic couldn't exit safely, because there were players watching on either end, so they burn alive. There were 3 kills from utility in that round, Brandon.
That was sick. That was so cool.
Huge round for 0-0 Nation to cap off overtime.
It's also the presence of mind. The reason why they can go for a play like that as well is because Susp was cleared deep in towards mid. So you know they're going to be constricted to the bomb site or the stairs. One of the most common angles to play in that post plant is behind that white box. Completely neutralized and removed by 0-0 Nation. They take the slight edge, but it was Ecstatic on the defense that really looked impressive.
Yeah, so let's see if they can reinvigorate that form here once again. Can they find their foothold in the defense? 17-16 is the scoreline. 0-0 Nation. Just going to go for a direct approach straight in towards the speed bomb site. Phoenix has had his head ripped right off. Nodios is the next player up to the plate. He'll be good for a frag. JDC gives him the treatment though. Bomb plant to come through. Ecstatic will go for the retake here. Nade should kill Sus. Yes, that will be on the money. That's a dead Swede. JDC taking a lot of damage as well. Forced out into the open. Okay, retake looking lively. It's all on Bird from Sky. He doesn't know where Kragan is, and that's the scoreline leveled up.
The acceleration of these B executes has been something to really behold here. It's Kragan again, coming up huge right when his team need him, but JDC gets bonked on the head by the smoke grenades. That's how much of a non-anticipation Ecstatic saw that in, and then suddenly we just get this explosion of kills. Bird from Sky finds the double there. Feels like everything, but Kraken's in the best possible position to capitalize. 17 each. Oh! What a shot from Susp.
Kragan goes down as a result. Zero Nation, I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit, B-Dog, that they don't win that previous round.
Wait, look at this.
Searson.
Look at how much control Searson's got.
Oh!
And look at how much control Phoenix and Nodios have got. The double push, Sus will trade, and
no.
Searson's walk past Patty, and he knows. Oh, he knows. Nice shot from Searson. How much room are they going to give him in mid?
How does he... Not only do they give him the room, but for him to take that room, the game sense, the initiative. Searson gives his team everything in that round. Look at the effort here from Nodios and Queenix. They get so many kills between them. One clean tap from the left dual Beretta. And that means 0-0 Nation have one opportunity to finish off the series. It was Ecstatic in regulation. Now they're fighting for another set of overtime.
Great flash.
Oh, and Queenix off the back of the flash. So much damage done. Second kill from the nade locked in.
Kraken's dead again, though. That might not matter in the grand scheme of things. But with all this space being taken on B, look, Nodios actually come over and they're reinforcing it. Currently, there is one defender on A.
Yeah, Salazar there with the orb right now. Holding down a line, hoping somebody steps into his scope. There's a double flank coming through from that B bomb site right now. Searson clearing out the site. 0-0 Nation is very uncomfortable right now. Salazar just gets one with that orb. That's enough to pretty much guarantee the round. He's lining up the molly to deny the bomb plant. Will force Bird from Sky off. He's now trying to plant in the corner. Salazar not going to get that frag. Okay, 4v3 bomb plant comes through. The push from Gap will result in the frag. There we go. Only Bird from Sky left. There's no way to win this in the 1 versus 3. Not with the position he's in right now.
They're already on the defuse.
And there we go. Job done. Nice transfer from Bird from Sky to get the kill on Queenix, but Ecstatic have done it. They forced another set of overtime. Great work coming through from the Danes as they keep themselves alive.
That B presence is way too much for 0-0 Nation to handle. Having a lot more success up at A and mid. But you feel like with the fact that we've got a reset again, we're back to all of the money being ready and available. You're definitely going to try another B attack. You're definitely going to try and keep Queenix there. I think that's the plan anyway.
Alright, OT number 2, well underway. Previous 36 rounds, null and void. Zero Nation had a great burst in towards the B bomb site in their first gun round. Shot narrowly misses out. Queenix has a job to do once again. He's got 31 kills. Kragan adds one more to his tally. Oh, not the start to OT number 2 0-0 Nation would have been hoping for.
Really like this setup as well out of Ecstatic. They double mid because that was originally the gap that Citizen exploited. And by having 2 players in towards mid, you also got fast rotations towards B if Queenix is feeling under pressure. And that's what 0-0 Nation have also been prioritizing. Queenix, of course, doesn't feel pressure because he finds a kill. And by Ecstatic getting aggressive over towards ramp, that means that everything is just covered.
Should be no way back in the round here for the T side. Going to just try and get in towards the B bomb site, but essentially 2 players on the bomb site, a third in proximity to immediately rotate as well. Means this one is as good as done. Even hearing some ticks in chat, maybe a bit of a preemptive pause being called. Not sure. Anyway, Execute going to gain a bit of traction now. Obviously they're going to go for this with it being MR3 12.5k. No reason not to have a crack. Bird from Sky will find one in the smoke. Oh, pivoting around the pillar. Comes close to another. He needed a multi. They've actually stopped the bomb launcher to try and force the fight, and Ecstatic rack up the round with ease.
Yeah, good work again by Ecstatic. Talked about the design of that round, and then we can just talk about the late round for that. Just Bird from Sky dealing with Nodios is still just wasting time. They delayed so much to get into this bomb site, and then suddenly there's 3 defenders here, even after you've dealt with the first. Overtime number 2 starts off with Ecstatic in the lead.
Okay. Nodios, though, wants to impose himself in the round immediately afterwards, and that's going to cost him his life. Oh, God. Have we had consecutive rounds won here in overtime? I'm not entirely sure we have, you know. I think we've just been trading rounds back and forth every round so far in OT.
That was an incredible one-way to get Kragan that kill on towards Searson. Haven't even really been talking about kills. Bird from Sky 32, Searson 30 bombs. Queenix on 31 as well. Salazar misses the shot. And that means that Nico could completely capitalize. Kragan still here. Drops an incendiary. Thought someone was going to run through it. And again, through the gap of the smoke. Can he see anyone? Can Sus see him? No. What? Kragan! Oh my goodness me!
What a heroic play coming through there from Kragan. They spot the player on the flank though. JDC doubles down. Are you kidding me, JDC? What is that second frag? Okay, 19-19. The trading of rounds here in overtime continues. Look at this multi-kill from Kragan. This is just after he's pushed through a smoke, by the way.
Yeah, but this one's better. Oh my god.
Wonderful.
Whoever gets 2 rounds here on the T side wins the game. Nice shot. Searson again has to watch on early. Mid's looking to be taken yet again. Oh, Patty taking half from that incendiary. Nodios with a tough task on his hands here. Needs the support of his teammates. Oh, actually, we'll get it, but only 1 player in towards elevator, and that's Patty. Queenix, lovely
Huge
stuff.
Kill. Yeah, Susp is the one who's now trying to edge his way forward to potentially trade out on Queenix, just using that smoke grenade as his house right now. That's his cover. Susp spraying away, hoping and praying, not going to get the kill though. Queenix has actually barely taken any damage. Finally, that nade will chip him down, but now he's got Nodios in support. This is not looking great right now for 0-0 Nation. A minute left on the clock. Time's not the problem. And Susp, well, he doesn't have cover anymore. Now they're just going to double peek out. Kill comes through. 5v2. Ecstatic going to keep up the trend of 2 rounds being won here on the CT side.
Yeah, Cracker's even on the flank. Great flash. JDC can't see a thing. 2019.
I see Queenix is a dark room gamer. It's not good for your eyes, guys. Are you a dark room gamer, B-Dog?
No, I can't do it.
Yeah, me neither, man. Even if it's just a lamp on, like in the corner of the room or something. Just need some sort of extra illumination.
This is 16k overtime as well.
Yeah, I got that wrong earlier.
I didn't realize either.
Like, Static have their noses in front now going into the T side. Will they finally be able to tear ahead? They need 2 rounds, as you mentioned. First team to get 2 rounds on the T side here in overtime. Almost guaranteed to win the map.
What a nade. What a clear. Okay. Queenix, sit. Bird from Sky getting so proactive here makes you overlook sandbags. Oh, until you throw the nade. Kraken finds Susp. It might not matter. However, B-bomb site is open.
Oh, man. As you say, B-bomb side open, but Ecstatic don't know that. They don't have a player who's pushed forward. Bomb recovered, 2v4 time to play with. And they will edge in towards this B-bomb side. Nico is here right now. He's got support from JDC. They're playing a very detached setup. First fright breaks out. That's going to bait for Nico. And that should be the kill that locks in the round.
I like this. Getting tricky with it. Oh, although you're pulling out a nade. You know one's default, you won't know one's right below you. JDC locks it in. And we go back and forth and back again.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts, Brandon. Swings and roundabouts.
I didn't realise that was a shot that Kraken hit on Sus. It was just jumping.
Like I said, we have not had consecutive rounds yet, won in overtime. Every single round has been traded back and forth for the past... Well, we played a lot of rounds. We played 10 rounds. This is the 11th in overtime. Winner of this gets themselves a map point. Yeah, a lot of util raining in towards ramp right now. Smoke as well, Bird from Sky. Spams, finds one, trades the name of the game. Sus gets himself in on the action, but he has to try and stay alive. He's looking to fall back and he'll round the corner just in time.
Big nade. A lot of damage onto JDC. Has to fall back. Searson, hello. He's taken mid, and now he's flanking Queenix. They're
With
committed in towards A here. Yeah.
Zero Nation know exactly what's going on because of the flank coming through from Searson right now. A minute on the clock. Queenix doesn't spot Searson. That timing is disastrous. Such an awkward gun for Searson to try to flank with as well. Does Queenix go back to clear ramp is the question. There's now a second player there. Searson gets the first frag for free. Should get traded by the Sandbags player though, but that brings Salazar out in the open. No one gets that frag, but Nico will get the kill on Kraken for free. And he doubles down. 21-20. 0-0 Nation. They had a map point on their T side. They now have a map and series point on their CT side.
What is this round? We're getting flanks out of AWPers. And again, a double up. It's quite clever that Searson takes the first contact there because that sells the idea that Nico was never really involved in that play.
Yeah, agreed.
But he was. We've still got all the money. We've got another timeout. Ecstatic know how important this round is to force a third OT, to stay alive in Pinnacle Cup. It all comes down to this.
And they have to do the job on the T side as well. This is going to be uncomfortable for Ecstatic. Finally, a team has strung 2 consecutive rounds together in overtime as 0-0 Nation win the first 2 rounds of the second half. add one more to the tally, that's the job done. 2-0 locked in. I have a feeling, though, that there's still more left in this series.
I want a bit more. This has been great. It's been a really entertaining game of Vertigo. Considering how much of a blowout Anubis was. They're getting a really big fight back. Fantastic nade. One thrown right back.
Not as
Only does
effective.
4 points of damage, yeah.
What is the call from Ecstatic? Math, I feel like they've been more reliable over towards that B bomb site throughout their T side tenure, regulation and overtime. You normally want to fall back on your most reliable approach in these sorts of rounds. It's Ecstatic who have the pressure on their shoulders. Lots of util raining in towards that B bomb site, just trying to determine and dictate where 0-0 Nation can set themselves up for the defense. Searson's here with the AWP in conjunction with the standard resident Nico, who has now gotten back behind the pillar. Searson not blinded up at all by the flash.
I want to even throw a smoke on Nico. Oh,
No,
unfortunate.
he moved.
Yeah, Patty spams him out. 50 seconds left. There's a reset. Look at the scaling from Kraken up A.
There's no one
is
A.
there.
Yeah.
No one is there.
Oh, this could be a big problem. I mean, Kraken hasn't actually activated just yet, so this is going to be a full side take. They've got the smokes for the wall of smokes. 0-0 Nation are going to have to retake this. They won't have any flanks either. They've realized what's going on here as they've rotated through. Does JDC want to get ahead of the smokes? He's in the smoke right now. Nodios avoids the flash. This is what the seconds they're crossing. JDC gets one, but not two. Virtual Sky once more through the smoke. He goes, gets the frag on the first, but can't get more. Can he? Yes, he can actually. Salazar 1v1 against Searson. AWP on AWP. Salazar fakes the plant. Searson will get the kill. My God, what a way to conclude Prestige in this playoff matchup. 2-0 for 0-0 Nation.
I can't believe that. That all ends with a 1 versus 1, and not one, not two, but 3 pushes through a smoke from the CT side to upset Ecstatic, prevent the comeback, and ruin their dreams here at Pinnacle Cup number 5. They drop out,
man.
and 0-0 Nation set themselves up with a quarter-final appearance.
As you say, it's the pushes through the smoke there. It's the third push that eventually works out. Bird from Sky gets those 2 kills. Searson in the 1v1 against his opposite number, and we have now concluded the first round of the playoffs. Our quarterfinal setup, B-Dog.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Look at this. OG Astralis, 0-0 Nation, Bad News Eagles, Espionage Furia, Eternal Fire Monte. Coming up tomorrow, we've got Eternal Fire Monte and 0-0 Nation play again against the Bad News Eagles.
Oh, man. I mean, that game's probably closer than it looks on paper. With how 0-0 Nation look tonight, they can definitely take a good fight to B&E. OG versus Astralis. I mean, Astralis, you said you got them as your favorites to win the entire event. They are in good form at the moment. I think OG as underdogs, though, probably more of an attractive prospect than OG as favorites right now.
Yeah, true.
And Espionage against Furia should also be, I mean, they'll be the underdogs, but it's not impossible for them to win that game.
No, definitely not. I back Espionage in that quarterfinal, as bizarre as that is to say. I think Espionage have got a really good opportunity to beat Furia there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. They are in phenomenal form right now. Monty versus Eternal Fire. Probably my pick of the quarterfinals. Brandon, what a day it's been. I mean, a couple of 2-0s, but Vertigo, that was a really hotly contested affair and very entertaining as well.
Yeah, it certainly felt like it, didn't it? It didn't even feel like 2-0s at times. We had Eyeballers nearly even squeaking it out against OG and sending it to a third map. Really competitive, and that is only the first round of playoffs. We kick off the quarterfinals tomorrow, but that is it for the broadcast today. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you bright and early for tomorrow.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.